Welcome back to the channel. I'm Ali, and you guys might know me from Reddit, or you guys might be subscribed to the YouTube channel, obviously. And I'm back with another video here. And today, guys, we're gonna be building this beautiful Starbucks application, web application, basically. And it's gonna be really slick, guys. It's gonna be having transitions, framer motions there, and it's kind of a bit choppy right now because due to I'm recording the screen, that's why. But this is really smooth, guys. This is done using framer motion. And let me show you the other things of the website. So we have the menu here. So when I click on the menu, it actually takes me to the login page, and this is pretty identical to the actual Starbucks website. And we're using something pretty cool, guys. So we'll be using React hook forms for the form integration. So as soon as I press enter without submitting anything, actually shows me these error messages. And now as soon as I enter something, it goes away. And it's gonna be pretty cool, guys. This is the hide and show password thing, which is there in pretty much every website nowadays. It's pretty common. So we have this, and then we have the sign up page, guys. So this takes me to a route called account/create, and this was the route called account/sign in. So this is the sign up page, and this is also gonna have the React hook forms, obviously. So it's basically a simple form validation. It's gonna be pretty cool, guys. And another thing I've actually used framer motion API for is this. So it's gonna be responsive as well, guys, as you can see. And let me actually show you guys by opening my inspector tools. So if you press Command, Alt, and I on a Mac, it's gonna open this thing here. And now what you actually have to do is basically go here on the top, and you guys can toggle these things. So right now I'm on the laptop large. I can go to the laptop. As you guys can see, it's pretty responsive for laptop screen size. And now I can go to the tablet. Now as soon as I go to the tab from laptop to tablet, basically it changes the menu, right? I mean, sorry, the navigation. So the sign in, join now, and the find the store basically disappears, and all these links basically they just disappear, and we have this. Now as soon as I click here, guys, see what happens. So this is happening because of the we're just taking that space. So you see, guys, what's happening. This is a really cool thing I implemented with the framer motion API, and as soon as I click on the menu, it actually takes me into this page. Now I can click on all products featured, and as soon as I click on all products, since I'm not actually signed in, so it actually takes me back to the sign page. Now let me actually sign in, guys, and let me go to the mobile large. You see it's pretty responsive here as well, and this is the home page, obviously. Now let me actually sign in, guys. So I go to the sign in, and let me go back to the report. And now as soon as I sign in, and I've done this authentication with Firebase, basically. So you see, guys, all the images actually loaded, and there's something called this a transition. So when I go down, you guys can see they just do not happen to be there, right? I mean, there's a smooth transition and then they appear, right? So I implemented something called React Awesome Reveal. Let me actually check the name. Is it? Yeah, it's actually called React Awesome Reveal for that, and it's gonna be pretty cool, guys. And then we have the featured page, which so it's kind of a bonus thing which I did to this website, because I wanted to show you guys the reusable components in React, and these are all reusable components. So we're not going to be repeating our code for these things. It's just these are all just components with different props, so they're going to have different backgrounds and stuff, and it's going to be pretty cool, guys, pretty cool. Now we have order now here. So as soon as I click on order now, it actually takes me back to the menu, and yeah, I can go back and I can actually go, and it persists, guys. So if I go back right now, if I refresh right now, it's actually gonna see, guys, actually persist. So I don't see sign in and join. I actually see this because it's actually already logged in, and I click on the menu, actually persists and takes me back to the menu. Now it takes me back to the menu. Now I can click log out, and then it's not gonna persist, obviously. So let's go, guys. Let's just start, and let's start building this beautiful thing. So first thing, you're gonna open up your terminal. If you're on a Mac, otherwise you can open the command prompt, And we're going to be using Redux for this, for the state management. If you guys don't know what Redux is, it's basically a state management library. So I'm actually gonna go to Redux and show you guys. So this is the link you guys want to go to, getting started Redux. And as soon as you go here, you go down, and what you're gonna do is we're gonna use something called npx create react app, right? Which is basically it creates all of the React. Basically, it's for any React app. It creates the React app without actually installing all the other stuff, and it's a pretty good thing. Npx create react app. Now, because I'm going to be using Redux, I'm going to be actually copying this whole thing. Go back to my terminal and type this in. Now I just want to change my app to Starbucks clone white tea, since it's going to be for YouTube. Now this dash template Redux is for the Redux. It will provide us with something called a template for Redux, so we don't actually have to go in and write the code ourselves. Actually prepares a basic structure for us for the application, which I'm going to be showing you guys. In the meantime, let's just go to Firebase and let's set up our Firebase. So you guys want to go to this link called firebase.google.com, and then you guys want to go to the console basically. So I'm going to go to my console, and you guys might have to sign up with a Google account. I'm already actually signed in, so I'm going to open my account. And then you can basically create projects inside your Firebase console. Now I just have 2 projects, so I'm gonna click on add project, and I'm gonna name this exactly the same. You can name it whatever you guys want. So I'm just gonna name it consistent, and they give you something called Google Analytics. So you can actually, I'm gonna be disabling this. You can actually enable it. It's pretty cool if you're building it for production level, let's say for a company or for your own personal project or something. Now it's actually not done. So yeah, and guys, so Firebase is basically, we're gonna be using only authentication, not the database part, because Starbucks didn't actually had an API, so I had to actually I had to hard code a bit of the stuff, and it's not gonna be an issue because I'm gonna show you guys how we'll do that. Now it's already done, guys. It's so fast, you guys can see. So we have the Firebase here. Now after logging into your Firebase project, what you guys want to do is go to settings and go to project settings, right? And then we need to actually register this as an application, right? So it's going to be a web application. So I'm going to click on the web icon here, and now I'm just going to name it exactly the same as I named it before, Starbucks clone YT. And we're going to be deploying this application, so we're going to be using the hosting from Firebase, and it's going to be pretty fast, guys, like to deploy this application. There's no headache involved in it. So now I want to click on next basically. Now if you guys are using Firebase for the first time, you guys might have to copy this, and if you're using yarn, you can just say yarn add instead of npm install, and you guys might have to copy this and paste it in your terminal inside the project basically. So since this project is not yet complete, and why is it taking a lot of time? So yeah, you guys have to actually install this if you're using it for the first time. Since I've already used this before, so I don't have to do that. And you guys might have to do this login stuff as well.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
But I'm gonna, why is my CD turning on? I'm gonna actually explain you guys, don't worry about that. So yeah, it's registered. Now what we need from this project settings is basically the config file, right? Because we're gonna register Firebase inside our application. Now let's see if it's finished. It is finished, guys. You guys should see this happy hacking part if it's finished. Now it's giving us the instructions basically. Let's cd into the Starbucks clone YT, and now I want to actually open this inside my code editor. So I'm using a beta version of VS Code, so I'm going to say code insiders dot. You guys might, if you're just using the normal VS Code, you guys might have to say code dot simply like this. And for this to actually work, you guys might need to install something called shell command, which you can easily do by pressing Command Shift and P, then just type shell command and this thing here, right? It's pretty easy. Now here we are inside of our application, and yeah, you guys can see this, right? Is it bigger enough for you, right? So I'm gonna open up my terminal by pressing Command and J, and I'm gonna yarn start. So since I'm using yarn, so I'm gonna say yarn start. If you're using npm, just say npm start to basically run my server, actually see the application. Yeah, let's just start building now. Now we can actually start some of the stuff, right? So I have to clean up this basically this project a bit. I have to remove some of the files, and I'm not gonna be needing setup. Not gonna be needing the logo and the app task basically. So I'm just gonna remove them. And since I actually removed the logo, I'm actually gonna remove it from here as well. And I'm gonna remove this counter as well. And I'm gonna actually remove everything inside the application here. So guys, we use something called template Redux, right? So template Redux basically gives us this app store. Now these are really this is some really powerful stuff, right? So and it gives us something called features, and then we have this counter. Now I'm not gonna be needing the counter module and counter.js. I'm just gonna be deleting them, and I'm also not gonna be needing the counter thing because this is for something called a counter function, right? So for something called counter, so we're not going to be using counter. Instead, we're going to be managing our user state instead of the counter. So what I can do is basically I can move this into my features and move, and then I could basically delete the counter. Now the counter is gone. Now because since we actually removed this, now we need to go back to the store, and so store has something called reducers and stuff, right? And I'm going to be explaining you guys, don't worry about this stuff right now. So when we'll move on to this part, I'll explain everything step by step. So they have like some reducers and selectors and stuff, and then we're basically exporting them to the store. And now since I removed counter, I just have to remove this. So make sure to do this actually. Let's just save it, and let's just see if our application is actually working. Now what is it saying? Saying no such file in counter.js. So I have to save this basically. So yeah, now it's working. Since I removed everything, so let me just type something in. So let me say h1 and let me say Starbucks. As soon as I save that, yeah, as you guys can see that. Now I'll go to back to my app CSS. I'm actually gonna remove all of these stylings because I'm not gonna be needing these default styling. I removed it, and I'm gonna be using BAM naming convention for my class names. You guys can just Google it and check what it is. It's something really useful. So you put dash into the, and you just use the same names. And I'm gonna be telling you guys, so do not worry about that. So yeah, this is so I start by a lowercase by default, and I'm gonna go to my index CSS, and what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna put an asterisk here to select everything, and you guys see this annoying margin at the top, right? So I'm gonna write margin. I'm gonna say margin of 0. So actually it's gonna remove the spacing from the top. Now since cleanup is done, and I'm gonna be creating a folder called screens, and basically what this folder will contain is all my pages, right? So it's gonna be containing all of my pages, the home page, the featured page, and all those pages, and all the other components are gonna be inside my source folder here. So this is done, and now let's just actually open the terminal back, and I'm gonna actually open two terminals since I don't want the server to stop. I'm gonna make this, and actually I'm gonna press Command B to actually close this. So you can actually close this sidebar. Now I'm going to be installing some dependencies since we're going to be using the Framer Motion, React, Awesome Reveal, and all this. So I'm going to be actually downloading them straight away. So first thing we're actually going to be using Material UI as well. So Material UI will be used for these things, right? All these icons, right, which are pretty neat icons. So I'm going to be adding material UI. Now you need something called core for the icon pack to work basically. So I have to download both of them. /icons, material UI /icons, and you guys have to copy this exact same thing. So then that only is gonna work. And what else do I need? So I'm gonna be needing React hook for. So let's actually, should we actually install it right now? I mean, we can actually install. Let's just omit this right now, and I'm actually gonna install this later. Yeah, let's just close this right now. Let's just work on this, and I'm gonna be explaining you guys as well. So yeah, let's just start with the application right now. So inside our application, so we're going to be using React Router, right? So React Router will be used for these navigation stuff. So you guys can see, right, when I press on sign in, actually it takes me to this route, right, account/sign in. And when I click on join now, it actually takes me to this account/create. So what are these things? So this is something called done with React Router. So we're going to be handling all our routes with React Router. So I'm going to install it. I'm going to say yarn add. If you're using npm, just use npm install, and it's called something called React Router DOM, right? So I'm going to be using that. Let me actually show you guys what it is exactly. React Router DOM. Now I just go here. This is the website for the React Router DOM. Now they have so they have these things, right? So they have something called browser router, switch, routes, and links. And I'm going to be telling you guys what these things mean, but just copy this thing here. It's going to save you a lot of time. And I already installed this, right? So I'm just installing this. So it's actually done right now. Let me just close this. And I'm going to be importing this stuff. Let me close that. So I'm going to be importing this from React Router DOM since I already installed it right now. And what I'm going to do basically is I'm going to be wrapping my entire application inside something called router, and you guys need to do this. This is really important for everything to work basically. Actually, instead of writing router there, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna copy this stuff till router. So wherever router is actually ending there, it's ending here, right? So I'm gonna copy till here, and I'm gonna actually paste it here. Now guys, what did I actually do here is basically, so all of my application must be inside these things. So I don't need these nav tags, right? This is just the content basically. So I'm just gonna remove it. I don't need this comment. So switch is basically, if you know from your programming fundamentals, if you learn Java or C+ or anything, they're pretty much similar to if-else statements, right? So they render only one condition basically, if-else and else-if conditions, right? So if the path, if this is true basically, if this is the path, it's going to render this component, right? This route basically. If this is the path, this is going to render. So that is what basically a switch is. I'm going to remove the comment, and I don't need the users, and I don't need these two routes. I'm just going to remove these two routes. So I don't actually need the divs as well, so I'm just going to remove the divs as well. Now we have the router, and we need something additional called exact for this to work. And what this exact is basically, so it handles these routes, because if you have so many routes, I actually don't know exactly what it means, but you guys I might actually research about this and tell me as well. So you need this, you just remember that. And now inside so this is our home route. This is going to be our home route. So home route means this route, right? So we don't have anything here, right? This is going to be our home route. And what we actually need in our home route is basically, let me see what I have. So I'm going to have the header, and these are all components, right, which I'm going to create just in a bit. So I'm going to need the header. I'm going to need the home screen, right? So this is the home, the screen thing, the screen folder which I basically created. This is going to be a page. This is going to be a home screen page, right? So I'm going to need a home screen. And I'm going to need something called fade right now. I'm going to explain you guys what it does. So this is for the transition, right? So remember those slick transitions which I actually showed you guys? So inside our fade, we're going to have the footer, right? So we have these transitions, as you guys can see, beautiful transition effects. So to have these transition effects, we need to wrap these things inside something called fade, and we need to also install something called React Awesome Reveal, which I'm gonna do it right now. And this is gonna be our first route, the home route basically. This is gonna be our home route. Now let me actually go to React Awesome Reveal. So you guys can just search this React Awesome Reveal. I think it's gonna give us a GitHub link. Yeah, this is the GitHub. So Dennis Morello actually developed this thing, and you guys can see, you guys can just use this with yarn npm as well. So I'm gonna open my terminal, Command J, press enter this command here, and just gonna install this as a dependent. And all your dependencies actually go into something called a package.json. So how I'm actually toggling this is basically by just pressing Command P and actually obviously navigating like this, so you can just navigate through this. So there's a file called package.json where all your dependencies are going to be there. So I actually installed React Router DOM, right? So it's there, as you guys can see. And now also this also installed, right? It's pretty fast. It actually installed for us, React Awesome Reveal. Now we're going to be importing this. You guys might have guessed this, from React Awesome Reveal, right? And let me actually see and make sure if it is a, so it's actually a named import, right? It's not a default. So from, and it's gonna be from React Awesome Reveal, and since it's installed, it's gonna be there. Yeah, so we needed that way. Now you see the error is gone. Now these errors you're gonna get because we didn't actually create these comments. Let's actually create this. So first let's create the home screen. So inside this I'm gonna create a file called home screen.js, and I'm going to be using React ES7 React and Redux snippets. So if you go to extensions here, you guys can search for something called ES7 actually. Wait, let me see. Yeah, ES7 React Redux graphical these snippets. So what they actually give you is basically, so if I press RFCE right now, actually gives us all these handy snippets. And if you want to use an arrow function, you can press RAFCE. It's going to give you an arrow function here. So I'm gonna use RFC since I want this one. So now I'm just gonna, so actually no, let's just save it, save this file. So home screen is gonna be there. Now I just have to, so I'm gonna use auto import. I'm gonna press Control and space, and you see this gives me the auto import, so I don't have to actually write this whole line here. And now we need to create the, so these two are components, header and footer, right? So I'm gonna go to my source. I'm going to create a header.js, and I'm also going to create a footer.js. Now I'm going to create CSS files as well, right? Because I'm going to be needing that header.css, and we also need the footer.css. And what else we need is, for the home screen, we need home screen.css as well, right? Home screen.css. And also what we need to do is basically import this home screen.css, and let's just save this. Now this is done. Now we can go back to our app, import these two components. Now you see sometimes you don't actually, so I actually didn't actually do RFCE here, right? I have to do this. Remember, for every component you have to do this in order to get that auto import thing, right? So import, now import our typical header CSS, and let's just save it. Now go back to footer RFC. So you see guys, this saves us a lot of time, right, by having these snippets. Footer.css, let's just save it. Now if you go back to our app, you're gonna get that auto import thing, you see. And now here also, oh, not footer bar, this thing, she got it. I don't need any footer bar here. Okay, I don't need the link right now, so I'm just gonna remove that. And you guys see, right, so everything is inside something called route, right? So all of these, we have to wrap this, so we're gonna have multiple routes, right? And multiple routes are gonna have different paths. They can't have the same path, remember, because we are rendering this inside the switch, right? So they can't have the same paths. Path is basically like the condition of it, right? So we need to make sure for that. Now since we have actually done this, What I'm actually thinking is actually removing this thing here. And let's actually see if our app actually works. It doesn't break. So it actually doesn't break. I refreshed it. And let me actually close this for now. Close this as well. Go back to the application. And let's actually start building stuff, right? So let's actually start and build our header.js, right? Actually, let me open it on my other screen as well. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna open it on my other screen as well. So I'm gonna open my header.css and also my header.js. So I'm gonna be having a bunch of stuff. So what's the header basically? So this is the header, you guys can see, right? So and we're gonna be making this responsive as well. So we're gonna be having doing a lot of stuff here. And what I'm gonna be actually doing is making this take this much space and actually open this on the right so it's easier for you guys to see. Yeah, now it's gonna be easier for you guys to see. So let's start with the header, guys. Now first thing, I'm gonna have a header. So remember I told you guys, right? So I do this my BEM naming convention. I'm gonna do header here. Now inside my header, what I'm gonna have is I'm gonna have an header left, right? So I'm actually using Emmet. So since I'm using Emmet, I can just press tab and actually gives me a div by default like this. And I'm gonna be having header left. I'm gonna be having header right as well. Header right as well. Now inside my header left, right, I'm gonna be having a React route. So remember, guys, I just removed something called a link here, right? So that link is pretty useful actually, and we are gonna need that. And let me actually auto import that from React Router. So React Router actually gives you something called link, and what this link is basically is it's exactly similar to the a tag in HTML, right? It works exactly in the same way. But since we are using React Router, right, to navigate between different pages, we can't use this a tag. We have to use something called link. And it's exactly similar to the a tag. Just remember this, guys. So inside my link, I'm gonna have an image. Now for my image, I'm gonna be having the logo source, and for this logo source, actually, I'm gonna go to my GitHub here. So you guys can probably do the same thing here, right? You don't want to write this whole link here, right? So it's gonna be inside my header.js, and yeah. So this is the actually, let me make this bigger. So this is the link which I wanted to copy actually. Let me just copy this real quick, and yeah, let me actually make this here. So let me paste this here. So as soon as I paste it, you see it's huge right now. We need to obviously do the CSS thing here. So I have the image. Now I'm going to be having another link, and this link is going to be for the menu. And again, this is exactly similar as the HTML links. Remember that. Now, instead of the href, right? So we have something called href inside of our links, right? So instead of the href, when we're using React Router links, we use something called to here to navigate to a specific page. Now, since this is the logo, right? So this is always gonna take me back to the home page. I mean, that makes sense, right? And I'm also gonna have a class name for this, for the link, and the class name is gonna be called header logo. Okay, so this is gonna be called header logo, and this is gonna be header link. Yeah. So no, sorry, not this. Sorry, it's my bad. This is not the. So this is gonna take me to the menu, right? And for the class name, I'm just gonna say class name. I'm gonna press header link here. Now this is gonna take me to slash menu. Remember when I click on the menu, right? So when I used to actually click on the menu, I need to go there. Actually takes me to the menu. So it takes me to account/signage. This is the route basically which we're gonna create inside of our home. So obviously this is, so no, actually no, sorry. So it takes us to the sign in page. It doesn't take us to the menu, right? Because we need to actually sign in first, and then only we're gonna actually go to slash menu. So if I sign in, you guys, let me show you guys. If I sign in right now, my boss is actually wrong. Let me sign in really quick. So as soon as I sign in, you see slash menu here, right? Slash menu. This is why I'm actually doing it. So we need to be signed in for this to happen. Now, since this is done, what else I'm gonna have? I'm gonna have a bunch of links, right? So not just one link. I'm gonna have a bunch of links here. So two more, and this is gonna be for rewards. So I didn't actually build this page because I didn't want to make the clone too longer, but you guys can go ahead and customize if you want to build this page as well. This is just gonna be a link basically. Gift cards. Now I'm not gonna be actually doing this as well for these two things, just for the menu. But I'm gonna have a class name for these two as well, header link. Now let's move on to our header right. So for header right? So now here's where we're gonna use so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna be using framer motion, right? And now is it the time to actually show you guys this thing? And actually let's go, or maybe we could just maybe go to our CSS. Let's see, go to my CSS, right? And what I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna bring this down here so it's easier for you guys to see. Make this maybe a bit smaller, I would say. Yeah. And let's actually target the header first. I have the header, remember? So for the header, I'm gonna say height. So give me a height of 101 pixels. I actually calculated this height, guys. So I actually went ahead and did this before. So give me a display of flex and give me justified content of space between align items of center. And what else I want to do is want to give a padding left. So for the padding left, I'm going to say 40 pixels, and I'm also going to say padding right and also 40 pixels. And so I'm going to be having a box shadow here. So should I actually actually let me just copy this stuff as well. This is a big thing, right? So, and this box shadow I actually got it from the original Starbucks website, so don't be scared when I actually write the box shadow here, right? So let me go to header.css, and here's the box shadow, right? So this is a huge one, so that's why I actually wanted to actually copy this stuff. So the box shadow, this is the from their website actually. What else I'm gonna have is I'm gonna have this z index, and what I'm gonna give the z index, so I want this to be on top of everything basically. I want to show the nav, my header basically, and a background color of white. Now I'll just see, and because the image is so huge right now, so let me actually target my image right now. So inside my header logo, right? So inside my header logo, I have the image. So for the image, I want object fit of contain, not cover, contain, and I want a height of 50 pixels. And I'm gonna explain you guys what this does. As soon as I do that, you guys see everything's. You see this is the link, right? So as soon as I click here, you see it takes me to slash menu. Now, why she did object fit contain is basically to maintain the aspect ratio, so it doesn't stretch. So if I don't do this, so the image, and if I do something like width maybe, and I'm not sure if this is the best way to, yeah, you see guys, yeah, this is actually a really good way to explain. So actually image stretches, right? So I don't want this behavior to happen. So as soon as I do object fit contain, it maintains the aspect ratio of the image. So image doesn't stretch basically, yeah. That's it. Now I did the header, right? So I did the header, header logo. Let's actually target the header logo. So for the header logo is, remember the link basically. So for the header logo, I'm gonna say a margin right. So give me a margin right of 20 pixels. Yeah, that's it. So it gives me a margin right. Image is there. So let me target the header left right now. For the header left, I should have actually targeted this on top, but it's fine. Display of flex, and give me an align items of center, and give me a gap. So I'm using something called gap, right? And This is a very nice property from CSS. What it does is actually gives spacing between the links, but it doesn't actually target the last child, because this is between the children itself, right? So if I do margin right for each of these links, it's gonna give margin right here as well. But since I'm using gap, actually gives gap between these things here. So header left, now I'm gonna target my links. So inside my header left, I'm gonna target my links, right? Now you see guys, I'm actually using an anchor tag. I can't use link here like this, right? Because that's not a CSS property, right? So I told you guys it's exactly the same as the anchor tag in HTML. So, and you guys, if I do the styles here, you guys will see right now. I'm gonna say color. So give me a color, not of white, actually black. So I want a color of black. I want a text decoration of none. Okay. What else I need is basically I need a font weight. So for the font weight, I'm gonna do a bold font weight of 800. Give me a letter, so there's gonna be a spacing as well, right? So give me a spacing of 1.4 pixels, slight spacing, and the opacity, right? Opacity is really important in Starbucks. So for so many things inside Starbucks website, right? They gave an opacity of 0.87. So this is really important to give an identical look, basically. Text transform of uppercase, and also the font size I want to say 14 pixels. Now as soon as I say that, see the transformation guys. See the transformation there. It looks really clean right now. And it's looking good. Now let me go to the header left. So inside my header left I have the links. And you guys can give classes as well. So I don't like to give too many classes. So I like to work like in this manner basically. This is something called so I don't want to actually get into this. Let's just leave this for now. This is like a specificity thing. It's kind of weird. So for the color, this is going to be a custom hash color of 008. It's actually 08248. Yeah. And so this is gonna happen on hover state, right? I'm gonna have it, so I don't want it to have happen at this, really instantly. I want an animation effect. So I want animation of like 0.1 seconds. Now you guys see has little slight and very slight animation, but it doesn't happen really instantly. We can actually increase this to 0.2. It's fine. So we have this, and now let's actually move. So now I think I should actually introduce you guys to framer motion actually. Let's actually see if it's looking good. It's looking, you see guys, this is the box shadow, right? So this is the box shadow effect basically. So let me go. So I use something called framer motion API, right? I use framer motion API, and they have something called examples. So if I click on examples here, right? So they have a pretty good documentation, and they have code sandboxes for each of these examples basically, and it's pretty cool guys. So what I use is I use this one, right? So this is pretty slick as you guys can see, and this is the same effect I'm gonna be having inside my Starbucks. And so if I actually go here and if I do this, you guys can see it's the same. Now it's a bit choppy because of the recording, but if you guys do it, it's gonna be really smooth. And what I'm gonna do is I actually open the inside the sandbox, and they actually give you the code files and everything. So I didn't write it all by myself. I actually copied these things and changed it according to my own style basically, right? It's gonna take a while to load actually. Yeah, it's actually taking a huge while to load. I think it's due to because I'm actually recording right now, that's why. Yeah, now it's loaded. So they give you this whole documentation. So if I click here right now, it's gonna give me these files, and I actually didn't rename these, so you guys could rename these files as well, right? And since I'm gonna be using JavaScript, not TypeScript, so this is called TypeScript. It's pretty similar to JavaScript, but they have types in it, and they have something called usedimensions.ts. So I actually copied all these files. And what I did, guys, what I basically did, right? So let me make this bigger for now. Let me open this so you guys can see. and let me open my source. I'm going to be creating all these files, right? So, and all these files are going to go inside my source. So first one is going to be example.js. Second is going to be menu item.js, and menu toggle. So menu, let me actually see if I didn't rename this, right? I made it this exactly, I think it's exactly the same thing. So menu toggle, and I'm going to be having navigation. Now, why I actually didn't rename, because there's actually a reason for that, so I'll tell you guys. And so we don't need the index right now. What we need is the use dimensions, right? So this is gonna be there as well. Now this is not a component, right? This is just something. It's just like a function basically, which we are exporting. So use the dimensions.js. And as soon as so this is the code for it, right? So I can just basically copy this here right now. Yeah, copy it like this, save it, and yeah, that's it. So I have use dimensions, and so I have so they have styles, right? Because styles are really important for this. Now for the styles, I actually did this inside my index CSS. And why I actually did it, so you guys should not, I mean, practically if you're doing this, we should not do it inside our index CSS, because it's gonna actually, because you see these things are actually nav and buttons and all that kind of stuff. But actually, I actually went on and went ahead and gave class names inside this. I'm gonna be telling you guys that. Do not worry about it. So let's actually go to example, and let me actually copy this, and let me paste it here, right? So I paste it here, and now let me actually open example on my screen, and let's see what I changed inside it. I think I might have gave a class name for these things. So I actually gave a, so there is actually a class name. They have already given a class name called background here. And if you guys want to actually understand all these things, again, you guys could pretty much read the documentation. Since it's not this tutorial, I'm just using this. So it's not a frame or motion tutorial. Not gonna be teaching you, but it's just pretty similar stuff, right? You're just using the use React. It's just React hooks basically. So it's pretty much similar to React, right? As this is that use dimensions thing, right? Which we did it here. It's gonna have this function use dimensions. So I didn't actually change. So I had menu toggle, I had navigation. So with navigation, I actually had this. I had this for the navigation toggle open, right? Now why is it erroring out on me? Why is it actually erroring out here? I don't know why is it actually doing this. Oh, actually, I actually didn't close this. Oh god, I need to close it. Yeah, I have this toggle open here. Toggle open. Variants, I have sidebar. So I think yeah, it's pretty much same. You don't have to change this much. Yeah, just copy it exactly like that. Now, what other files we had? So we had menu item, right? I'm gonna go to menu item and go to menu item here. Copy whole of these things, and let me go to menu item right now. Let's see if we change anything for the menu item. Okay, so for the menu item, so yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff which we actually changed there. So we don't have variants. So I don't actually have variants here. Is it the same menu? I don't think so. Wait a minute, guys. I don't think it's exactly the same menu item as inside my. I think it's kind of a different menu item, right? So actually, you don't have exactly. So for the menu item is kind of different, right? Yeah, it's actually different. It's not like this. It's actually not like this. So let's actually remove this, right? So it's a bit different right now. Let's actually move on to the next one. Menu toggle. Don't worry about these guys. Just do what I'm doing, and it's gonna be fine. We're gonna get that slick animation, guys. For the menu toggle, because all these files you just have to copy them basically. So for the menu toggle, let me actually see this. So do we have any class? Yeah, see, so we have a class name for the button here, because yeah, we don't want to, so because inside our index css they were only targeting the button, right? So we don't want to target, since it's gonna apply to all our buttons, so we don't want to do that, guys. So I'm gonna rename this. So you see this function, right? So I'm gonna be using, so since I'm using BAM, I'm actually naming this exactly the same, menu toggle button basically, and I press save on it. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for this one. Path is there, everything else is pretty much identical, right? So have this now inside our navigation, right? Copy the navigation, everything inside navigation, paste it here. Let's go to navigation.js. Now inside my navigation, yeah, here's the part where we actually change a lot of stuff, right? Inside our UL, so we don't need these item IDs right now. I'm just gonna remove them since we don't need these things. And yeah, we're gonna be changing some stuff here, and I'm gonna be creating something called variants 2, which actually I'm actually getting from what I'm actually getting this from. Let me see one thing, guys. Let me actually see one thing, right? So menu toggle and menu item, right? So I think yeah, so I think these variants, right? I'm gonna copy these variants. I'm gonna go inside my navigation and paste these variants as variants to here. And there's a reason for this, right? There is a reason for this. I'm gonna be explaining you guys why I'm actually doing like this. Now here, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be accepting a prop called toggle, right? It's a prop basically, and we're gonna be having so since it's navigation. And one more thing I want to do is, instead of this, because I want to return this, I want to have something, so I want to have use state. Yeah, I want to have a use state basically. So I'm going to be using return here, return, and inside my return, um, I'm going to be returning this motion.ul, and I'm going to be including this inside a React fragment so it doesn't error out on me later on. Pretty clean, guys. Now, why I actually did this as curly brace here, so I wanted to have use state inside this. And this is a component, guys. So this is like just like a named component, right? Export const navigation, similar to how we do a component, right? Now, what I'm gonna be having is I'm gonna be having users. So that's gonna be for a later part. Actually, let's just, if we do it right now, no, actually let's just do it later. Const show menu categories. Yeah, menu categories set show menu. And what is this? I'm gonna explain you guys. Do not worry about this. It's gonna be our menu categories basically. I'm gonna be using react.useState, and by default I want it to be false, right? So set show menu categories, and so these are gonna be the menu categories. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain you guys. Just bear with me for a while and just do exactly what I'm doing. Now here I'm going to be using this show menu categories. If this is going to be true, what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to use this. Okay, I'm going to use this and I'm going to say, so now this here is going to be a component menu link, and it's going to be a self-closing tag since it's a component, and it's going to have a bunch of props here, right? First is this is going to be a link. Link is going to be just the title, the name of this. There's going to be a go back icon, which we're going to be using from material UI, and there's going to be an on click. So I can't actually have on click on my components, but I'm sending this as a prop, and I'm going to be, since I'm going to be having a link inside this, and I'm gonna send an on click function as a prop here. and it's gonna be an inline one. And here I'm just gonna do set show. So as soon as I click on the menu link, what I'm gonna do is set show menu categories to actually false. And there is a reason why, because if show menu categories is already true, right? Because we're saying if it's true we want to do this, we don't have the other condition right now. I'm gonna be doing one more thing, which is gonna be the width, right? Width, and width is another prop basically. I'm gonna say 60% here. And guys, one more thing which I think I messed up is this. So motion.ul is not actually ending here, right? And we're gonna be having a bunch of this stuff. So not just this. So the menu link, right? So for the menu link, I'm having a several menu links here, right? So one more and two more here, and this is the menu, and this is going to be for all products. Now remember guys, this is those things, right? So these are these things basically. These things what I'm basically doing. Menu. When I click on the menu, it actually takes me here, right? So this is this advanced stuff. All products. I'm going to be having featured, and I'm hard coding this because I don't actually have an API or a data file for these things, so I can't actually map through them. So actually a hard code, but this is not much. This is just a little bit. So all products, and then for the, so I'm actually having a path as well, right? I'm gonna be having a path as well. So for this, what I'm gonna actually do is for all products, I'm actually gonna have, so I don't have the go back icon here. I'm just having a path. For my path, I'm actually gonna say slash menu. So when we actually click on the all products, you're gonna take the user to the menu basically. And on click an inline function and set show menu categories to false. And what else we want to do, okay, not only this, we're going to do something else as well, and we want to do toggle. And toggle, remember, we're accepting as a prop, right? So it highlights, as you guys can see. As soon as I do that, it actually highlights it. So it's a function. It's going to be a function basically, which I'm actually getting it from the framer motion thing, right? So it's going to toggle as well. And why I'm actually doing this is because, guys, so if you go here, right, so if I click on this all products right now, see what happens. Actually closes the menu. And how does it happen? It actually toggles it, right? So if I don't have this toggle here, it will not actually close this. We need to do that because I don't want to keep this menu open when I click on a link. So as soon as I click on the link, I want it to close. This is how it actually happens, guys. So we have toggle, and then they have another menu link. So now this is gonna be featured, right? And I don't have a go back icon here. And for the feature, I'm gonna have path, right? For the path, what I'm gonna do slash menu. So featured is gonna be inside our menu basically. Slash featured. On click, this is gonna be there. Toggle is gonna be there as well. And we are actually not sending this width of 60% here. Let me actually copy this, and actually remove that. So just sending the width inside the menu basically here. This one. It's gonna error out right now. Our application is gonna error out, I guess. I think I didn't have to refresh. Maybe it should actually, because you don't have the other condition here. It's fine. We'll see that. So now what I want to do, I'm actually having two more links, right? So let's just do two more links. We are having featured. We're gonna be having two more here, and this is gonna be for previous orders. Now if we had an API, guys, this would be really easy. We just have to map through all these things and just do it. But unfortunately we don't have it, so we have to do it like this. Favorite products, and trust me guys, it's damn worth it, because It's gonna look so good once we do this. We have the toggle. We have set show many categories to false, and I don't have the path here, right? So why don't I have the path, since these two links are not actually taking me anywhere? Just for visibility purposes. That's it. And favorite products also like this. And now motion VL is gonna end here. Now here's the thing, guys. Now we have our, because since this is a ternary operator, right? So we have our second gonna, if a show many categories is false, then it's gonna basically do this. And now again, I'm gonna use motion, and this is a UL, guys. So whenever we want to use our HTML with framer motion, we always use motion.ul like this. So you have to say motion inside our motion thing. Then only these things are gonna apply the variants basically, and variants are super important, guys. We need the variants. We actually need the variants, guys. So we have the variants. Now here I'm gonna be having a menu link. Actually, I need to create this menu link as well, right? Since it's not actually defined right now. Now for this menu link, there's gonna be a link here, and it's gonna be a link of menu, and there's gonna be an icon, and there's gonna be an on click. Now again, this is a prop. Don't confuse this with the on click here, right? It's just, I'm just sending this on, but it's exactly same. I could name it like this. I could name it anyhow, whatever way I want, but it needs to be on click inside the actual link. Again, an inline function. What I want to do basically, I want to say set show menu categories to true. Yeah, this time I want to say true. So why I want to say true is because obviously since show many categories is false, so now I want to make it true. Now I'm gonna be having another menu link, so I'm just gonna, now here I'm gonna say rewards, and here I'm gonna say gift cards. Gift cards. Now here, so here basically what I want to say is so for the rewards, I don't want to do this thing here, right? I'm just gonna rewards and gift cards. These are just two links and the menu links basically. Now after this, guys, I'm gonna be having a motion dot hr, right? And again, why I'm actually doing motion dot hr and not just hr is because I want to have variants. Remember, guys, to have variants, we have to do it like this. And now for the variants, I'm going to provide my variants 2 here. Variants 2, and variants 2 is basically all these variants here, these things here. And there's actually a reason why I'm actually doing this, so you guys are going to understand this in a while. Then again, I'm going to have motion.div. Now this is going to be a div, so since this is a div, we'll have some content inside it. And now I'm going to give this a class name, and this class name is going to be navigation buttons. Now I'm having login and sign up, right? So remember, guys, when I actually do this, right? So what actually happens, right? When I click here, and since the user is actually not signed in right now, I'm having these two buttons, right? This is what I'm actually doing right now. This is exactly what I'm doing. Now since I have to do some pretty powerful stuff here, I have to actually first of all check, right? So if the user is signed in, I want to show the sign in and sign up buttons. Instead, I want to show the logout, right? If the user is already signed in, I want to show the logout. Why would I want to show the sign in and sign up if he's already signed in, right? So I'm gonna leave this empty. I'm just maybe gonna add a comment right now. I'm gonna say we need user here. So we remember it for later. Now outside this div basically, and we have actually forgot to add one more thing. That's called actually variants. For the variants, we're having a variants 2 here as well. So both of these places I'm gonna have variants 2. Now outside this div, there's actually another div, right? So there's actually motion.div. Now this div is actually gonna contain, so it's gonna actually contain something, another component. And guys, it might sound a bit kind of tricky right now, but trust me, it's gonna be worth it once it's gonna be done. And here variance 2 again, and this is gonna be a component, and this is a very simple thing, guys. This is just a find the store. So this is something so this is just an icon, guys, basically. Yeah, just an icon. This is just this icon with the name here. So I actually created this as a component because I was using this at several, so I'm actually using this here, right? Now as soon as I go here, I'm actually using this here again. So since I'm actually using this at a bunch of places, I actually created this as a component so we don't have to repeat ourselves. That's why we are using React in the first place, guys, so that we don't repeat ourselves. And now I just have to create these things. First, let's just create the menu link.js. Now, since we create the menu link.js, we need to create the menu link.css as well, right? And we need to create a find a store as well, right? Since it's a component as well, find a store, and you can name it whatever you want, guys. It does not matter whatever you name it. So since I created this, find a store.css. Now remember, guys, since I actually created this, I have to do one very important thing, and that's RFCE, right? I have to export this so I can use it. Let's just do our typical menu link.css. Oh, what happened? Oh shit, let me actually do it again. I actually want to see this, so I just want to be extra super sure about this, And for the find store.js RFCE, oh, there's actually multiple cursors here. Now import find a store.css. Neat. Now I can go to the end here, and it does not show me actually, which is actually a bit weird. Let me actually go back to menu link, actually exporting it as default, right? It should actually show me. I don't know why it does it, why it does that, basically. So annoying when it does that. It's fine. Let's just actually copy this stuff. Let's just say menu link from /menu link. That's it, guys. That's all we had to actually do right now. That's all we had to do. Now we need this thing. This is important, obviously. Okay, let's see our application right now. Now obviously we need to do the CSS right now, since we've already completed this partially. We're not done the CSS, so it's not gonna show right now. We have to do the CSS, right? But this is a pretty huge thing right now we have done. Now let me actually let me actually go back to my framework motion. Let me actually see if I had something else here. So I had the navigation, I had navigation, I had use dimensions, and let's just go to style. So with styles, guys, I'm just gonna maybe go to my GitHub repo here, right? I don't want to make this any more longer. I'm just gonna explain. The styles are pretty simple, guys. They're pretty, just gonna be rendering some stuff here. Where is my index CSS, guys? Yeah, here it is. Okay, now you see, guys, I'm just gonna go and grab this from the nav all the way bottom, wherever it goes, till refresh, and I copy. And you guys could do the same stuff, and it's pretty simple, guys. There's not much of stuff. Like it is, I mean, these are the styles they give, right? So I just changed it a bit. Like, it's not that hard. So usually what you want to do if you're doing this for like your personal project or at a production level, you guys might want to create separate CSS files for and include it inside a separate folder as well, so it doesn't make this huge, right? And that's gonna be a lot better, right? And you guys just have like some backgrounds and stuff here, right? It's pretty simple. And I have a media query here as well. It's just saying a max width of 768, and I just want to display the nav as inline. And yeah, So obviously I'm not going to be displaying it by default. I'm just going to be only displaying when I reach the tablet viewport, right? So I'm going to be using a media query for that. Actually, not using menu item here. Let's see. It's still not rendering out, right? We have something missing, guys. We have some missing piece which we have to actually complete, guys. Oh, we didn't actually render it out. That's why. So remember, guys, example, right? So everything's gonna be inside the example. See, the navigation is inside the example as well, right? Now we need to actually render this example out. And where we want to render this out? Inside our header, right? Let me get back to my header. Because remember, guys, this is a component, right? So we need to render this component inside our application to actually see it, right? And it's gonna be rendering here. It's gonna render here. I actually auto imported it. It's a self-closing since it's a component. An example, guys. Now we should see it. And here we get the error because we didn't actually install Framer Motion as well, guys. You see how neat this is. We just get these errors and we can figure them out. Now to actually, I think it's just yarn add. Let me try yarn add Framer Motion. I don't think it's actually API or something. I think it's just yarn add Framer Motion. That's it. Let's see if it actually works. If it works, guys, I'm gonna be super happy right now. Okay, let's see if it works. So create it, guys. Remember, find a store. We're gonna have that as well, and actually auto imported that. And here again, we're gonna do the user stuff, guys. So we're gonna be doing that as well, guys. Remember that. We need the so we need it inside here, and we need it inside here as well. So again, I'm just gonna command this user here, basically. Let's see if it actually. So I think it did. I think it actually did. Now what's actually, so I actually installed Framer Motion, right? Now it should work. My application just crashed. Oh, since I actually stopped. So what actually happened there? Let me see. Command failed with exit code 1. I don't know what happened here. I'm not quite sure what happened here. Since I didn't actually stop the server, right? I don't know. Let's see what happened. Start the server again. It's fine. Let me close this right now. Let me close this as well. Let me close unnecessary things right now if you don't need it. And let's pray, guys, that this works. It's gonna work, but sometimes since we have a lot of stuff here, yeah, let's go, guys. Let's go at last. Finally did this, guy. Now, obviously, guys, it's not gonna render everything right now since we don't have anything inside right now. But you see the HR, right? So this is the HR, right, guys? And yeah, I mean, we can actually see the animation. So we need some CSS right now, right? We need some pretty cool CSS right now. Yeah, and it's actually coming on top of this, which I want to fix as well, right? And we're gonna be using doing that with all that kind of stuff with CSS, right? So I just want to complete the header, guys. So to complete the header, we actually need something called the user here, right? And since I'm going to be using Redux for that, so let me actually introduce you guys to Redux, right? And let me rename this to user slice. And why I'm actually doing that is because you're going to be using this for authentication. We're going to get the user and we're going to basically dispatch the user into the data layer, and then we're going to get back our user without actually any of those problems like prop drilling and just sending props and props after props. You're not going to be doing that. So you're just going to be pulling the user really efficiently, right? Rename this to user, and all of these counters, right? I'm going to actually highlight this. I'm gonna press Control D and keep on pressing until it selects everything, and rename this to user slice. And this is how simple it is, guys. And I'm not gonna be needing this function here, so just gonna remove it, remove these unnecessary comments here, and remove this comment, and actually remove both of these reducers as well. But since these represent the counter thing, right? I mean, we're not going to be using counter. Instead, I'm going to be using login, logout. Actually, remove the plus, and this, guys, this is super important. So I'm gonna name this as user and initial state. So this is equivalent to saying the user state, basically, and equivalent to saying the initial. So when we use use state, guys, remember, so when I use, like, for example, the use state, right, is we have something called the initial state, and this is the same thing, right? This is the initial state, but instead we're using Redux. We're not using use state right now. And this set state is going to be this reducer here, right? So it's going to be setting our login and logout and all these stuff, and the state is basically this thing, right? User basically is going to be the state. Now initially it's going to be null, and since I said user here, and now here, so this is something called a selector, guys. So this is something called a selector, and what it does basically is it selects the user, and this is going to be named to select user. So it's going to select our user, right? So because we are going to use this, we're going to pull this information from the data layer. So this is the data layer, right? And we're going to pull this. So let's say you want to use the user inside your this component. Let's say she close this. So she close everything. So you want to use the user inside your footer. You want to use the user inside your navigation, anywhere. You're just going to pull this using the selector, right? There's a magical piece of code which we need. Now, since we actually did user here, we're going to rename this to user, and this is the slice, state.user slice, and then this is the value, this thing here basically, which we renamed it to user. If this is value, we're going to rename this to value again. It's as simple as that, guys. And now here, since we don't have these functions, we're gonna remove that. Now I'm gonna be having a bunch of stuff here, not only login, right? I'm gonna be having log out as well, right? Now I see a bunch of stuff. There's these two actions here, and these two are called actions. So what these actions accept is not the logout. Logout is gonna make the user null again, and it's gonna be user. Remember, it's not gonna be value, since we renamed this to user. So the login action, right? The login action or login function, whatever you want to call it, is going to accept something called a payload, right? So we're going to use this login action dot payload, and payload can accept objects, right? I mean, in the form of objects, you can say display name, user UID, whatever it is, right? And it's pretty powerful stuff. And now here we are not accepting any action, since it's just a logout. So it's just gonna say make the user back to its initial state again. As simple as that. Now log in and log out. That's it, guys. Then we are actually done with the user slice. I mean, that's it. And now we need to go back to user again, select counter, select it everywhere, make it user reducer. Now that's it. Yeah, that's it, guys. That's all we actually had to do for this, and now we can pull the user and use it anywhere we want, right? We can use it anywhere we want. Now I'm actually gonna close this right now. Actually gonna close this as well. Command P and app.js. I didn't actually have any comments here, so actually go back to header.js, right? First actually introduce the user here. Now here, first of all, I need to get the user, right? So I need to actually get a bunch of stuff here, right? No, actually, no, I just have to get the user, not a bunch of stuff. Sorry, I always say that for some reason. And now we're going to be using a really powerful hook here. Now it's going to be called use selector. Now what use selector is basically is actually, so use selector is basically given to us by Redux, right? As a really powerful hook. So it's gonna select the user. Remember, we had something called select user, right? Now we're gonna be using that select user thing here. Now I actually imported this, right? So that's fine. And I'm gonna be making it equal, so I don't have any Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna say import. Okay, now select user, right? So I'm gonna say import select user. Now this is gonna be from, now obviously it's gonna be from features, and then inside our features you have the user slides, right? It's gonna be from there because we named it select user. Remember, so if I go back to the user slides, basically, guys, you guys can see, right? Select user. This is the selector we named it to. That's what I'm actually using here. Select user. Now I am making it equal to a variable called user. Now I can use this variable here, and I can check that if there is no user, right? If there is no user, which means the user is actually not logged in, right? If there's no user, I'm gonna use React fragment here, and what I'm gonna actually say is I'm gonna say link. Now this is again obviously the React router link, which we have actually already imported it and used it, and it's gonna render a component, and this component gonna be called sign in button, right? And now this is since this is a link, right? So this link is actually gonna take me to account slash sign in. And guys, we're gonna have two of them. Remember, we're gonna have sign in and we're gonna have sign up, which is gonna be called create. Since it was created in the original Starbucks website, I use it here. You can name a sign up if you want. It's up to you. And now this is gonna be sign up button. So these were actually components as well. Since we are gonna be using them again and again, we created them as components as well, guys. Now this is gonna happen when the user is actually not there, not logged in. Now if the user is logged in, we wanna show something else, right? So I wanna render a div basically, and it's gonna be called header logout. Now this inside the div, now here we are having another prop basically. And actually let me tell you guys what this is basically. Let me actually tell you guys what this is. So this is something called menu page, right? And what this means, guys, what this means, so this is something additionally which I did. And what this means is I had like two types of headers. So one of the headers was for the normal home page here, and another one of my headers was a bit different, and it was for the menu thing, right? I think no, it's actually, is it the menu? Oh, it's for the menu, not for the sign in. I always forget this. Yeah, this is the sign in page. Remember, this is not the menu page, guys. So if I actually sign, yeah, this is the menu page, right? So this is a bit of a different header, guys. So this is a bit of a different header, right? And this homepage header is actually a bit different, as you guys can see. Now, why is it different? You guys could probably see that it's fixed, right? And this is not fixed actually. It's not fixed actually, right? And as soon as I click menu, this is fixed. So yeah, and I mean, and also we have this other bunch of stuff. So I'm sending a prop here, right? I'm sending a prop called menu page. And now here, what I'm gonna do, since it's not gonna be a menu page, so I'm gonna actually use the prop here. I'm gonna say if this is a menu page, um, I want you to basically render a logout button, and this is another component again, right? And if this is not the menu page, render out a link, right? Remember there are two different pages, right? And this link is gonna take me slash menu, and it's gonna be saying order now. You guys might probably have guessed what I'm actually doing here, but let me just first create these components so I can explain you guys. Sign in button.js, and I'm gonna be having sign up. Now let me actually first of all create its corresponding CSS, guys. Now I know it's a bit confusing right now, but remember guys, components make our life really easier, right? So then we don't have to actually, you know, create them again. Like, I mean, just copy again and again, just can use, because they're reusable, guys. They are reusable. So once you have to create it, go through that headache, and then you can just keep on using them how many times you want. So I'm just gonna go here, say rfce, do our typical import here, import sign up. So this is going to be sign in, not sign up. So sign in, and I'm just going to save it right now. RFCE. Again, this is 1 year, so let's just say quickly sign. Now this is going to be sign up button, not CSS. Save it quickly. Now I saved it. Now let's just close save things, right? Now guys, one more thing, right? So this is going to be logout button, logout button.js, and also logout button.css. Is it yeah, it's actually right. Logout import, and you guys could name it however you guys want. I mean, this depends on personal preference for everyone, you know. Now let's just oh my god, it is not actually giving me the auto import. Sometimes it does this weird thing. I don't know for what reason, but it actually does this weird thing. It's fine. Let's just actually do it. So we have the sign in, right? So sign in button and sign in button, sign up button, and it's gonna be slash sign up button, and you don't need to write JS. Now I think these are good to go. Yeah. These are pretty much good to go. So we have these things, and now what else I want to do? What else actually I want to do? Now let's actually check our application right now. It's actually rendering it. So it's actually not rendering, and I think that is happening because of the Z index, right? I think I have to, because of the CSS basically. Yeah, do not worry about that, guys. I'm gonna figure that out. So I think my JSX is actually complete right now, right? So I have all the things set up inside the JSX. Let's actually move to our CSS right now. No, actually one more thing is there, right? Here, guys, this is a very important thing, guys. Now, oh, since this is a component, right? So since this is a component and it's a header component, and I told you guys I'm gonna be having two different sort of headers, right? So now again, I'm gonna be doing something pretty cool here, guys. So instead of the normal, I'm gonna be using my curly braces here. I'm gonna be using my template strings here, right? And you guys guessed it, right? I'm gonna be using a variable here, and the variable is gonna be the menu page. So because I want to render two different headers, right? So if I'm sending a menu page prop here, right? Not here. I mean, sorry, in wherever I'm rendering the header component, basically, I want to have an additional class. I want to keep this class. Don't want to remove this class, right? So I'm gonna keep this class. But if I'm sending a menu page, I want to render an additional class, and this is gonna be called header menu page. It's as simple as that, guys. It's as simple as that. Now as soon as I do that, and now I can actually open my header.css, and let's actually complete this header.css. And you guys know how I actually do this. I'm just gonna do it and bring this on the side. You guys could actually see what's happening. You guys can see right now. Make this a bit smaller. Yeah, let's actually work on the, so let's actually look from the start right now. Everything's in. So after my header left, I have to do a bunch of stuff here. Now here I'm going to be having header logout. So inside my header logout, I'm going to be having a link which I'm going to be targeting here. I'm going to be saying give me a color of black, give me a text decoration of none, give me a font weight of basically 800. So give me a font weight of bold, and give me a letter space. And again, these styles are pretty much similar, but again, guys, we have to actually do it in this way, so it actually makes sense. It's gotta make sense, right? And text transform, yeah, I think they're pretty. I should have actually copied it instead of writing it again, but it's fine. Or maybe I've already actually done this. Oh no, it's actually exactly identical. I should have done something better, instead of writing this again, I think I should not have actually done like this. My bad, guys. I should have just used this and just put a comma here, since I think it's exactly identical. There's no difference here. Should just put a comma. You guys should most probably do it like this. You put a comma here and do it like this. So it actually targets both of them, but it's fine. Now for the header logout, I'm gonna say, so again I'm gonna be having a hover state as well, right? So for the hover, I'm gonna say color 8248, and yeah, I think it's pretty similar again, and all 0.1 seconds. Now you guys might want to see this right now, because this some of the CSS styles right now, and let me actually figure this out, right? I mean, why can't we actually see? Is it because of the Z? I think it's because of the Z index, right? Yeah, let's actually go in the sequence so we don't mess anything up. So we have the hover, and now I'm gonna have a media query, right? So I'm gonna say media max width, and a max width of 768. 768 pixels is basically for the tablet viewport, right? So I use the fixed viewports. I don't give it by myself. Like you can most probably do 740, 720, but I use the default since it needs to work for all the devices. Remember, it does not only needs to work for your device, it needs to work for all the standard devices. So there are like standard viewports for this. And I'm going to be targeting my header link right now. For the header link, I'm going to say display of none, right? Yeah, I'm going to say display of none. Now guys, I'm going to target my header right? I was not actually targeting my header right, I was just targeting some other stuff. I mean, for the header right, I'm going to say display of flex, give me an align items of center, and give me a gap of 20 pixels, right? Now I need to save that, and then I'm gonna be having another media query here. And guys, trust me, you guys gotta get used to this, because you're gonna be having a lot of media queries. I mean, you should not actually have a lot of media queries, but I mean, for some of the things, like for the font size and stuff, you need to make it look good, guys. You need, I mean, especially if you're a front-end developer, right? You have to make it really look good. And this is how you do it, right? I mean, give these small subtle changes and they all make the difference, right? So I mean, this is not a change, we're just saying display none here, but obviously for the font sizes and stuff it makes sense. Now here I'm gonna be saying, so remember guys, I had a menu page header, right? So the header menu page, I'm gonna say position of inherit. Remember, for the menu page we had like a, I think we had like a fixed header, right? This is why actually I'm doing that. So header, now header logout as well, the header logout display of none as well. I actually used this before, right? Yeah, I actually used it before. Header logout. Now, did I actually do this right? Let me see. I think I messed some things up, maybe, or maybe not. So no, for the header, right, I actually had that, and you know, I didn't mess up. I did. Yeah, it's absolutely right. I think yeah, that's it. That's all I think I had to do basically. Now, why we are not actually seeing is because of the Z index, guys. Because of the Z index, I'm pretty sure about that. And we had one more here, right? So we had not only the header, we had header menu page as well, right? So we had header menu page. For the header menu page, I'm gonna say position, give me a position of fixed, right? I'm gonna say top, give me a top of 0, give me a left of 0, and also give me a width, and for the width I'm just gonna say 95%. Now I didn't say 100 because it was actually having a weird issue with 100, so I had to say 95%. A header logo is gonna have a margin, right? Object fill contain 50 height of 50 pixels. Let me see if everything's kind of working here, right? And we have the height, we have the gap. I think pretty much everything's done, but we are not seeing this. Let me inspect elements and let me check actually what's actually going on here. I need to first click this, right? I need to actually open this first of all, and now I need to inspect this. Yeah guys, I think it is because of the Z index. I'm pretty sure about that the Z index is actually messing up stuff. You see guys? Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure about this. It's the Z index, guys. What if I do 2 for this? I think it is the Z index which is actually messing up my stuff right now. Or maybe did I actually mess up my colors or anything? Actually, I don't actually mess up my color. This is just the background color, right? I need to do that. And it's working for the HR, right? I had my index CSS working as well. I'm quite not sure about this, guys. My header CSS actually looks perfectly fine, right? I mean, I don't have anything missing here. Everything's kind of completed right now. Maybe we have something else going on here. I don't know, maybe we should come back to this later, because this might be some other kind of error. Because this should not actually be on top of this, right? I mean, that is weird. That is really weird. Let me actually open this up. Let me see the indexes. Maybe guys, I think, I don't know, some of these things might not be exactly how they have had to be, basically. We'll figure it out, guys. Don't worry about this right now. It's fine. We'll figure this out. I think we'll figure this out later, maybe. But we will, yeah, we'll figure this out. Don't worry about this, guys. Let's actually move on. Let's move on to our next part. Which is gonna be what? Which is gonna be you found the error, and it's so stupid of me. So, and what's the error basically is that we are actually using these menu link components, right? I mean, so we don't actually have any. So I go to our application here, right? And if I obviously make this responsive, so let me refresh this. Yeah, so what's actually happening, so we don't have anything here, right? We don't actually have, since I go to our menu link component, it's empty, guys. We don't have any things here, so we are sending some props here, right? So we have to actually do these things first, right? And one more thing is we need the user here as well, right? So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm again gonna pull the user from my data layer, right, from the Redux store, basically. And how do I actually do that? Is I basically say const user and use something called use selector, guys. I just did it in header, right? I'm gonna do the same thing here. So you see, guys, how powerful this is, right? And I'm gonna say select user, auto import everything. Then I'm gonna go back here, and now just remove this comment and say if there is no user. Now let me see. If there is no user, what I want to basically do is, first of all, let me have my React fragments, and I want to have sign. So I want to have a sign in button. Obviously, if there is no user, I want to render my sign in button and my sign up button as well, respectively. And let me import this, auto import this, basically. Now, since this is a ternary operator, I have to say that if there is a user, however, I want to render. It's very simple again. And again guys, remember we have to actually create these components, right? So we could see again is the same thing as with the menu links. Now logout button, yeah, that's good. So this is complete now. Yeah, let's just get into our menu link.js, and let's actually work on this. Actually, let me just go to my menu link.js. Yeah, now let's actually work on this. So since this is gonna be a link, right? First of all, I'm gonna have a React fragment, and I'm gonna actually auto import it from Redux, a link, and then now here's the cool stuff, guys. So we're sending, remember we're sending props, right? All these props, and now I'm gonna destructure these props here, right? We do something called props here, and then we do something like props.link, props.these names. But since it's going to be a longer, obviously it's going to be much more longer, so you can quickly just destructure them here. And I'm just going to say link. I'm going to send him a path and icon, and I'm going to be accepting a go back icon, on click prop, and a width. Okay guys, yeah, I think that's it. So now here I'm saying two, since this is a link, right? And now I'm just going to say path here, since I'm accepting a prop here, right? Now here I'm going to say, actually guys, one more thing. So I'm using framer motion here, right? So guys, what I actually want to do right now, right? So I want to change this into an arrow function, since they are actually using arrow functions for these things. So I'm actually going to change this to an arrow function as well. So I want to be just consistent, and since we're using arrow function, I have to say like this. Yeah, so this is an arrow function right now, and now I'm going to be saying style. Now for the style, I'm just going to say width. Now guys, this what I'm basically trying to do here, this is actually a property here, so it needs to be there actually. And what I'm actually doing here, guys, so whenever you use inline styles, right, so we have to put two curly braces, and then it's just, we can just use our normal css here, like all these things, right? This is just the normal css. So this is equivalent to saying width, make it equal to the width we are actually accepting. Remember that 60% I was sending, right, for the width of my menu link, this one, right? This is why I'm actually accepting, but instead of, this is like a shorter way of writing this. And I'm gonna have, now this is gonna be an actual on click, guys. Now this is so simple, right? Since I already had an inline function there, now I'm just gonna make it equal to my on click here. Variance, I'm just gonna say variance, and now for the variance I'm gonna say variance here. Again guys, this is some pretty powerful stuff here, right? This pretty powerful stuff. And guys, it's actually missed one thing. So I had variants in, so I'm just gonna go back to my, so remember guys, we inside my menu link, right? So inside my menu, so it was actually called menu item. So inside my menu item I had these variants, right? So we need these variants, guys, and these are basically, so what variants are basically, they're just like additional you can say like superpowers. So when it's open, if you want to just do, and they have this cool stuff, right? Stiffness, velocity, and so this is all these framer motion things, right? Which is, yeah, this is the main thing basically, guys. These are the main things, the variants here. So what I'm gonna do is outside my menu, like not inside. Remember, outside, variance needs to be outside here. So variance, and now I'm gonna say while. So we have something, two more properties here. I'm just gonna get these two, while hover and while tap, and paste it here and save it, guys. Now guys, here inside of my .li tag here, right, I'm gonna do some stuff here. So I'm saying if I have a go back icon, right, and now guys, I'm gonna introduce you guys to material UI. the icon pack library for React. It's gonna be pretty cool, guys. You guys wanna go to this exact link here. Let me close this as well. Now they give you some really beautiful stuff, guys. They give you the so you have, so in Material UI, right, you have components, you have icons, and all these. You can explore this. This is a whole library basically, right? So I'm just gonna be using icons for this tutorial, but there's so much stuff. And no, actually, I'm gonna be using text input fields from the Material UI for the forms. Remember, guys, these beautiful forms which I have, right? These things here, guys. So you see, as soon as you click here, guys, you see how it actually goes up, right? The email and password is pretty cool stuff, guys. And I'm actually use Material UI's text input fields here, right? And these are icons. So if I have the go back icon property true, I want to render a chevron. So I'm just going to searching for one icon here, and it's going to be rounded. So it's going to be chevron left rounded icon. And now since this is the import, so when you click on the icon, you can actually import this. So I just imported this, and here it is. And how do you render this? So all of your icons are basically components, right? So you just do this and you do this, and you can do something called font size as well. So for the icons, you can basically do something called font size. So they give you defaults of like small, medium, and large. I want to say large. This is done, and now obviously I'm gonna have an icon. If go back icon is true, link, which is the name of the menu link basically, and then I'm gonna say if icon is true, right? Then again, and now here I'm gonna have a chevron instead of left. I'm gonna have a right one, right? And it's again gonna be rounded. So I'm just gonna get this, copy this here, and yeah, since it's a component, I can just have a self-closing tag here. Again, I just want to say font size of large, and here we go, guys. I think now we should see it coming. We should see it coming, guys. That's it, guys. That's it. Now we didn't actually install this, so we have to do that, guys. Remember, we have to do that. This is super important. Now you're gonna be using this terminal, right? So I'm gonna say yarn add material UI / core. Remember, I told you guys we need something called material UI / core, and we need material UI icon since we are using the icons, right? So material UI naming needs to be exactly the same, guys. Now it's just gonna add and get these beautiful icons for us. And yeah, I mean that's it, guys. I think we're finished with these things. We are actually finished with this file as well. And guys, one more thing I want to actually tell you. You see this thing right at the top of this website? This is something called a favicon, and what this is basically, the obviously it's just like a small image at the top of your this thing here, and it's pretty easy to get. Actually, I'm gonna actually tell you guys how to actually do that. It's pretty simple, guys. You just get an image and use a generate. I use the generator basically to generate this as a favicon, and then just replace this with the, so inside your public directory you have these logos and all these things here. Replace this with this React one. Let's see if it's actually downloaded. It's actually downloaded. It's just compiling it for us now, and as soon as it compiles we should be able to see it. We should be able to see, guys. Let's just hold on a second right now. Oh, it actually failed right now. I don't know what's the error right now. Oh guys, it actually failed on us, and it doesn't actually tell us what's the error, right? Which is very weird, guys. Very weird. It actually doesn't tell us the error. Let's do that start again and let's check it out, guys. I'm having, so everything's actually correct, right? So having my imports correct, and I think this might be the error, guys. This might be the error, guys. Yeah, I think actually this is not the error, because then this is actually, guys, this is, I actually got it from, oh, it's actually working now. It's actually working now. It's working now, guys. Here we go, guys. Beautiful stuff. Now as soon as I click here, guys, you see. And one more thing to notice here, guys, if you guys noticed, and it's actually the font, guys. I think the font is actually different, right? So I had a different font maybe here, which I actually have to change it as well. So as soon as I click the menu, guys, you see what happens? We get this bunch of stuff here: all products featured, previous orders, and favorite. And as soon as I click it, actually goes back. So this is the state, guys, and what this is basically the show many categories, right? Which I actually implemented, guys. So remember, if I go to I think this is inside navigation, right? Yeah, here. So we had this state called show menu categories, and these are basically the menu categories, guys. So what I actually did is I said if the show many categories is true, I want to go back, right? So I don't want to show this. I want to actually go back. So I want to go back. I mean, if it's true, obviously. And I had these things here: previous authors and favorite products. And if it was false, which is right now like this, I want to show these things. And this is pretty powerful stuff, guys, using React hooks here. Actually closes nicely, comes on top of everything. Now what we're not actually seeing is the logout and login. Let's actually create that right now. And let me do this, I guess. And yeah, again, let me just make this bigger, guys, and let me get this onto the side so you guys could see. Pretty nice. And let's go to our sign in first, right? Since that's the first one which we created. And it's gonna be pretty easy, guys. Now it's gonna be a bunch of cool stuff which we're gonna do. So the sign in button, right? I'm gonna be having, so this is gonna be as a link, so not a div. So again, now link is gonna be imported from the React Router DOM, and it's just gonna say sign in, guys. That's all it's gonna say, and it's gonna have a class name, obviously. The class name, I'm just gonna say sign in button user BAM naming convention, and since it's a link, it needs to go to somewhere, right? Now since it's a component, I'm not actually having props and stuff, because I'm gonna be obviously we know it's a sign in component, right? So we're not accepting props for the path and stuff. You can just simply say sign in, since it's always gonna stay as a sign in component. But if you guys are creating like the same component for sign in and sign up, let's just say, then you can maybe send in props and customize it according to your need. Now we should actually see sign. Now we see sign in, but you see it's not designed, right? I'll bring this to like this. Let me show you guys this quickly. Bring this to these two things with some hover effects and stuff, and find the store as well, right? So now to do that, now we just need to go to the CSS, and let me bring this down so you guys can see. And yeah, let me go to my CSS actually. Where is my CSS? Let me check. Sign button.css. Now guys, what I want to do is I'm gonna have a bunch of styles. I'm gonna explain you guys. Do not worry about it. Explain you guys everything. Let me actually first get it. These styles, basically all of these styles, and you guys could probably do the same, because the styles are not much of a deal, guys. Remember, styles are gonna be really easy. Now what I'm actually doing now, let's actually see if it changed. Yeah, as you guys can see, beautiful. So I actually did basically, as I said, display of inline block, form family of inherit. So since we're gonna change the form, and for buttons, I actually usually don't change the fonts for buttons and links, so we need to say inherit. Then we had some padding and a font weight of bold and a cursor, so we wanted to give a it's actually by default, I guess, right? We don't actually have to do that. So we have a background and the color, guys. Remember, now color, I said opacity, right? This is super important. The opacity needs to be 0.87, and the font size and a transition so it doesn't look dull. It's just pretty nice, guys. And yeah, hover effect, right? So on the hover effect, you just want to change the color, right? That's all we want to do. Again, this I got it from the actual Starbucks website. So guys, do not actually worry about these things. It's fine. Now I want to move to my sign up button, and it's gonna be pretty similar, I guess. The sign up button and the sign in button actually is just gonna say join now, and it's gonna be a link as well, right? Both of these things are links. Again, the class name, our typical BAM naming convention, sign up button, and a path of basically account slash create. Remember, we said create, right? We do this, and then yeah, I mean that's it, guys. You just do this, and then I go to my sign up button .css and I bring it down again so you guys could see. Why is it actually not? Actually, let's just leave it. Let's not bring it down. Let's just leave it like this. So you go to my sign up button .css. Again, guys, it's gonna be like, I mean, pretty soon the background color and color is gonna change. So if you guys want to have this like exactly the same component instead of creating two different components, you guys could possibly do that with some additional props, guys. Remember, easy. Now it takes me to the sign in, as you guys can see, right? Now if I click on the join now, it actually takes me to create. It's pretty cool, guys. So that's working, menu's working, everything's kind of working, guys. It takes me to menu as well, which is nice. And I think we are pretty much done. We are complete with our header, and it's responsive, guys. So it's responsive, right? As soon as I go, so this is more than 768, right? So as soon as I reach more than 768, I see all my links here. I see sign in and join now buttons. And as soon as I go less than 768 up to the mobile viewport, I see this beautiful framer motions, animation stuff here. Let's go, guys. So we are done with this, and now I'm actually gonna close everything, open my app.js right now. Let's get back to the old app.js. And now I think we're done with our header. So we're done with our header, and now what we gotta do, actually, let me actually go to app.js, some other screen, and let's see. They have the home screen, right? They have the home screen, which we need to do now. Home screen is gonna be a huge one, guys. Everything's actually gonna be a huge one, guys. So stick with me, guys. Stick with me, and you're gonna bring this application to this application. I mean, we're just gonna convert all these things to this beautiful stuff. So guys, stick with me here. Now, yeah, let's just move on to the home screen, and let's just complete it, guys. Let's just completely crush it right now. Home screen, right now. Home screen is gonna be inside my screens folder, right? And now I'm gonna get into home screen. Now I'm gonna be using fade a lot, guys. So fade is that transition effect. Remember, guys, we're gonna be using that a lot right now. Again, I'm gonna be getting my fade fade from React Awesome Reveal, and you already downloaded this. Remember, in the starting you already downloaded this. So we have fade here, and guys, we need to give it a class name, right? Remember, this is really important. We need to say home screen right now. And inside the fade, right? So inside the fade, guys, you're gonna have a home screen top. And what's the home screen is basically, guys. So what the home screen is basically this thing, right? So we have a top and we have a bottom stuff here, right? So this is what I'm actually designing right now, guys. And inside the home screen top, I'm gonna have an h4, guys. And for the h4, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna actually get all this text. Why is it not actually copying this stuff? Why is it? I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna copy this text and I'm just gonna paste it here. And guys, we have a link here, right? So this thing, right, learn more, I'm gonna have it as a React. You can have it as a typical link, but I just want to be consistent with this since we are using React router in this tutorial, auto imported. And this is gonna be a link, guys. So learn more is gonna be a link. So we have a link inside the h4, and now, yeah, we just end the fade here. We just end the fade. Yeah, that's all. After the fade, I'm gonna have another fade. So let's just put a space here. Let's say fade, another fade. Now this is gonna contain my home screen, and it's gonna be the bottom section, basically. Home screen bottom. Now home screen bottom is gonna have two more sections. It's gonna have a left and it's gonna have a right. I'm just gonna copy this and say home screen bottom left. Again, what's happening with my Ben? Sorry, I mean Emmet. So a left, and then I'm gonna have a right as well, right? So just rename this to right. Now inside my left, I'm gonna have an h4 again, and actually let me just copy this again. I don't know what's happening, guys. Why is it actually becoming a link again and again? Some weird issue with these things. I can't actually copy this, guys. I don't know why. Some weird issue happening when I go to the smaller screen. We need to figure that out, guys. Why is it actually happening that? So we need this, and then we need, let me see if I can copy this. I don't know, guys. I can't actually copy it. It actually becomes a link, which is very weird, guys. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna have an h4, and then we're gonna have a p tag. So not please, we want p tag. Give us our p tag, please. And I'm gonna have this. And then after our p tag, I'm gonna have a button, right? So a button, and the button is gonna say learn more, basically. Learn more. Now let's actually move on to our right section, and we do again like this. We go below here and we see how it's actually looking. So now obviously, I mean, we need to do the CSS to make it look really clean. Now it's not looking clean. So our right section is gonna have an image. Now obviously image is gonna have an src tag, a source tag, and then I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna go to my home screen, and so I need the home screen. So I need the image, right? So I need the image src for the right. I need this, guys. And now let me just quickly get this guy. Yeah. Let me get back to our application, and this image is going to be huge right now since you have already not designed it, right? But at least you have the image right now here. So we have the image running out. Now what else we need? So after we end this fade, so this fade basically, after this fade we're gonna have another fade, and these fades basically I'm using for the transitions, guys. And here I'm gonna have a component. This is gonna be called heading, guys, and it's gonna be a self-closing tag, right? It's a component. Now this component is gonna accept a prop called heading, and this heading, I'm gonna explain you guys what this is basically. It's gonna say today is yours. And let me make this bigger, and let me close this up, and let me create a component called heading.js, and let me create another file, and let's say heading.css. Heading.js, let's say rfce, real quick, give it a bam class name of heading, and let's get our css as well. Now I still haven't told you guys what this is. I will tell you right now, do not worry. Let me actually auto import it first. Heading, and obviously it's gonna accept a prop called heading as well, right? Now what this is, guys, so what basically this is it's this thing here. You see this thing? Now why I'm actually making this component, obviously I'm going to be reusing this. So I'm going to be reusing this a lot of time, and not only on this page, I'm going to be reusing this on my featured as well, right? So that's why I'm actually creating this as a component, guys. It's pretty powerful stuff, right? You need to do like that. Now let me actually go to let me actually go to heading right now, and see. So we are not actually doing any additional stuff. We're just saying heading. We're just rendering out the heading, right? That's all we're actually doing here. But obviously we're gonna need the heading.css. So let me actually quickly get the styles for that. Quickly, let me go to the heading.css and let me say heading. So heading is gonna have like a text line, and let me actually make it that way so you guys can see easily. Bring this on the bottom. Actually, why is it not? Okay. Let me quickly do this, and yeah, let's actually do this right now. So we have a heading, and the heading is gonna have a text line of center, and it's gonna say margin. So margin is gonna have 60 pixels top, bottom, and left and right of 0. And we're gonna say text transform. Text transform is gonna be of uppercase. Is it actually rendering here? So we can't actually see the heading, right? And let's actually see, why can't we actually see the heading? Oh, I didn't actually save this, maybe that's why. I didn't actually save the file. Yeah, as you guys can see right now. So we have the text transform, we have the color. Color is going to be a custom hash of 1E3932, 1E3932, and then I'm gonna have a font weight of bold 800. It's gonna be extra bold right now, and font size is gonna be 45 pixels. It's gonna be huge. You see guys, actually looking a lot better right now. And now I'm gonna have a bunch of media queries, because remember guys, we need to adjust it for all the viewports. So we need these really nice media queries to fit in. And the heading is gonna be the font size. So only thing we're gonna targeting is the font size, and I'm gonna say 28 pixels for my tablet. And I'm just gonna copy this. I'm gonna go down here, and this time, so 425 is for the mobile large, basically mobile large viewport, and it's actually the same. I have the same. Let's actually comment this for now. We'll see about that. Actually, let's remove this because we don't need that. Yeah, that's fine, guys. I think that's fine. And now this is gonna apply, since it's already mobile viewport, tablet viewport right now. So this is gonna apply. You see, guys, how this is fitting in. Now we need to design this CSS, right? Obviously, that's pretty important. And that is our home screen, right? So here I'm just gonna close this. I'm gonna open home screen.css, and let me actually see if my home screen is actually complete first. And it's actually not complete. We have a bunch of stuff in our home screen, right? So let me open it again, guys. I have a bunch of stuff. We need to complete the stuff in here. So we have this, and let me go down. First of all, let me see what other stuff we have. And now we have something called home screen. It's called featured section, basically. There's like a featured section. So if you go here, guys, and if you go down, basically, right? So if you go here, and this is the featured sections I actually created, guys. And it's gonna be super important, guys, because we are gonna be using a bunch of components here. Now fade is gonna be there, and there's gonna be featured here. Feature now, it's my bad, it's just a component, so it's gonna self-closing tag. Now guys, I'm just gonna copy a bunch of stuff here. Now this is gonna send some of the props, guys, and do not worry about these things, guys, and it's gonna be fairly easy. And these are the props. We need these props, guys. So what I'm actually sending is, so this time I'm doing something a bit different. I'm sending a background and a color. I'm gonna show you guys a really powerful way of actually doing this, and just doing an inline styles kind of thing and setting the backgrounds and colors. So even if the background color is different, you can still make it as a component and still use these props basically. Now remember, we need the fade, right? So we need one more featured component. Now since it's a component, we can keep on reusing it, right? And that's the advantage of using React components. And guys, we need to actually create this, right? So let me actually first of all go ahead and let me first of all create featured.js. And oh, it's not actually in the screen, guys. It's actually included in the screen. Let me go out of the screen, and now let me create feature.js, and let me also create feature.css, right? Oh, I named it right. Okay. Now we're gonna do rfce, and I'm just gonna import my css feature dot not features, featured dot css. Okay, that's correct. So we need our feature.css, and yeah, that's it. That's all we need, guys, right now. Now we have this, okay, we have this. Now, yeah, this is great. Now let's just auto import this, and let me auto import it, and let me save it. Now guys, I'm just obviously I'm gonna be changing this stuff here, right? I'm gonna be changing these props here right now. And yeah, so guys, this is pretty simple, right? I'm just changing the titles and the info and a bunch of stuff here, and just sending all these props are gonna be destructured inside um, of my featured component basically, guys. Now we do this, and what else do I need, guys? Now what else I need is basically the outside this fade, right? I mean outside this component actually. Let me see what this component is. Actually, it's actually home screen feature. I think it's outside this component. Outside the component, guys, you're gonna have another fade. And now let me actually show you guys. So this fade is for the heading, guys. Remember the heading. We're gonna have another heading here, guys, outside the component. Now this heading is not gonna say today is yours. It's gonna say more to discover. Now we go below, and what we do, guys, is basically, so now we're gonna have another fade, and so we are gonna have another fade, and now I'm just gonna say home screen discover, guys, home screen discover. Now this is gonna be a discover section. Now we're gonna have two more components, and guys, bear with me, these things, and these things are gonna come in super handy, guys. You guys could probably copy this as well, right? Now these are another component. These are exactly in the same manner as we use the featured, but these components are a bit different, and I'll tell you guys why they're a bit different. Let me make this bigger. So guys, I'm gonna go. So these things, right? These are the featured, right? And you see, these are all taking the full space, right? The full space of the page, right? And if you go to info components, guys, you see the difference, guys. These are almost taking half of these spaces, right? So these are a bit different components, and these are a bit different components, but both function almost the same way. Like both of them have. So if you see, this flex direction is going to be column here, since it's a column, right? I mean, it's not spanning the whole way, and this is going to be a row, right? So this is why using components in React, I wanted to actually build this whole page. I wanted to just show you guys how useful it is, right? And now you guys could see, right? I mean, how useful this is gonna be. Now, one thing you have to actually do here is you go to a source, and you have to create info.js, guys. Since it's a component, we always have to create our components, info.css as well. Now we have to say rfce, do our class name, and say info, and also import our css, info.css, and save it, guys. That's all we're gonna do. Now let's just auto import this real quick, and let's just save it, guys. Now obviously we're not gonna see anything, since we actually have to obviously go inside these components and make them first. But let me see if it's complete right now. I think it's complete. Yeah, it's we are done with our home screen right now, guys. We're done with our home screen for now. Obviously, we gotta. I mean, I gotta go to my CSS right now, and if I have something to change, I have to actually do that. Um, let me go here and let me check if I have anything inside of my home screen. And let me find so it's inside, it's gonna be inside my screens and home screen notes. Yeah, we have a bunch of stuff here, right? So yeah, you guys could see, let me make this like this and make this exactly like this. Yeah, let's go, guys. Now yeah, let's start with our CSS, guys. Now first things first, we're gonna have a home screen top, right? A home screen top. So home screen, for the home screen top, I'm gonna say background, give me a background color, and so I'm gonna be a hash of d4e9e2 basically. So now yeah, I'm just gonna be focused there. Now I'm targeting this one, right? Home screen top, right? So background color, I'm gonna say text align of center, and give me a padding of not padding. So I want a padding. So I want a padding all around of 32 pixels. What else I want is basically so I want a padding, I want a margin bottom. The margin bottom, I just want to say 20 pixels. As soon as I do that, guys, you see it's already starting to look a lot better right now. Now inside our home screen top, right, I'm gonna have a h4 tag. Now for the h4 tag, I want to say a color of a hash of 1e3932. Actually used this color before. And I'm gonna say font weight. For some reason I can't actually write today. 600. Font weight of 600. A font size of large. So I'm using this built-in thing here. I'm just say large, and then I'm gonna say give me a max width, right? So max width. So I'm gonna make it really responsive. Say 650 pixels. A margin left. So give me a margin left of auto. Now this is a really nice trick to bring everything in the center. Now you're not gonna see any difference, but obviously as soon as I make the screen bigger, actually keeps it in the center, as you guys can see. It's gonna be pretty responsive as well. Now I want to say a line height as well, since it's looking really close together right now. So give me a line height of 1.6 actually. Right now, this is how Starbucks has it, guys. This is how they have it. Now I want to have a media queries as well, right? So I want to say media. I say max width. Now first we're gonna do it for our tablet, and we're gonna say 768 pixels. And what I want you to basically do is I wanna target my h4. I wanna say max width. So now I'm just gonna reduce my max width, guys. Remember I said the max width to be 650, right? And now I'm gonna say I want it to be 430. As soon as I do that, guys, you see it's looking really nice now. Now this was for the tablet, right? So I want more effect for my mobile large and below that. So whenever we use max widths, right? So they're basically telling the browser to basically, it's telling up to that width I want these styles to be applied, right? So what it means is below these and this width. It's not gonna apply for above more than these widths, right? So 425 pixels means it's gonna apply for mobile large, for mobile medium, and for mobile smalls, but it's not gonna be applied for tablets, right? So for tablets this is gonna be applied. And for mobile large, what I want to say is I want to just target, so I don't want to target the maxes. It's looking really nice. I want to target my font size. I want to say medium, right? No, it's not affecting here, since this is not actually mobile large right now, guys. You might think this is the mobile view pro, but it's actually not. So you actually have to go to our inspect tools, and you have to actually use this mobile larger. Now only you'll be able to see these things basically. So this is tablet basically. This is mobile large. A tablet is actually not looking identical. but obviously we're gonna actually no, it's actually looking, but because you don't have actually space here, so that's why it's actually looking like this. I mean, that's fine. Okay, now this is done. I'm gonna go and I'm just gonna target my home screen. Let's go down home screen, top home screen. So I'm gonna say home screen top h4, and inside my h4 I have a link. Remember this link, right? This link I'm gonna target. I'm gonna say color. Give me a color of 1E3932 and give me a text decoration of underline. Yeah, I want this kind of way. Yeah, this is what I actually want, right? Now, as soon as I hover over it, right? So what I want to do now is if I hover over this link, um, so these are the subtle changes, guys. I mean, you might think this is not really important, but these are the subtle changes that actually make huge difference, guys. Remember that. So as soon as I hover over the link, the text decoration should be none, but it's actually not applying here, right? Let's actually see if it's inside. It's actually inside our h4. We have a link. Yeah, I mean, this is perfect actually. And why is it not actually removing the, it should actually remove the underline, guys. I don't know why it's actually not doing that, because I'm saying text decoration to none, right? This is weird. So this is actually extremely weird, guys. I don't know why is this happening, because I'm hovering over the link, and if this is happening, which means this should work, right? This should definitely work, guys. This should definitely work. Text decoration none to text decoration to none should definitely work, guys. What if I say text decoration to I don't know, maybe if I change color to red, is it working? It's not actually working. Oh, I think I'm actually not targeting the right one, but I am actually targeting the right one. Am I not actually targeting the right one? I don't know what's happening, guys. This should work. I don't know why it's actually not working. Let me go back to my HTML and let me check, guys, what's going on here, guys. So it's inside, the link is actually inside my h4, but still not work. So nothing's actually being applied here, which is very weird sort of thing, guys. Let me actually figure this out later. I'll tell you guys what's actually happening. Let's go and let's target our home screen bottom. Now bottom is gonna be this section, right? The bottom section. Image is actually really huge. And now for the bottom section, I'm gonna actually copy some of the styles. Now again, guys, why I'm actually doing this is because I want to save some time, since styles are going to be fairly easy, guys. Fairly easy. As soon as I do that, guys, you see starting to look a little bit better. The image is too huge. I mean the buttons and everything to be. What I'm doing is actually I'm doing flex wrap, right? So I'm saying it to wrap basically. So that's why you see the image actually is not right now in the flex direction. And as soon as I actually decrease the size of the image, it's actually gonna go into the flex direction. And let's just do it right now. So home screen, remember we had bottom left, right? So home screen bottom left, I want you to text align center. I want to say display of flex. I want to say flex direction of column. And what else I want to say is I want to say a gap. Remember the gap property I told you guys? So I want to say gap of 30 pixels. Now it's flex direction column, everything's kind of nice. Now I want to target the h4 inside my bottom left, and I want to say a color. So give me a color of 1E3932 and give me a font size. So give me a font size of 25 pixels and give me a font weight of 600 and give me a line height of 1.6. 1.6 guys. Now it's starting to look a little bit better, but again not the look we are looking for actually right now. Now for the p tag, it's gonna be pretty much the same. I'm just gonna copy this stuff here. Color is gonna be same, font weight is gonna be 600, line height is gonna be a little bit more, it's gonna be 1.7, and there's gonna be a max width since it's a paragraph, right? So there's gonna be a max, and max width is gonna be 450 pixels guys. As soon as I save that guys. Now you might think again that this is a mobile viewport, but this is actually not the mobile viewport guys. You have to keep that in mind guys. Okay, now this is looking nice. And actually one more thing is the font size guys. Font size is actually 19 pixels, it's not 25. 25 was for the H4, right? And this is gonna be smaller, 19 pixels, right? And now guys, now there's one more thing I'm just gonna copy. And you guys might be thinking I'm just copy pasting a lot of stuff, but again guys, I actually copied this whole, so I'm gonna show you something crazy, right? So this thing guys here, so these many styling, right? So I didn't actually do this guys, I actually copied it from the original Starbucks, right? And they had all these huge stylings, right? So because I wanted to have the same exact look, right? As soon as I do that, as soon as I save that, you see what happens. So guys, I just wanted to have the exact same look, and that's why she actually did it like this guys. That's the only reason I actually did it like this guys. Now you guys need to trust me. You guys need to really trust me, and this is the reason why I actually did it like this guys. Let me see one thing. So I think it's messing with the Z index guys. Yeah, it's actually messing. So you see what, I cannot actually see the link. It's not coming. So that's why it was not actually copying as well, right? This is actually messing some stuff. We're gonna figure that out. Do not worry about that, guys. But this is looking clean right now, right? It's looking clean. Yeah, it's looking clean, guys. Now, and it's pretty simple, guys. It's just giving some style, some border radius. So I wanted a rounded effect. I mean, they had a rounded effect. I mean, I didn't do these things again. A padding, a font family of inherit, a font size, and all these kinds of things. Now, I'm gonna have a hover as well, right? So not just this. I'm gonna have a hover as well. So I'm gonna go back here, and the hover is just gonna simply change the background color. Now again, we cannot see it, and that's I think it's because of I'm gonna figure it out, guys. Do not worry about it. Yeah, I think it's because of the Z index messing up. And now I'm gonna actually go to my home screen right, bottom right, which is the image kind of thing now, and straight away I'm gonna target my image, right? Okay, for the image I'm gonna say object fit of contain, because we want to keep the aspect ratio, remember. I'm gonna say max width, so now I'm gonna be using a max width here. I'm saying 650 pixels. So you cannot, so I want you to be responsive, but I don't want you to going more than 650 pixels. You see guys what's happening right now. You see guys, it's actually, and you see the transitions are actually applying guys. It's pretty cool. Now as soon as I actually go to a certain viewport, actually sticks in, right? Actually sticks in. Now a better way to actually check this would be to go to your inspector tools, actually check in on every viewport. This is how I actually do my media queries, guys. So this is my laptop large, looking pretty nice. Then I go to my laptop, and for my laptop I don't want this layout. I'm gonna obviously do this with my media query. I'm gonna show you just in a second, guys. But my tablets actually looking nice. Transitions are kicking in. By medium, now we have an overflow here which we have to figure out. Okay guys, and now also I'm gonna actually show you guys, but for now let's actually go back here, and now let's add that media query, guys. So for my laptop, remember for the laptop I don't want it to be like, actually I'm gonna show you guys back again, right? So max width, right? So I want to say max width of 1024, and this is for the laptop viewport basically, guys. And home screen, I want to target the bottom right. I want to target my image. For the image, I just want to say max width, right? So I'm just gonna say a max width of 470 pixels. Okay, now as soon as I actually do that, one more thing I want to target here. I want to target my bottom left p tag inside it, and I want to reduce the max width to 380 as well. 380 pixels basically. Now guys, if I make this bigger and if I show you guys again, and if I go to my laptop viewport, and I don't know why it's actually messing up again, guys. I think this is yeah, it's actually good. It's actually good. I guess it should not have it should not be this much huge. I think I need to change the font, I guess. Well, I think it is working, but it's just because of I don't actually understand why is it actually. So I've actually resetted this, right? And this is weird. I don't know why it's actually happening. So laptop is fine. Yeah, it's actually fine, guys. I know this weird issue sometimes happens where it actually goes out of your screen. I don't know why it happens, but it happens sometimes. Yeah. So you see, laptop large, guys. It's looking pretty nice, And the laptop now, laptop is not actually flex direction column, right? It's actually row right now. As soon as I go tablet, it wraps. It wraps, guys. It actually wraps like this. And as I go mobile large, now I need to fix this overflow, guys. And this is gonna be mobile. Again, this overflow, I gotta fix the overflow. Everything else is looking nice. Now this is nice. Now I'll go down, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna target my. So I'm just gonna actually copy this here. So just copy it, and I'm gonna target my tablet this time. So for my tablet, right? I'm gonna target my home screen, bottom right, and the image. So we have to write a separate media query for this, guys, because obviously the viewports are different, right? But I want to target the same thing. So I want to target my max width, and I want to say 380 pixels. And I'm going to say home screen, bottom left. So for my bottom left, I want the max width to be 300 pixels. Now what else I need? I need the home screen bottom, home screen just bottom, right? So home screen bottom, I want to reduce the padding left to 20 pixels. I want to also say padding right. So we had some padding right, and we didn't have any padding left, right? So I'm actually doing the opposite thing here, actually make it look good, and it's looking pretty neat, I guess, guys. Looking pretty neat now. Now I'm gonna use another. Now I know I'm using a lot of media queries here, guys, but it's worth it, guys. It's really worth it because we have to actually do these things in order to make it look really nice. Home screen bottom. For the home screen bottom, I'm just gonna say flex direction of column, and give me now I'm gonna say a flex direction of column because why I'm actually doing this is because now as soon as I reach mobile viewport, right, I don't want it to be so I'm actually wrapping stuff, I know, but still I don't want it to be in a row direction. I always want it to be in a column direction, right? As soon as I reach my mobile large viewport, this is what I want to do. Resolution of column parameter for 20 pixels, and I want to target my home screen bottom left. I want to say order. Now here I'm doing something pretty cool, guys. Order and max width, and max is gonna be 360, not 300. Now guys, I'm gonna explain you these things, right? Do not worry about these things. I'm gonna explain you these things. So home screen bottom left, order of 2, max width of 360 pixels. Pretty nice. Actually, let me figure this out. Let me actually see if it's actually not applying, is it? It's not actually applying. That's fine. I think we don't actually have these things, right? So home screen bottom is these things, right? It's a home screen bottom left, and we have like a bottom right and all these things, right? And why is it not actually applying? I need to actually figure this out as well, that why is it the order to property is not applying as well. Again guys, one more media query, and guys, bear with me, these things are super important guys, super important. 375 pixels. um I actually try to, so people have a lot of media queries guys. I actually try to reduce the amount of media queries that I wrote. Actually, I just wanted to um, just account the standard viewports. So people actually go crazy with these things. They have so many viewports, and I just reduced it. Like I just had tried to do as much as I could with the CSS guys. 340 pixels. And this is the mobile medium size. Okay guys, this is the mobile large, and then this is like the mobile medium. And now I'm say home screen bottom, line items, and flex start. I want to say another thing guys, why this is not working is because I think this is not the mobile large viewport. That's why it's not actually applying here. I'll save this now, and now I'm gonna go outside of my media query, and I'm gonna target my home screen. Remember we had discover, right? So I'm gonna target my discover thing right now. I'm just gonna say display of flex, and I'm just gonna say give me a gap of 25 pixels. Okay, now we're not gonna see again because we don't have any content in there. And now this is the last media query guys, and this is the end of this file. This is the end of this. So a max width of 768 pixels, okay, and a home screen discover. I want to target my home screen discover, and I want to say flex direction of column, and I want to save it. And that's it guys. I think that's it. That's all we had to do for this thing. Yeah, now we just gotta obviously design the discover and the feature thing guys. And let me see one thing guys. Let me actually see again if this is actually working. Yeah, and let me actually go back guys, and let me go to home screen.css, and let me see if this order to is actually changing any of these stuff. Yeah, you see guys what's happening. So you see guys what's happening actually. So when we actually go to our mobile, so for tablet it's flex, right? It's looking very nice. Now as soon as I go mobile large, I want the image to come on top of the text, right? And how do I actually do that? So if I've actually given it flex and flex section of column, so I just have to say the order. So since my text was the left side, right? So I just said a bottom left, give it the order of 2. So what order of 2 does, it actually brings it on the bottom, right? So say order of 1, which is by default, is gonna obviously I think it should come on top. It's not actually come. It's fine. So if I don't specify the order, it's actually by default gonna come on top. But as soon as I say order of 2, actually bring the actually goes down and brings the image on the top. It's a pretty nice trick actually. So I think now we are done with the home screen, completely the home screen CSS, and now it's time to actually go back to my website here, and actually now let's just actually create the featured and info components so we can actually show them out here, right? You see the transitions are actually quite working here nicely. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna open this like that so you guys could see. I'm just gonna open my, so let's actually work, just go back to home screen and see. So let's actually work on the featured one first, and let me actually open. So we're gonna be accepting props, right? And now let me just go back to my GitHub so I can quickly copy these things, because I've already done this guys, so there's no point in me doing these things again. For some reason I cannot load my GitHub. That's fine. Let's load it now. Okay, so I actually need to go to my featured, not the screen. I need to go to my featured component. Remember, the screen is the page, right? And this is the featured component which I want to open. So now inside my featured component, so you see guys, inside my home screen, right? I was sending these props. So these are the props, right? Title, info, link, path, image, background color, and class name. These are the props I was sending inside of my featured component. I want to obviously accept these props inside of my um, featured component, right? So I can go back here and I can just copy it from my GitHub. And to destructure the props is actually quicker. Otherwise, we do something like props here, right? I actually explained you guys this before, right? So I'm going to destructure them real quick. And now, so let's actually start this. And let me actually go back to my, to my application. And let me get back to my featured.js on my other screen. And let's start building this. So first thing, I'm going to give our BAM class naming convention. I'm going to say featured. And now, so remember guys, I was sending a prop called background, right? So inside the background prop, what I was actually sending was the background hash background color basically. And now how am I actually going to apply this is I'm going to apply it through the inline style method. And when you use inline styles guys, you put two curly braces because you want to go inside of this, and you want to because it's an object, right? So you want to go inside and then use these objects. So if I say background now, you see it's gonna give me a suggestion of all these suggestions basically. Now the CSS is gonna work inside this. And what I want to do guys, it's just this thing here. And if I save this background is actually gonna apply. I mean right now we cannot see this actually, but it should actually apply. And now this is actually equivalent to saying like background is equal to background, but instead of saying like this, we just shorthandly say it like background. And now why I can actually do this is because I was sending this as the background original name, right? So if I said something like with a B bigger, or maybe not B bigger, maybe if I said like background color, and since now there is no property called background, so there is actually a property, I mean sorry, if I said something like color 1, maybe some just change the name. So I couldn't have possibly do this, and I had to do something like this. Background background color will be equal to background color 1. I had to say this, but since I'm already saying it as background, I don't have to actually do that kind of thing, so it actually applies it. And now let me actually refresh this. It's working or not. Okay, now let me go here. So I'm gonna have a featured left. Okay, I'm gonna have a featured left section. Remember, what is a featured component is basically this thing. Is this one basically. Now if I increase the screen size, it's gonna have a left and a right. Now this is the left and this is the right, which is the image. So the featured left. Now featured left is gonna be there. Obviously featured right. So I'm just gonna say featured right real quick. Inside my featured left now, I'm gonna have more inline styling. I'm gonna explain you guys what this means. So for this inline style, right, I'm sending something called order property, right? So here's actually the order. So inside of my second featured component, I'm actually sending an ordered property. And why I'm actually doing that, guys, because if I make the screen size bigger, you guys could possibly see the images are actually swapped the other way around, right? And this is what the order property basically means, right? I mean, if I have the exact same component, I don't have to specify the order, but since the image is coming rendering first here and the text on the second, so it's like featured left and right are swapped basically. And how you do that is with the CSS order property. I'm just gonna make this like this, and now I can say order here. And again guys, since I named it exactly the same way as the property name, I don't actually have to do like this. So I just say order, and one more thing would be color. Again, the color is also the same name. And now inside of my div here, I'm gonna render out an h1, and the h1 is gonna contain the title, and then I'm gonna contain an h4. H4 is gonna contain the info. and I'm just gonna save that, and let's see if it renders out actually. You see guys, with the nice background color here, it's looking pretty nice. Now I'm gonna have a React router link. I'm gonna auto import it, and what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna say to, because I need a path, right? So for the to, we are actually sending a path as well, right? So what we are doing is we are sending a path as well. You guys could possibly see the paths here, right? So actually the paths are empty. I don't know. Yeah, so you guys could actually, if you guys, let's say, you guys want to show it inside of the component, something like another page or something, you guys could probably send a path. But for me, the path is actually empty. Then I'm just gonna say a class name for this as well, and the class name is gonna be. I'm actually sending class names as well, guys. Now, why I'm actually doing that? So I'm doing this because for my hover states, we have different hover states. That's the reason. So I mean, here we have the same hover states because the background color is the same. But remember guys, I told you, right? So if the background color changes, right, and the color will change and everything's gonna change, but the component actually stays the same. Like here in this scenario, right, the hover state actually changes, right? I mean, in this one, the hover color is different, the colors are different, the background color is actually different. So in this kind of scenario, I want to say, and I want to specify a class name so I could change the background hovers and stuff. And you guys are gonna understand this in just in a second when I go to the CSS file, basically. So inside of my link, I'm just gonna say link, right? That's the link name basically. Now for my right, I'm gonna have an image, and the image src is gonna have an image here as well, which I'm actually sending the image source. And for the alt, it's just for SEO purposes. You could just say maybe the title. I don't know. Let me just say the title. That's fine. So I mean, I think, yeah, that's probably it, right? That's probably it. Yeah, see, the image is actually rendering, but it's huge, right? And you see, guys, as soon as I do that, right, it renders with different browsers because I've been doing these as two different separate components, right? Now let's just get back to the CSS to actually make this look cleaner. Now I'm gonna do as I always do. I'm just gonna make this open into my bottom here, and now I'm gonna work with the feature.css. Let me first open it, guys. For my feature.css, first I'm gonna target the feature, the feature which is containing the left and right, and I'm gonna say display of flex, because that's how we actually do it. We want everything as flex, and then I want a gap of 40 pixels, and I want a flex wrap, so I want to wrap them. So I want to turn on my wrap. I want to say align items of center, and then I want to say justify content of center as well. And I need a padding. For my padding, I'm just gonna say 30 pixels. And I want to need I need my padding left as well. So for my padding left, I need more, right? Padding left and padding right. So my padding left and padding right, I need a bit more of a padding. So I'm just gonna specify them separately, and then I'm gonna say margin bottom of 30 pixels as well. And I'm gonna save these things. As soon as I save them, it's looking a bit better, but the images are actually still bigger. Now I can actually target the image right now. Let me just target it. So image is inside my featured right, and I have an image, so we can actually start seeing everything. For the image, I'm just gonna say object fit of contain to maintain the aspect ratio, and then also give me a width of 600 pixels. Now as soon as I save that, it's starting to look a bit better right now. Still the lengths and stuff, we need to actually do those things. So yeah, after my featured, right, so after my featured here, what I'm gonna actually do is I'm gonna target my featured left, right? You have featured left and right, right? So I'm gonna say text align, and I want the text align to be center, and I want the display to be flex. I want the flex direction to be column. What's it doing? It's just column. And I want a gap. Again, the gap property is gonna just put the gap between, especially the gap between the children itself. So the gap between the children of 20 pixels and max width of 420 pixels, not 420. Yeah, 420. As soon as I save that, now guys, you see Again, the text is in center and everything is kind of looking a bit better. We are actually improving every time we do these CSS properties. Now inside of my feature left, I have an h1, right, which is this basically. So I'm at h1, I'm going to say a font weight, so give me not the size, give me a font weight of 800, a bold, and give me a font size of 45 pixels, and give me a line height, and line height is 1.3. Now line height might not seem useful to you guys, but when as soon as we like uh, reduce the viewport basically, and we go to smaller devices, it's gonna go onto 2 lines, and we don't want to make it like too much close together. So it's always good to specify the line height, and give me a letter spacing of 2 pixels as well. Now why is, oh, I did have a semicolon here. Okay, now you see, yeah, it's actually dead. So because I increased the font size, right? So yeah, this is the line height I was talking about. Now this is looking, it's not looking bad, but still we need to target our h4 now. So inside of my featured left, I have an h4, and for my h4 what I need is the line, I need a bit more line height now, so I need 1.6, and I need a font size of 20 pixels, and I also need a font weight of 600, not 800 but 600. Again, a bit better. Now I have already targeted my image, I have my features, so inside my features left I have a link, right? So I'm gonna target my link, and now it has a bunch of stuff taken from Starbucks again. So I'm exactly gonna do what you guys are thinking right now. I'm gonna go to my GitHub and actually go to feature.css, and I'm gonna copy them out. Again, it's pretty simple guys, I just copied it from the style. So they have these huge stylings here, right? I just want to copy it and go back to my website, paste it here. Now as soon as you see the transition guys, beautiful transition. Now we don't have the hover effect yet, but I'm going to do that. So we just have like a display line, we do it for the buttons and links basically, color, background, a border width. I needed a rounded effect, so border radius is 50 pixels, a padding, font weight, margin left and right is basically bring it in the center. Actually, if I comment it out, it's actually taking the full width right now, but like as soon as I do that, it actually reduces the width, and it actually maintains the width as well. So it actually doesn't go out of this container, you see. Now this is working nice, and now what I want to do is and now I remember those classes, right? I send those classes. So now I'm going to target those classes. So I'm going to say featured. So give me my featured, and for my featured I need hover of light. Now I'm going to target hover light, and since it's a hover class, so I'm just going to say hover, right? Hover light, hover. Now here I'm going to say a background color, and it's going to be an RGBA value. For the RGBA, I'm going to say 30, 57. Again, it's actually taken from Starbucks what they're having, so exactly similar to Starbucks. And I have a featured hover light hover. Then I also have a featured hover dark, because remember guys, I told you as soon as since it's a component, right? So I'm doing it in a reusable pattern, so we don't have to actually do these things again. We just render out the component with some props, and that's it guys, and it's gonna be super simple. I'm gonna show you guys. Now this is not an RGBA, so this is something called HSLA, which is another kind of property in CSS. Now this is a bit different, 0%, and it's gonna say 100%, so it has values in percentages, and 0.12, and I'm gonna save it. Now you're gonna see this one applied here, yeah, as you guys can see, and because since the background is actually light, right, so this is the one which is applied here. And you can just pretty much change this. If you want to apply this one, you can just send a hover dark here, which actually I'm actually doing in my other CSS, in my other components basically. So now let's actually get back to this, and now let's work on the media queries, right? We're gonna make it super responsive. For my max width, now this max width is gonna be for my laptop large, sorry, not the laptop large, the laptop medium, the normal one. And for this I'm going to say featured right, and for the image I want the width to reduce, and I want to say width to be 400 pixels. Now obviously you guys actually see the effect here, right? It's actually becoming better because it's a max width, so it applies all of the devices for all of the viewports under this kind of pixels. Now this is huge, right? You don't want to do that. You should have to reduce this basically. Maybe it's because of the font. I don't know. It's because of the font. Or maybe I have to add a few media queries. Now I'm going to target my tab. I think, yeah, actually, I'm going to target my media queries to actually do that. Because I didn't target my tablet, right? I'm going to do that right now. So 768 pixels for my tablet. And first of all, let me target my featured. And for my featured, I'm going to say padding, give me a padding left of 20 pixels. So I'm reducing my padding left and padding right. And this is so good, guys, because if you want to do this for every of your website, you know, I mean, you have more padding on bigger kind of screen sizes, but you want to reduce your padding to less. This is how actually websites are designed responsibly. And now I'm going to target my featured left. For my featured left, I'm just going to say reduce my max height, max width to 300 pixels. Do this. Now it's actually starting to take an effect. You guys could see, right? Some stuff is changing right now. Now still it's not the look which we want. Again, the featured left. Now inside my featured left, I have an H1. For my H1, I'm just going to reduce the font size to 28 pixels. Now it should, yeah, as soon as I do that, you see, guys, actually starting to look a lot better right now. Now this is the H1, and now featured right has an image. I'm going to reduce again a width. It's always good to actually, or there's one more way I could actually have done this, and that's by giving a viewport width basically. So it's called view widths, right? So I don't actually have to target the image again and again. You guys might experiment with that, but I just wanted to make it simpler and just give it a custom width here. Now image is done. Now the last thing is the mobile large viewport, right? So a max width of 425 pixels. 425 pixels, and for this I'm gonna target my featured left. I'm gonna say order of now why I'm actually saying this, to swap the order basically, and I want the image to be on the top always. A max width of 370 pixels. Yeah, and that's it, guys. That's it. We are done with the featured component actually. Now I think my order is it actually applying here for the featured left? Let me just comment this out. And so the text is on top and the image is on the bottom. Still, it doesn't actually make any difference, right? I mean, if I just go to my mobile large, so this is my mobile large actually. Yeah, guys, you see that was not the mobile large. So still, I was pretty close, but it was not actually the mobile large report. Maybe it was more than 425 pixels, so that's why. So you see the order 2. So as soon as I do order 2, basically what happens is that, yeah, the text is on the top right now, right? So as soon as I do order 2, the image actually comes on top, and that's how we want for the mobile viewports basically. And it's pretty responsive for mobile. Now this is an overflow thing which I'm gonna fix it in a while. But yeah, it's pretty responsive for mobile mediums and for mobile smalls as well. This is just the overflow which I want to fix. We're done with the featured. Now let me actually close this out, and let me now just go back to my, and let me actually open my app CSS and actually check if I have any styling here, because I might be missing something here, right? Yeah, I think, yeah, here's where I want to actually target my application. So remember, we have a class inside of our, if I go to my app.js, we have a class name of app, right? So I'm targeting my entire application. I'm going to say overflow, and I don't want any overflow, so overflow of hidden. Now as soon as I save that, guys, we should not see that annoying overflow, which you see on mobile smalls, you're not seeing that annoying overflow, right? It's pretty clean. This is pretty close. We can actually, I think this is because of the font actually, and let's actually change the font right now as well. So I think this is because due to the font is actually different. Let me go back and let me see what was the font which I'm actually using. So to actually see the fonts, right, you actually I'm gonna use Google Fonts, I guess. I'm gonna go to my index HTML and let's actually change a bunch of stuff here, right? So first of all, let's change the title to Starbucks. Let me get to my index HTML as well, and let me see all the changes I've done. And it's to be more precise, it says Starbucks Coffee Company. So name it exactly, and you can just remove these comments, guys. You don't need them. You can just remove these things here. I mean, it's just personal preference. I don't need it, so I'm just removing them. And yeah, so I'm just gonna shorten it. And this is the thing. And for the fonts, I guess I'm gonna be using Open Sans. So let's just actually go to Google Fonts and let's actually get that, guys. So I'm just gonna type in Google Fonts and I'm gonna open it. Let's just make this bigger for now. And now I'm gonna search for here it is, Open Sans. It's actually a pretty popular font family. Now I'm gonna be needing 300, 400, 600, and 700. So 300, 400, 600, and 700, and 800 as well, actually, right? Because we have the extra bold one, remember? So 800 as well, yeah. And that's it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the link since I'm inside my HTML. So this is a link which you wanna copy, and go here, and on top of this, actually, I'm gonna paste it. Now to actually apply these fonts, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get this first line, first font here. I'm gonna go back to my index CSS, and I think you basically apply it out here and inside of these things like this. Oh, actually, no, not here. It's my bad. I think it's inside my body. Yeah, my bad. So not inside code, inside your body, basically. Yeah, here. Now they have a bunch of stuff. If this doesn't render out, it's gonna render this one, this one, this one, all these things here. So yeah, now as soon as I save that, we should see the effects taking into place. I mean, you can't actually, they are, right? So if I go back here, I think they are taking effect, right? So you see exactly identical fonts, right? Yeah, so they are taking effect. So yeah, guys, so this is working now. It's quite nice. Everything's kind of into place. Now we need to actually design our info components, pretty similar to the featured ones, and let's actually do that. So we are actually done with our home screen, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually implement my sign in and join now functionality, and obviously all these screens basically. So let's finish our home screen now. Let's go back to our home screen, home screen.js, and we have info here, right? And let's actually get to our info now. So let me actually do the info for the info. Now again, I'm just gonna should I actually do it like this? Let me just do it like this for the info. Let me open info. I actually closed it by mistake. I'm just gonna open my info.js and we're gonna just now we're just gonna get up to speed right now. I'm just gonna finish this quick. So props and stuff, right? So we're getting some props here. Where's my info? Here's my info. I'm gonna open the info, and we are sending all these. Is pretty similar. It's pretty similar. I'm just gonna destructure them out, and yeah, that's it. Now let's actually do this. Let's actually build this up. Let me close this page for now, and here we go for the info. How I'm actually gonna start this out is by saying, So we have a class name of info, and then we have a style here. So inline styling, remember guys? You could possibly do it with external, I mean CSS, but then you would have to do it with class names and stuff. It's gonna be more complicated. So it's better to do it like this. For the inline styling, I'm just gonna send a color here, and I'm gonna send a background here as well. Exactly as the same as the property name. Then inside of my info, I'm actually having an image. So image is gonna have an src of image, and it's gonna have a class name. So it's actually gonna have a class name of class. So no, actually this time we are not actually sending a class name. So for the image, I'm just saying info image, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm having a div called info text, right? Inside of my div, I'm gonna have an h4 with the title, and I'm gonna have an h6 with the info, and then I'm gonna have a link. So a link basically, and for the link it needs to be imported from React DOM. And for the link, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a 2. Again, I think I'm not actually sending in paths maybe, but you guys could possibly do that. Yes, I'm actually not sending any paths here, but you guys could do it possibly if you guys want to. So you have a 2 path, and then what else do we have? We have a style, inline style basically. For the inline style, I'm just gonna say color, and then I'm also having a class name actually. So for the links, I'm actually having a class name, and the class name I'm making it equal to the class name which I'm actually sending it here. And inside of my link, I'm just gonna render the link name. That's how we actually do it, guys. As soon as I do that, guys, you see everything's kind of taking an effect. All my inline styles basically, colors and background, everything. The images again, huge. We're gonna do it inside of our CSS. And let me actually open my CSS right now. So where is my info.css? Let's actually go to info.css. Let me open it, and let me bring this on the bottom. And first of all, I'm gonna target my info. And again, guys, I think I'm gonna copy it because it's pretty simple. So for the info, I have this bunch of stuff here. Go back here and just paste it out here. Again, let me actually target the image first so you guys could possibly see what's happening. For my info image, an object fit of contain, and I need a max width. So I need a max width of 100%, and what else I need is height of auto basically. Yeah, that's what I need. Now as soon as I do that, guys, you see now it's running pretty nice. Now here, guys, I just give some widths, let's say of 49% and stuff. Why I actually did that is because I wanted it side by side here, right? So it's kind of like I calculated this, right? So because both of these things are gonna take half of the spacing, so I just did like 49%, and you guys gonna know this why I actually did. There's a specific reason for this, and then and it's position relative as well because I wanna change the position of some elements inside it. I'm gonna target my info text. And for my info text, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say give me a padding of top bottom 30 pixels, left and right 60 pixels, and give me a text align of center, and give me a display of flex direction of column, and also give me a gap between the children of 20 pixels. Let's save it. I save it. Now I go down here info text, and I want to target my h4 here. For the h4, I'm just gonna say give me a font size of 22 pixels, font weight of 600. Okay, and give me a line height of 1.6. Yeah. Now go below here and target my info text h6 here, and give me a font size of 17 pixels. Give me a font weight of 600 and give me a line height of 1 point, I think yeah, it's 1.6 again. Now as soon as I do that, guys, you see now obviously it's not taking the full, it's just taking the 49% of the width. But yeah, we'll figure that, we'll do that right now. Do not worry about that thing. Now I'm gonna target my info. So I'm gonna target my info text and the link inside my info text basically. Again, this link has the same styling as the previous thing which we did, just different backgrounds and stuff. That's it. So paste it out here, and as soon as I do that, it changes the look of it. Again, it's pretty similar to the featured one which we did before. Now we're gonna be having an info hover and light. Info hover light. Since it's a hover, I'm just gonna say hover. Target my background color to be an RGBA, and RGBA is gonna say 30, 57, 50, and 0.1. This is basically just the opacity. So these three values is for the RGB values, and this is just the opacity of it. So I want the opacity to be 0.1. Now you see, it's actually applying it, right? Now, since I have the info light hover, I'm gonna have an corresponding dark one as well for the dark background. So this is the light background, right? So now I'm gonna have it for the dark background as well. Again, the background color needs to be an HSLA instead of the RGBA, and it's gonna say 0, and then it's gonna say 0%. Here it's just gonna say 100%, and here it's gonna say 0.12. Now again, it's pretty similar, guys. It's pretty similar to the featured one, right? Now, since you have actually done this, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go to and target my media queries right now. So for my media queries, right, I want the max width. Now here's the thing when we're gonna figure this thing out. So 1024 pixels for the laptop one. I'm gonna target my info. I wanna say a width. So give me a width of 48% here. So I'm actually reducing the width for my laptop here actually, and give me 7 pixels. Now this is done. Now let's go bottom here. Let's target another media query. This is gonna be for the tablet viewport. It's gonna say 768 pixels. And now for my info, give me a width of 100%. That's it, guys. That's it. You see, boom, everything changed, right? So why I actually did that is because I actually wanted to target that for the bigger viewports, right? The laptop and the laptop large. So that's why I actually did it 49 and 48%. So now as soon as I go bigger, guys, you see, it's pretty responsive right now. As soon as I go smaller, it goes into flexration column and doesn't take the whole width, right? I mean, it takes the whole width. It takes 100% of the width. Now here it's done for the tablet. Now let's actually target our, so I'm just gonna again copy the last one here and quickly and explain you guys quickly. So this is for the mobile large again. I'm just gonna paste this out here, and what we're actually doing, we're not actually seeing and taking this into effect because now this is not mobile large. We need to actually go to our inspect tools to actually view that. So what we're doing is just reducing the padding, as I told you guys before, the font sizes, and yeah, the font sizes, that's it. The font sizes and the padding for everything, the h4, h6, and the links inside it basically. So yeah, we are done with our info component as well. It was pretty quick, guys. Completed the home screen, I guess. But we would need one more thing actually, right? We would need the footer, I guess. Yeah, we need the footer, and this footer again is gonna be implemented using framer motion, guys. So these animations here you guys could see, it's gonna be pretty cool. Now let's actually work on that footer, and footer is gonna be a separate component, right? It doesn't belong to the home screen. It's gonna be I mean, we can render it in the home with the home screen, but it's a separate component in itself, right? So yeah, let's actually work on the footer now. let me close this out, let me make this bigger, and let me go. So did I actually create a footer here? I did actually, footer CSS and JS. Let me go to my home screen back again, home screen.js, and we actually completed the home screen. So we are actually rendering, I think we are rendering out the footer here, right? So with the home screen, yeah, as you guys could see here with the fade effect, we are rendering the footer as a component inside of our app.js. So actually go back to footer, and yeah, let's actually start working on this. Now since it's from the framer motion, so I'm just gonna go back here, I'm gonna open the framer motion here, and I'm just gonna type so I need to go back to that framer motion API website. I want to click on examples again, and then I'm just gonna go here and I want to select my, so for the footer I'm actually gonna using an accordion kind of thing, right? Since it's an accordion, right? So here it is, this one, guys. So this is the one which I need, footer accordion. Now it's gonna take a while to load actually, and stick with me guys for this part. Again, this is gonna be the framer motion thing, which we actually did this for the menu bar basically, and it's gonna be pretty similar to that, but we are not gonna be styling, we're not gonna be including our styles into index.css since we have already done it for the menu thing, and we're gonna be creating separate style sheets for this. So I just click here and I have all this bunch of stuff here, right? Now for my example.tsx, I'm going to rename this to footer.js, which I already actually did it, right? Now I'm going to go here, I'm actually going to copy all of these things, and now I can actually so I can actually paste this out here and just rename these things, right? I can just rename them. So this is actually called accordion here, but where we're actually rendering the example, I'm gonna rename this to footer, right? And inside our footer we have an accordion component. This is how actually I'm gonna work on this. And now I actually change a bunch of stuff here. Maybe let me just see what are the things we actually say. Maybe I should give some class names. I actually give class names and stuff here. So for the motion.header, right, I actually have a class name here, right? And actually I don't have animate, so I'm just gonna remove the animate thing. Is it actually, no, it's not the animate. I'm just gonna remove the animate. So we have a class name, right? So I'm just gonna do exactly the same way. Class name. For the class name, I'm gonna say since it's an accordion, give me an accordion header. And what else did I change? So I have a class name for accordion icon as well. So I have a motion.header, and then I would have a link here, right? So this link again is going to be from the React router. Again, I just want to make sure I import it. Where is my auto import actually? Yeah, here it is. So for the link, I'm just gonna say link heading, right? So it's a prop basically, which we are gonna be accepting. So we're gonna be accepting a prop. So there's a bunch of props here, right, inside of this. So there's link heading. There's actually link heading, and there's gonna be a bunch of links here, which I'm gonna be accepting. So link 1, link 2, link 3, link 4, link 5, and link 6 actually. So why I'm actually doing this doing this using props is because Starbucks doesn't again have an API, right? So I could not just extract it through the API. So I have to do it manually by just sending in props. And we're not actually sending these props again and again. This is just we are sending the props only once, right? For the footer. So a link heading, a link 1, link 2, link 3, and all these props. What else? So this has a class name Accordion header, and now let me actually go down. Let me see if I'm changing anything else. So yeah, actually for the accordion icon here, right? So what I'm gonna be having is a div saying accordion accordion icon here, right? And what this div is going to contain is first is going to check if it's open, right? If is open is actually true, and is open is again this just the state basically, right? It's just a normal state, which is we're saying if it's expanded or not, if the accordion basically is open or not. So targeting this is open, we're checking if this is open. Now here what we're going to do is basically going to render two icons. So there's going to be a keyboard arrow up rounded icon, and there's going to be a keyboard arrow down rounded icon. I'm going to get that from material UI. Let me go back here and let me search for them keyboard. So first one is going to be the arrow up, so I think it's this arrow up rounded icon. I'm just going to import these two, and the other one is going to be this down one. Import this as well. Now I'm going to be rendering these icons based on the condition here. And now if is open is false, I want to render another one, this one basically. Now here I'm just going to say this and like this. Now one more thing which I need for the icons is their font sizes basically. Why is it actually erroring out here? Let me see guys, why it should not actually error. No, it's not actually, took a while. So this is gonna be a font size. So the material UI gives for the icons, material UI gives us a property called font size. So actually increases the font size for the icons, and we don't actually manually have to do that. So font size of large for both of the icons, right? And now obviously I have to do a bunch of stuff. So footer does not contain a default export, it's saying, right? And we have to do those because it's not a default export, so we can't actually so inside of our app.js, if I go, I cannot export the import the footer like this. I have to go back again, and yeah, so I mean it's just simple. We just have to say like this, I guess, right? And now it's gonna be fine since it's a named export, right? This is fine. And now what else do I need to actually change here after this? So I have this, and the motion.header is actually ending here. I don't have so motion dot where's my motion dot header actually? I don't have the motion dot header. Where's this actually ending? So it should be ending somewhere, right? Or it's a self-closing one actually. But I'm actually ending this tag. So if I just end it here, and if I just, because this is how I actually did it, guys. So I have everything inside of my motion.header basically. So all my links and all my till here basically I have it inside of my motion.header. Now I'm going to be using animate press. This is given to us by the frame of motion API. And here also I think I'm going to have a class name for the motion.section, and this class name again is going to be, since it's an accordion, so I'm going to say accordion section. This is going to be called a section, and everything's fine here. Transitions, they have given us the transition. You don't want to mess up the transitions and animations the frame of motion API gives you, right? Because that's the effect we want from them. Like that's why we're actually using frame of motion, right? And now we're gonna have so inside of my content the placeholder, right? It's a component, right, guys? So I'm gonna be sending these props now. And actually, let me just get back to my GitHub, and actually instead of just writing these all out, let me just get them. So I'm just gonna open my footer and gonna go back here, and you see guys, I'm just sending so I'm actually accepting the props. I'm actually sending these props here, right? And now this is obviously prop drilling, and this should not be actually done for a production level application. And that's why guys, you have APIs and stuff, so you don't actually go through this prop drilling kind of stuff, right? But since this is just for a tutorial, I just did it like this. But if you, let's say you have like a lot of links and stuff, you guys don't want to basically do this, just sending in props through components. You don't want to do that. Your code should be very efficient, effective, and reusable basically. Now this is the one. This is something which I have done. Now motion the section is there, animate presence is there, and now we have the footer. I'm actually going really slow through these things because I want you guys to actually understand. I mean, obviously, I want you guys to not actually get stuck here and complete this part successfully. Now here, guys, I'm just gonna be using the normal use state. So I'm just gonna be removing these things since I don't need those things here. Now, just gonna say use state like this. Yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted to do. And for the accordion IDs, now I don't want to return these things, right? I don't want to return my accordion IDs here. What I want to basically do here, right? I want to keep my set expanded, my I and everything. So for my I, actually, I don't want to do it like this. And I is just the index basically, right? It's nothing else. It's just the index, guys. And what I want to do is for the first one, I'm going to say I is going to be a number and it's going to be 0. And there's actually a reason for that why I'm actually doing that, guys. And here also, guys, I want to remove I want to basically remove this. So I want to remove this, and what I want to do is I want to have my fragment here and my fragment ending fragment here basically. And since I actually removed this, I don't need this as well, right? So it's just gonna be like this. It's gonna be very simple. I'm just gonna save it. And now obviously I'm gonna be having a bunch of accordion components here. So remember, this accordion, it represents one part of your application. Why is it actually not running out? Oh, we don't have these content placeholder. We need to let's actually do these things first so we can see what's actually going on. Now what I'm gonna do, since the content for the content placeholder, I'm just gonna go back and I'm gonna be having two files, and they're gonna be called content placeholder.js, and another one is gonna be for its CSS, corresponding CSS file, content placeholder.css. Now for inside my whatever is inside of here, I'm just gonna copy this and just gonna paste these things here. Now let me go back to content placeholder and let's check if we are changing anything here. Again, we have a bunch of functions here which we're not going to be needing. Just going to be removing these things. Not going to be needing those functions. And what else are we not going to be needing is we actually don't need the so we don't need them, okay? And we don't actually need the paragraphs here. Remove that as well. So we need the word. I'm gonna explain you guys what this means, right? So this is just a content. So what this is basically these things here, right? And because they have these divs, right? So they don't have any written things there. So there's no text. There's just divs. They're just rendering out some divs here. And this is called the content placeholder, right? This is one accordion basically, and this is the content placeholder inside of the accordion. Now, what I'm gonna do for the paragraph is I'm actually gonna remove everything inside of my map, so I don't need those things here, right? I'm gonna keep the class name here, and I don't need words here, I guess. For my word here, what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna be rendering out a link here, basically. So instead of the width, I'm gonna say link, and for the link, I'm just gonna here I'm just gonna say give me a link, basically a React router link. And inside of my link, first of all, I'm gonna have a class name basically for this. For the class name, I'm just gonna say word, and for the link, I'm just gonna say the link name. And obviously now these things are gonna be the props which I'm sending, right? So this is the prop which I'm sending, and this is the prop which I'm actually rendering out here, right? So a link, and what else I'm going to be doing? So here I'm going to be sending all those links. So here I'm going to be accepting those links, right? The links which I sent inside of my footer. So I send these links inside of my content placeholder, remember? And now here inside of my content placeholder, I'm going to be actually accepting these links here. Now guys, this is some solid prop drilling, I know, right? I mean, first of all, I'm sending these links here, and then I'm actually sending these through the content placeholder. Then I'm actually accepting it here, and I'm going to be rendering these inside of my paragraph. Now, because since it's a part of a framer motion and we have not actually designed our components in that way, right? And this is just framer motion I'm using, and it's fine, guys. You can do it, but don't actually do these things for your own components. You don't want to do these. This is a very big issue and it's going to cause you prop drilling basically. Now here I'm gonna be so I'm just gonna go back here, and what I'm gonna do actually is get these links like this, copy them out, paste them here, and now obviously content placeholder, I'm accepting these links. Now inside of my paragraph also I'm gonna be accepting these links, and now here I'm gonna render this word. So this is a component, again a named component basically, so I'm gonna render out the word, and I'm gonna be saying so a link here basically. So what I'm actually gonna do here, right, instead of doing it like this, let's just actually go back here, and actually we cannot do it like that, right? I mean, we have to say different links for everything. That's fine. We just say word here, and for the link let's just say link 1, and let's actually copy this like 6 times basically, and let's just change the links. Yeah, let's just change the link to 3 here, 4 here, 5 here, and 6 here. This is done. Now what do we need to do next is this is another named component, right? So we are accepting the links here, and inside of my here so inside of my paragraph here I'm going to be sent. So that's how I'm going to be using these links, right? So now inside of my paragraph here I'm going to be actually sending these links. Now I'm going to be sending these links like this, right? Now this is some solid prop drilling, guys, and it's really not a good thing. It's really not what you want to basically do for a production level application, right? Now something that's actually erroring out here, and it's just saying that here it's actually erroring out. Oh, it's erroring out because of this, right? We don't need that. Now it should actually, yeah, it should actually go away. Now we don't need the map here, so again I'm just gonna remove the map, just gonna remove this as well, and just gonna keep these things and keep it very simple, and actually remove these things there. We don't need them, right? So we have the links, and we have the self-closing tag, we have the motion.div, and another thing is the class name, which is gonna be, I'm gonna change the class name to like content placeholders. Remember BAM naming convention, right? So do it something like this, content placeholder. Now guys, it should completely work, and if there are no other components, I mean, let's get back to frame. So they have styles, right? So they have styles again inside of the index CSS. So I'm not gonna be doing that since I already have these class names already inside of my index CSS, and they're targeting some standard headers and stuff. So I don't want to mess up my other stuff, right? Now I'm just gonna be so I created actually. Why is this mix not used there? Let me see this quickly, guys. We don't need mix, right? I'm just gonna remove it, baby. Yeah, remove it. Let me just save it right now. Yeah, so now I'm gonna go back to my content placeholder.css, and I already have the styling here. And what I actually did is basically, guys, so if you go here, right, so you see this content placeholder, I actually copied these styles, and this was the class name which I changed, right? If you see, I changed the class name here. So this is actually what I did, guys. And I just go into my content placeholder.css, and this is what you guys could do for the menu bars, which we did as well, right? You could just rename those and have separate separate CSS files for every separate component basically. Now this is the content placeholder.css. I'm gonna get all these things which belong to the content placeholder. I'm gonna paste these things there. Now all these things basically belong to the content placeholder, right? So you see inside of our content we have the word, we have the paragraph and everything. So I included everything inside that. Now I'm just gonna close that out, and now, and let's actually see if our application is actually working. It's not actually, yeah, it's actually working right now. Let's see if anything's rendering. Yeah, so you see actually Accordion is actually rendering out. We have the icon, but we don't actually have yet the accordions, so we have to actually do that. But actually have the icon. As soon as I click here, it actually changes that. Now what else we want to change is we have the content placeholder. Now we don't have any footer.css. We're going to do that as well, right? Again guys, the footer.css have all the styles belonging to the example.tsx here. So everything basically which is inside of my example. Let's just go back to footer.css. Let's actually get back. Footer.css. So open this up, and the media queries, guys, I added it by myself basically. So I didn't actually they didn't have these media queries. I actually did it by myself to make it look responsive. And again, this is pretty similar stuff which we did before. Is just reduce the padding left and right, and just reduce the font sizes. That's it, guys. Now inside of my footer.js, guys, I had the accordion, right? I had this accordion, as you guys could see here, right? So the accordion component, that's what I'm actually targeting here inside of my footer.css. And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. That's pretty much it. Now still we cannot see basically, and why we cannot actually see that is because we are not actually rendering our we're not actually rendering our footer anywhere, right? So we have to actually do that first. I think it might be because of this, maybe. Let me go here and let me actually check this out. Yeah, so this is the final piece, final puzzle, right, which we need to change. So we need to actually change because everything's inside of our accordion, right? Now we're gonna have a bunch of props here, and all the links, right, which we're sending it from the accordion, and we're actually destructuring here inside of our content placeholder. I mean, not destructuring here, and so we're just sending it all these links here, and then we are basically sending it into our accordion and destructuring everywhere. So we want to obviously have some content inside of those links, right? And those things I'm actually gonna do this here inside of my accordion. And again, guys, I'm just gonna go here, and I have pretty similar stuff here, pretty similar. You guys could probably do this as well. There's no need to actually write this all out since it's pretty similar. Go to my footer.js and go bottom here. Now these are the props which I'm going to be sending, right, for all of my. Actually, I'm just going to copy them all together, right? For the accordions, I'm just going to copy all of my. Oh, we have one more. Shit. Let me get the one more. Actually, why is it not? Okay. Let me get this still here. Yeah. Now it's clean. Now let me remove this and let me add this out here. Now this is pretty simple, guys. This is just having an ID, basically a key. And remember, we need the key, right? Why we need the key is because if you go inside of your accordion here, right? So we had the key. So we have this, right? And this is what actually why we need the I, right? So this is telling us that which of the accordions is actually open and expanded, basically. So we need the key. Remember, guys. So I'm actually hardcoding. I'm just saying like 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you have it inside of your data file, you could most probably get mapped through all of these things. And how you basically map through is you just say like data.map, and you accept something called like an item and an index, right? And you can make your I is equal to the index if you have data files, right? And data files are basically just like data.json files. And yeah, then you don't have to have all these components. You just render one and then just so I actually did this like this, but if you guys want to do it in much more better way, you can just create a data.json file. And all these links are having different stuff, right? For every accordion, we're having these links, and these links are containing different text and stuff. So that's what actually I'm doing right now. And now I'm just gonna save it, and now we should be able to actually see this. Yeah, we actually are able to see this. But again, guys, the CSS, right? And why is the CSS actually not working? It's because we didn't actually import the CSS, right? We didn't do that. We have to do that, remember. And for the content placeholder as well, I guess we didn't do that. So again, content placeholder.css. Let's just save this out here and save this as well. CSS is the magic thing, right? From Framer Motion, right? They are giving us, you see, guys, as soon as I save that, see that, Everything is taking into effect, and it's exactly the one which so you guys see something here. So when I actually open my other accordion actually closes the previous one, which is actually pretty cool, guys. So I don't want to keep open all these accordions together. So when I click here, I want to close that one, right? Because I just want to focus on this, right? As soon as I click here, it actually closes that. Now again, it would feel a bit choppy because of the recording I'm doing, but it would be really smooth for you guys. So now this is a component, guys. Remember, now we have done this, we are done with this. This is just a component, and we could reuse this as many times as we basically want. Let me see if there's any difference. No, there's no difference here. Now again, another thing is when as soon as I click here, the icon actually changes to the keyboard up icon, right? Which is pretty nice as well. Yeah, so we are actually complete with our home screen successfully, guys. And let me close everything. Let me go to my home screen. Yeah, so we are done with our home screen, guys. We are complete with our home screen. Now we need to go back to our screens and check. So we have done our home screen.js, and we have a bunch of screens, guys. So just stick with me, guys. Stick with me for this. Now I'm not gonna actually work on my feature screens. It's gonna be pretty similar to the home screen, and we're gonna be using all these similar components which we actually done the CSS and everything. We just wanna send in some props now. That's all, guys. That's all we wanna do. Some different props, so we render out some different content. That's it. Now let's actually work on the login screen, guys. The login and the sign up screen, right? Because that's the part which we're gonna work on. So I'm actually gonna create another screen right now. I'm gonna say login. I'm gonna say login screen.js. And I'm also gonna say login screen.css, right? And just close this out, say our typical RFCE, and import our CSS, import. Now what's gonna be the login screen is basically, let's just save this out first. Login screen is gonna be this one, right? So if I go here, if I click here, now this takes me to actually this page, right? I'm gonna create this beautiful page right now. And this is my login screen basically. And this is gonna be my sign up screen. And again, this is really beautiful, guys. You see some box shadows and stuff here. It's really identical to the original Starbucks. And yeah, let's actually do. One more thing I actually noticed, guys, I don't have the find a store component, right? So let's actually quickly get this, right? Let's actually quickly. I'm just gonna copy it because it doesn't have it. Just has the icon and stuff. And where is it actually? Find I cannot for some reason. Yeah, here it is. So yeah, let me actually get all these things there, and because it's pretty simple, guys. It's nothing I want to just you know write it. So I'm just gonna paste it there. And what are the things you're gonna have is the location icon, which is this icon here, basically this one, and we're having an h5, which is this the texture. And I want to create this as a component because since as soon as I click here, right, you see this is gonna be rendered here as well, and it's gonna be rendered in a bunch of places. So I don't want to code this again and again. Just use this as a component basically. And obviously now it's gonna have a CSS as well. So let me get back to my CSS actually. And here's my CSS. Let me open the CSS. Now again, pretty similar stuff here. We're just saying so this is the container. We're just saying display of flags align on the center. Give it a gap between the icon and the text. And the opacity, we need it to be 0.7. Remember, Starbucks have the opacity to be 0.87 for all their text basically. And we want to change the color on the hover basically. Yeah, and that's it, guys. We should be able to see now. Here we go, guys. We are able to see this now. And you can actually change the transitions, by the way, the timing for the transition. If you go to the website, I told you guys, right? React Awesome Reveal. If you go to this website, you could read the documentation, and you guys could pretty much change everything. If you don't want the fade, so he has a bunch of stuff here. You can just click on the demo here, and you can basically check here, right? And the demo is pretty cool actually, guys. So if you go so this is the demo, right? And this is how I actually got started. So they give you a link, and then if you click on effects, this is the effect which I'm using. This is called fade, and you can like you can give directions from left, right, bottom, everything. If you don't like fade, you can choose some other one. You can choose, there's so much stuff here. You can say all these different bunch of animations here. I'm using a pretty simple one. There's flip as well, and all directions and stuff. So it's pretty cool, guys. You can just go here and just change it accordingly. Everything's on the GitHub basically. Now let's actually work on our login screen. Yeah. So let me actually open up my login screen.js and let's start working on this, guys. First things first, let me give it a class name, right, as we always do, and let me say login screen, right. And now I'm gonna be having a login screen of left, and I'm gonna be obviously having a login screen of right. And left is gonna be the fixed one. Remember, guys, this is so this I can have a scrollable effect here and it doesn't move, right? It doesn't do anything. This is a pretty clean effect which I'm gonna create, show you guys, and it's gonna be responsive, guys. So as soon as I go smaller screen, right, you see what happens is actually this becomes a header, right? I mean, the left section which was fixed actually becomes a header, and now we can scroll through here. This is the effect which I basically want, guys. And now actually let me just do it like this so you guys could possibly see this, what's actually happening. Let me make this like this. Okay, let's say you work on this. So login screen left is going to have a link, the React router link. I'm going to auto import it, and inside of my link I'm going to have an image, right? So I'm going to have the image. Now again, the image is going to be I guess the Starbucks the logo basically. And you could pretty much go to the, you see here also I'm actually rendering this. Let's go here so we can see what's happening. Now let me go back to my header, right, and let me get that logo. I think it's this one, right, Starbucks. So let me get this logo, let me paste it out here, and now let me so there's a link, then outside of this link, but inside of the login screen left, we're gonna have a login screen. So we're gonna have a login screen info, and what my info is gonna contain is an h1 which is gonna say sign in or create an account. So I'm just gonna copy it from there. So I'm just gonna have this here. Now here I'm just gonna say sign in or create an account with a star here. We're not actually seeing anything right now, and because if we go to our app, right, we are not actually doing so. Let me actually go to my app and let me actually add this real quick so we start to see this. And it's going to be another route, guys. So obviously now we have this route for the home page, and this is a separate route, right, which we're going to be creating. So I'm just going to go here, still inside of my switch. I'm going to say route, and why actually give me a route. So now I'm just going to say exact. So we need exact, guys. Exact is super important, right? Actually, if you don't have exact, it's going to break your application, right? You need the exact. I'm going to say slash account and slash sign in, exactly here, like this, slash account slash sign in. And so this is done. So inside of my route, right, so inside of my route I'm gonna again check for the user. So if there is a user, right, so if there is a user, I want you to now I'm gonna be using something called redirect, right? And what redirect does is basically, and we're gonna be getting the redirect from our actually React router DOM basically. And I'm gonna explain you what redirect does, guys. Just wait a second right now. Redirect here. So what basically redirect is basically, as the name suggests, right? I mean, you guys could guess it easily. Actually redirects you to a different page, different route basically, based on the condition here. So this is pretty powerful stuff which I'm actually doing, guys. So what I'm actually doing here, right, is this is going to be a self-closing one, and it's going to say to slash oh my god, what am I actually doing? So to slash, what's happening, slash menu. So what I'm actually saying here is I'm just saying if there is a user already there in my Redux store, right? So if he's already logged in, I want you to actually redirect me. So this is something of persistence, right? I mean, I'm actually checking it. If the user is present, I want you to redirect me back to the menu route basically. This is as simple what redirect does, right? And if obviously now there's this, since it's a ternary operator, there's the other condition as well. If the user is actually not there, we want you to take it back to my login screen. Simple as that. And now I need to actually import this. Yeah, it's actually imported. Now for the user, right? For the user, I actually want to have the use selector, right? Because I want to basically select the user as well. So I'm going to say user, and I'm going to be using use selector. Use selector is again given to you by React Redux, the Redux basically, and we have a selector here called select user, which I'm going to be using. I'm going to be checking the user and taking me correspondingly to the login screen here. And I'm going to be having a bunch of stuff here. I'm going to be having a use effect as well, and I'm going to explain you guys that later. So this is the thing we have to do for the login screen, right? And what else I want to do is, yeah, so that's the thing you want to do for the login screen, right? That's all. Now it should render out. Yeah, as soon as I save, it renders out. No, logo is actually huge, guys. So since there's no user, right, it's actually taking me here. If there was a user already logged in, it would have taken me to the menu, and which is slash menu. That's it. Let me close this and let me actually, so let me actually finish this up, right? Let me actually quickly finish this up. So we have this, the div is actually ending here. And now let's actually get into our login screen, right? And let's start working on this. Now here I'm gonna be using React hook forms, guys. So it's a pretty huge one. I told you guys, right? I'm gonna be using a lot of technologies here, which might be new to you guys. Now React hook forms, I'm gonna go to the website and show you guys what it does. I'm gonna be having an on submit here, and for my on submit, actually, yeah, let me just go to the website first. Let me show you guys what it is. Now guys, for my React hook forms, I'm just gonna go here, type in React hook forms. It's a pretty powerful library for React forms validation. So it's for React forms basically, and it's pretty good, guys. It will give me these things here. So let me show you. So if I submit the information without entering anything, it's gonna give me these errors, right? And this is how I'm actually gonna integrate this with the React hook forms thing. And we're gonna be using material UI text fields as well. And as soon as I press start typing something, it actually goes away. Now let me show you guys what this. So it's pretty simple, and we're gonna be using it for the React web basically. So I'm just gonna go get started. Now as soon as I click get started, they give you a really good example here, right? So what it actually does. So we have a form, right? And inside of the form we have something called on submit. And so the main thing inside the React forms is this thing, this hook use form. And this hook basically gives us these things, right? So they give us something called register, they give us something called handle submit, they give us something called watch, and errors. Now I'm going to be using errors to actually check for errors. I'm going to be displaying these things here, right? And what handle submit, so the handle submit is an internal function they actually give us, so we don't actually have to write this by ourselves, and we just want to make this handle submit equals to the on submit, right? We can, because since it's a function, so you have to do it exactly in this manner as it's said here. And that's what I'm going to do right now, guys. I'm just going to go back here, and inside of my form I'm just going to paste this line, right? Now to obviously to make this work, we need this hook, and this hook is basically from the React hook form thing. So I'm just going to import this real quick and go on top, and now I can use this hook. So I can basically just copy this piece of line here, this whole line, and obviously now here I'm destructuring a bunch of stuff, right? So I'm actually destructuring my obviously all these values, register, handle, submit, watch, and errors from the use form hook, and I'm going to be using that. So handle submit is already we have already used it here. Now what are the things we would need here is so we have onSubmit, and onSubmit is gonna be a function, guys. So for onSubmit, as you guys can see here, so this is gonna be a function which we're gonna be creating here. What this is gonna do is gonna give us something called data. So we're gonna retrieve something called data, and what this data is gonna be is basically is gonna be just the email and password, right? It's just gonna be the email and password of the user. That's gonna be the data, right? And we don't want to console log the password, remember, guys. So if even if you're checking the data, you just want to console log the email. Don't ever you don't want to show the user's password, right? Basically you should never have console logs inside of this. Okay, that's just for testing purposes. That's it. And now I'm just gonna put my curly braces, and it's gonna be a function here. And I'm gonna be using Firebase authentication module which we created, remember. So let me just take you guys back to Oh, we didn't actually create Firebase. We need to create a Firebase.js as well, guys. We need to do that as well. I think I already did it, but it's not actually. So we actually didn't do that. We have to actually do that. That's super important. So we need the config from the Firebase to actually use our authentication module, right? Now, inside, let me actually complete my form first of all, right? So inside of my form, I'm gonna be having login screen and this is gonna be called input container basically. So I'm gonna be having my input fields, and now this is where it gets interesting, guys. So here I'm gonna be using something called text fields from the material UI, and what they are basically are just normal text fields. This is icons. So I actually type in here, I can just type in material UI text fields. So if I can just click here, just go here, text field React component. This is just a component which they give us. And yeah, so this is the one which I'm going to be using, the standard one, right? So as soon as I click here, guys, you see what happens? The text actually goes on top. This is the effect which I wanted. So I didn't want to create this manually using CSS and stuff. I could although do that, but since we already have a component, we are using React, why not actually just use this? Now obviously we can just copy this here, right? And we can just use this here, text field. Now we just want to do one thing, is that we want to import this from our material UI. And that's actually auto imported for us. Then label is super important, guys. So label actually distinguishes this thing, right? Fill, outline, and everything. So we want the standard one, remember. So I'm just going to say standard, and I'm not going to be having an ID. So I'm just going to remove this. I don't need the ID, and I need name, guys. I need name is actually super important. I'm gonna explain you guys why it's actually important, right? We need the name, we have the label, we need the type of email as well, guys. Remember, since it's an email, so we need the, and now I'm gonna be having something called input label props. Now what input label props are basically, so how do I actually explain you guys this? So they are basically something called so if you want to style your text fields, right, you can't actually go ahead and just target them with a class name and just do it like that. And you can't actually do it with an inline style as well. So you can't just do like this, right? You can't do like this, because for your text fields there's something called input label props, and what they mean is they are the styling for the label. So what I mean by the label is this thing, right? So I didn't actually save that. So what I mean by the label is basically this thing. So you see standard, right? So if you want to change the color of standard to red, you do something called input label props. So there's something called input props and there's something called input label props. So you want to use label one, remember. So I'm going to be using input label props. So inside of my input label props, now I could use my style thing here. So I can't use my style thing normally, remember, guys. We need to use the input label props. Now here I'm going to do this again, and now I'm going to say color, give me a color of RGBA. So it's going to be an RGBA value. Remember, we need these things since it's a, obviously you're going to be needing, since it's not a variable and we're just doing the CSS now. So it's gonna be 0, 0, 0, and it's gonna be 0.56 like this. So this is the input label props, guys. Now aside from the input label props, I'm also going to be having input props. Now what input props are is basically they give you styling for your normal text field, right? So it's not going to give you the styling for label, but for the ones which you write here, right? So for the things which you write, the input, basically the styling for this. Now the styling for this, I want to do style inside of my input props, and again I want to do exactly similar stuff. I want to say I want to target this, since it's going to be an object, it's going to be a font weight, and for my font weight, again I'm just going to say give me a bold font weight, basically, and this is going to give us this clean effect, guys. Let me show you guys. So as soon as I type, you see the bold text is going to give us a clean, and this is the color for the input label props. It's actually targeted like this. Now this is done, and furthermore I'm gonna have a class name, and for my class name, not arrays, I'm gonna say login screen and login screen input. That's it, guys. That's what I'm gonna have. And now here's the important thing. Now we're gonna have something called input ref, guys. And what this input ref is basically, so for every input we need something called ref, right? And what input ref is exactly identical to ref, but why I'm actually using input ref instead of the ref is because I'm actually not using the standard input field. I'm using a text field from the material UI, right? So you always have to use input instead of just the standard things. As soon as I could not use just the style here, and I had to use input props, right? Again, I have to just use something called input ref. If you do it with ref, it's not gonna work, guys. I already tried it before, so, and it was not actually working with just ref, so I had to try input ref. Now inside, and everything's going to be pretty similar, so it's just going to say register. So register is something again given to us by useform hook, and it actually does some things internally, some validation and stuff, so, and gives us errors based on that, right? And we need this register here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say required. Okay, I'm just gonna say required. So required, and I'm just gonna do required of true. What this basically means is I want this to be obviously I want the user to actually enter its email. I don't want to submit it without entering an email. So required true actually does that. Now here's the cool stuff, guys. Now outside of this text field, I'm gonna open my curly braces, and we have something called errors, right? Remember the errors here, right? Now why the name was actually important, right? I was telling you guys the name is super important, is because I'm gonna do errors.email, right? Errors.email. So if there are any errors, okay, I want to do a bunch of stuff here, and what that bunch of stuff is gonna be is I want to do login screen. I want to create a div called error, right? And now inside of this div, I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff. Let me actually go to my GitHub and let me actually quickly copy that stuff. So where is my login screen? Now what this actually means is errors.email, right? We need the, so it actually represents the name, right? So we need the name for that, right? So errors.password, errors.email. Name is actually, if you don't have the name, it's not gonna work. You need the name, right? Now let me go to my login screen.js, and where is my error actually? Here's my error. So if I have errors, I want to render this out, basically. Simple as that. So I just want to render this div out. Now obviously I need to import these close icon, and another one is going to be report problem rounded icon from my material UI icons, right? It's going to go on top and just import them. As simple as that. So this is only going to happen when there are errors, right? And when we submit it without entering any information, since I said I need this to be required, so it's going to display us that message. And now this is pretty cool, and this is just going to say enter an email, right? It's going to show that. And we have styling, so I'm going to obviously target all these classes and style this externally. Now since I have this, I'm going to be having another input container, basically, right, for another one of my text fields. So where my input container is actually ending, I'm just going to copy that. So it's actually ending here, right? So I'm just going to copy that, go here and paste this once more. And this is obviously, you guys guessed it, it's going to be for the password, right? Now again, just change everywhere you have email to password basically, and that's how we actually change it real quick. So label is gonna be this is gonna be, and name is gonna be lowercase password, and enter and password is gonna be same. So everything's exactly identical, right? Everything's, but there's one thing which I have to do for the password, right? And what that one thing is gonna be this thing here, right? So if I type something out here, you don't see it, right? As soon as I click here, you see your password. And this is something you want to have on your websites, guys. This is a really cool feature you need to have on your websites. This modern looking websites have these things, and this hazard icon is going to be rendered for both of them. So all these other things are same, but this is the only thing which I'm going to be having another icon here. And how I'm actually going to be doing that is basically by just going so outside of my text field right here, I'm going to be saying, so I'm going to be creating a piece of state now. And what that piece of state is going to be is I'm going to be creating it here. And I'm going to say use state basically. Just say use state. And let's actually get this. And what this piece is going to be, say password shown. It's going to trigger and toggle this state basically. Now we want P to be camel case here. And now I'm going to say use state by default is going to be false. Let's actually import this first of all. I actually imported it for us. So by default, I don't want the password to show, right? I want it to be hidden, right? So this I want by default. And now I can actually use this piece of state down to my password here. And where my text field is ending here, I can use my curly braces again. I can use this state. I can say password shown is true, right? If my password shown is true, I want to render out component, and I want to do something like this, right? If my password shown is actually true, I want to do this. I want to render out this icon, and this icon is the visibility outlined icon, right? And when I click on this icon, right? When I click on this icon, I want to toggle my state, right? My password shown state. I want to toggle it. I want to change it to whatever the state was. I want to change it to the opposite of that. If it was true, it's going to change to false. If it was false, it's going to change it to true. And we have a class name to actually design it, right? And obviously now this is the visibility outlined icon, right? And now we're going to have visibility of outlined icon. Since if the password shown is true by default, we want to make it visible, right? And if it's false, we want to make it invisible. That's what we're gonna do, right? So now here I'm just gonna say visibility of outlined icon, and we need to import this, remember, from the material UI icons. Go on top, import these things, and yeah, I mean that's it. That's all we gotta do. And this is the standard thing which you're gonna have. Another thing, and this is obviously gonna be after this thing ends here, and errors.passwords and stuff. So this is there, and font size is actually small. It's correct. Everything's kind of pretty similar. Now let me actually save this and let me see if we are actually seeing. We should be able to see these things, right? Let me actually see and go back to our application. So we should actually have the login screen, right? So okay, it's just saying us, so it's telling us, oh, cannot resolve React hook form. Okay, so we don't have React hook form as a dependency, guys. See, we have awesome reveal, we have router DOM, we have the framer motion as well, but we don't actually have, so we didn't actually install this as a dependency, right? So we have to do this with npm. You do it like this. Since I'm going to be using yarn, I'm just going to say yarn add React hook form. I have additional space, that's fine. So this is gonna download this as a dependency, and we'll be able to see all these kinds of things here. Another thing I'm gonna be having, guys, is basically these links, right? These are gonna be something called login screen reset links. I just wanted to have these things to make it, give it a similar look. Although you could basically omit this if you don't want. It's gonna be pretty quick, so I'm just gonna be saying, actually let me just go to my GitHub. Let me just get this real quick. and it's going to be a div, and it's going to be outside of this div. So outside here, I think outside of my input container, right? It's going to be here, and it's going to be saying login screen reset links. That's it. I think it downloaded. Now if I refresh, there's another error. I think I have to actually start my server again maybe. So let's do yarn start again, and let it actually start. So this is just two simple things. It's saying for, and obviously we're gonna style everything. Do not worry about that. Now I'm having reset links, and I'm gonna be having a component here outside of my reset links, guys. And what this component is gonna be is gonna be called form submit. Now why I'm actually having this as a component, right, is because I'm gonna be, again, you guys guessed it, I'm gonna be reusing it, right? That's why. So it's gonna be called a form submit, and it's gonna be a button basically, right? It's gonna be having a type and a name. Name is gonna be saying sign in, and type is super important. We need the type, guys. So for the on submit to work, we need the type, right? So I'm gonna be saying submit here. It's actually work, and you see, guys, everything's, the image is actually huge. We will figure that out. So all these things are working, guys. You guys could see. And if I type in here, if I press here, it should actually, oh, actually didn't do that. I think I didn't actually do that. I didn't actually I think I had to do one thing here for the password, right? So yeah, for the, I think for the class name I had to change. Yeah, so I actually didn't do that. So if you go back to my password, right, we need to toggle the type of the password, right? So where we are actually saying the type of the password, which is gonna be, it's gonna be here, right? It's gonna be here. Now here, guys, I want to use my state, right? Because obviously if you do the type as text, you're gonna see the password, and if you do the type as password, the password is gonna be hidden, right? So what I want to do is I want to use my state here. Since I'm already toggling my state, I want to say if my password shown is true, I want to change my type to text, right? Because I want to show my password. And if it is false, I want to make it password. And that's how it's gonna work, guys. Now we don't have form submit, so it's gonna error out right now. So if I just comment this line out, and now if you guys, what is happening here, you should be able to see this. Okay, now if I type it and if I press this, you guys see it's actually toggling the state. Now obviously it doesn't look, it looks horrible right now, and we're gonna bring this thing to this thing here. Yeah, so let's start working on this. Let me uncomment this out. So I'm gonna be having a form submit, and now here we are actually done with the form here, and then we're gonna have a bunch of stuff below the form, just login screen, rewards section. And again, I'm just doing it to visually make it make the design look really better. And you know, I'm just gonna be saying so it's just gonna be saying this thing here, join Starbucks rewards. I'm just gonna quickly copy it. And what else I want to have is so outside of my this div, right, I'm gonna be having another div, and now again login screen, and it's gonna be called join now, right? And this is this div basically. So this is this join now, and this is just gonna be a secondary footer component for me. Which again, this is gonna be a component, so I'm gonna be creating this as a component. So login screen join now, and for my join now, it's gonna be having a container. So login screen join now container. Now for my join now container, inside of my container, I'm gonna have a link and auto import it from React Router DOM. I think I already did it before, right? So it's gonna have a link, and for the link, what I'm gonna do is basically I'm just gonna say join. So join now, right? And obviously it's gonna, so now join now is basically the sign up thing, right? If you don't have an account and you want to create an account, join now is gonna take you to the sign up route. Now remember the route is gonna be /account, and it's gonna be /create. That's the route which we created, right? So we have join now, and now outside of this link, I'm gonna have a h4. For the h4, I'm just gonna copy this stuff here, and I'm gonna have a p tag. again for the p tag, I'm just gonna basically copy this stuff out here. So copy the stuff out here, and yeah, that's it. And now outside of this div, so which div basically is this div, no, actually not this div, basically I think join now. I think it's actually join now, right? So outside of this div, what I'm gonna be having is I'm gonna be saying a component, and it's gonna be called footer secondary. Now again, I'm creating this as a component because I want to reuse it on my join now. So if I click join now, you have the same footer secondary. Again, since we are using React, we want everything to be component based. Now again, I'm sending two props here, padding left, and I'm gonna explain you guys what the props, what these props is. This is they just change a bit of the padding on the left. And there's just some CSS here, which I'm actually targeting here. And for my flex direction, I'm just gonna do column, okay, for this one. Now, and so I have to create these two components. Let's actually quickly create these two components right now. Let's just say form submit.js, and let's actually create form submit.css. Let me create footer secondary.js. Let me also create footer secondary. Remember, we have to export it, right? Otherwise it's gonna error out on us. I'm gonna say a typical RFCE, and let me import my CSS as well before I forget to do that. Footer secondary.csl. Let me save it. Let me go back to form RFCE. Sometimes it takes if your PC is actually lagging, it takes a bit of time to actually load the things, you know. So here I'm just gonna import my form submit.css and save it. And yeah, that's it guys. Now I could easily use this inside of my login screen and could just auto import these things basically. Now this is annoying. It's not actually showing me my auto import for my form submit. So I have to do it manually. That's fine. I'm just gonna say, so actually I'm just gonna change this one. So I'm gonna say form submit, and I wanna say form submit. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, now it should work and we should be able to actually see these things. Yep, we are able to actually see these things. Now obviously we have to create our form submit and footer secondary, but let's actually work on, since our login screen.js is now complete, so let's actually work on the CSS for this file basically. And we have a bunch of stuff. I mean, we have to actually now we have to actually use Firebase here, right? So we have to, let me actually say Firebase auth here. So I actually have to come back to this because I have to do the on submit thing. But for now, let's just go to login screen. Where's my login screen.css? Here it is. And let me bring this on the button. Now let me make this like this so you guys could see and you could visually see and do it together. Okay, now let me open the login screen real quick. Where is my login screen? Is going to be inside of my screens, and I'm going to go to login screen.css. Now first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to target my login screen itself, right? Which is going to obviously contain my left and right, and I'm going to say display of flex. That's what I'm going to say. And let's just target the image first of all, so we could start to see what's actually going on. Login screen left. We have a link. Inside of my link I'm having the image. I'm gonna say object fit of contain. I want to say height, give me a height of 50 pixels and give me a padding top. So give me a padding top of 30 pixels and give me a padding left as well, and give me a padding left of 40 pixels. Let's just save this up. As soon as I do that, you see, you're able to see this visually. Now for my login screen, so I go here. Now I want to target my login screen left, right? That's what I actually want to target. Now here's a bunch of stuff I want to copy, and I'm gonna obviously explain you guys all that stuff here for my login screen left. Let me make this bigger. Let me grab this stuff here, and now let me make this smaller again. Go back here. Oops, let's copy it here. Now, why I'm actually doing now, you see everything's kind of messed up, right? As soon as I save that. Now, what's actually happening here, right? So because I want my left side to be fixed, so I'm saying give me a position of fix. And whenever you do position fix, you need to actually specify from where, right? Its location. I'm saying top of 0, bottom 0, left of 0. So when I say left of 0, actually brings it to the left. And what I'm actually doing here is I'm actually targeting this responsively. I'm saying view it. I'm not saying percentages. I'm not saying pixels. I'm saying view it. So what's actually happening with view it is basically it's going to be super responsive. So if I increase the size of the page, I mean if I increase the viewport size, you see it actually takes 40 view width no matter what the screen size is. This is what view width is, guys. So it's going to be pretty responsive. I want the height to be 100 view high. I have a box shadow, right? So if you go to my this thing, if I make this bigger, we have a box shadow as well. So I want to target the box shadow, and also I have a border right. I mean I have the I think so I don't so where's I think this is the box shadow basically, right? Yeah. Yeah, so this is actually the box shadow basically, which I'm actually doing. So this is the box shadow, guys. Now it's pretty cool, guys. So now let's actually move on to our login screen, and for my left I have a link, and inside of my so I have actually targeted the image. So now actually let's just target the so I actually targeted them, and let's see target the login screen info, right? So login screen info. So my login screen info, right? So I'm having a width of 100%. Okay, I'm gonna have a height of 100% as well. Now 50 pixels, 100%. Also, I'm gonna be having a display. So here's why I'm doing something pretty cool. So I'm gonna be having a display of grid, not flex this time. And why I'm actually saying display grid, because I want to bring it into the center. And what this means, guys, is basically it's equivalent to saying, okay, it's equivalent to saying a display of flex and a flex direction of column and a flex direction, not a flex direction of column, sorry. I mean, it's equivalent to saying justify content center and align item center. This is what it basically, so you have to write these 3 lines, and if you write these 2 lines, obviously it makes a difference, right? It does the same exact thing. So display grid place items of center actually does it exactly what I want. Now what I want to do is, after doing place items of center, I want to target my font size, and for my font size I'm just going to say 14 pixels. Give me a color of RGBA, and give me color of RGBA 00 0 sorry, I already have a comma here, so I'm just say 0.87. remember 0.87, you have to do it. Now this is done. Now I want to target my h1 inside of my login screen info, and that h1 is going to be a bold one, so it's going to have a font weight of 800. Now it becomes bold as soon as I do that. Now I'm going to target my login screen right, and for my obviously I'm going to target my login screen right. So on my login screen right, I'm going to say overflow of scroll, not hidden. So remember, I want to be able to actually scroll through it, right? So if I make this bigger, I want to be able to scroll, and since this is fixed, it's going to give us this effect basically. So I want to be able to do that. So overflow scroll, and display of grid again, display grid, and this time I'm not doing place items. I'm just gonna do margin left. For my margin left, I want 40 view width. Now this is pretty cool, guys. So what it actually does, right? So because this is gonna have a 40 view width of the width, right? And if I do margin left of 40 view width, it's always gonna respect that, right? It's always gonna have 40 view width margin left, no matter what. So actually makes it in a way so they both are actually separated between these things. and it's pretty responsive, guys. You see, I don't even have to add media queries right now. Only thing I want to have media queries for the padding and the font size, right? That's all I actually have to do. Now I have the margin left. Now I want to say flex of 1, and I want you to take as much space as possible. I'm saying place items. Actually, I'm saying place items of center. And I'm also going to say background color of, so it's going to have an hash F7, F7, F7. So it's kind of a smoky color, and padding of, so I want top bottom of 20 pixels, but I don't want any left right padding right now. I'm just going to do 0 here, right? Now I want to target my login screen. So login screen right, and I'm going to target my form straight away right now. So for my form, right, I want to have a min width. I want to have a min width of 300 pixels. I want to have a min height as well. Okay, and min height is going to be 420 pixels. And I want to have a display of flex. I also want to have a flex direction of column, since it's a form, obviously. And gap between the children, now it's going to be a vertical gap since it's flex direction of column. And give me a padding. Now for the padding, I want 40 pixels of top bottom and left and right 0. And I want padding top to be a little bit more, so I'm going to say 60 pixels. As soon as I do that, guys, you see changes are taking an effect. So this is the form, right? So actually giving min height and min width and everything here. It's not looking exactly like what we want right now, but you're gonna change that obviously. And you see the scrolling effect is actually taking an effect, right? It's actually taking in its effect right now. Now I'm gonna target my login. So I'm gonna target my login screen, and we have something called input container, right? So I'm gonna target the input containing my text fields and all the errors and everything. And I'm gonna say position. Give me a position of relative here, okay? Because I wanna target something absolute inside of my input container. Now I'm gonna target my login screen input. I'm gonna say give me a width of 100%. Okay, as soon as I do that, it takes 100% of the width. Now I go bottom, I target my login screen reset links, right? So I have something called reset links, which are these things here. Reset links. I just want to have a margin top of 20 pixels. Okay, and now I want to target my reset links again. And what I want to do is inside of my recent links, I have the links. I want to target those things. Let me go back to my GitHub. Again, this is something which is taken from Starbucks again. So no need to actually write them all out. Just copy paste them. You have colors, and as soon as I do that, guys, you see everything's taken up. And now we have hover as well, right? So I want to remove the underline when I basically hover over it. Say hover, and I'm gonna say text decoration of none. So I don't want the underline when I hover. So as soon as I hover, the underline actually goes away. Now this is done. Now we have login screen error. So we can't actually see a login screen error right now, right? But we will be able to once we actually submit something, and it should actually show up. Now how is it, when is it actually gonna happen is when we actually do these things. So when we have like an on submit and we are catching for errors and stuff, then only it's gonna basically work for us. Now don't worry about that, we're gonna be doing that really in a really clean way. But right now I'm just gonna actually have some CSS for login screen error. It's gonna be the CSS for this, and it's gonna have a margin top, a display of flags. Obviously we can't see right now, but we will be. Now I'm gonna be targeting my icon inside of my login screen error, and what that icon is basically these icons. So if I press enter here, this is the build one. So these are the icons. I want to target these icons basically. And material have their own class names, right? So if you go and inspect the element, you're gonna see this class name, and this is how I'm actually gonna target those icons and give it this exact color. Another icon we're gonna have is the report icon, and you're gonna have this. Now obviously why I actually give it an absolute position is because relative position for my login screen. So no, for my login screen, container, input container basically, which is somewhere around here. So I actually give it, yeah, I actually give it relative, right? So because I wanted so this is a child of it, right? So I wanted it to be positioned absolute and right on, and this is how actually I'm bringing it to basically this thing, right? This thing report. This is called the report icon, and to bring this on like exact this position, I have to do this. This is why I'm actually doing this, guys. Now let me actually get back here and let me target the visibility icon. Now we need the visibility icon as well. Visibility icon. So for the visibility icon, I'm just gonna say I want the, obviously I want the cursor or pointer. I want that clickable effect for the visibility. So as soon as I go, I see that clickable effect. Now I keep typing something, I press here, I get that clickable effect here. I want the position of to be absolute as well. Since I want it to be at a specific position, I want the color to be gray, and you could pretty much change this however you guys want. Now I'm going to be targeting my login screen rewards. And what rewards are, guys? So rewards are basically this thing, right? So if I go down here, so we have rewards, right? So these things are rewards. I'm going to target that. I'm going to say text align. Give me a text align of center. Give me a width of 100%. And give me a padding. So I want the padding top bottom to be 20 pixels, left right to be 0. I want the background color of to be a hash of 2D 29 and 26. This background color, I want to have a color of white as well. As soon as I save that, immediately changes everything. Now obviously I want to target my h4 inside of my login screen rewards. So let's go and target over h4, and let's just say a font size of 14 pixels. Let's just say a font weight of 800. Give me a bold font weight and give me a letter spacing of 1.4 pixels. As soon as I do that, guys, it looks really clean right now. Now I'm gonna target the join now, this one here. So login screen join now, and this one I want the background color to be and hash again EB9, and it's gonna be width of 100%. So it's gonna be having a padding top bottom of 30 pixels, left right of 0. Save it again. Now I'm gonna target the login screen join now container. So remember we have a container, right? So inside of the container I'm containing all these links and h4s and p tags. For the container I want, so let me actually grab this as well. For the container I want these styles, right? So I want a max width of 300 pixels. I want a margin left and margin right. So why I'm doing margin left, margin right is because to bring it in the center. It's a really cool trick to do that. And the fluctuation and gap between the children of 20 pixels. Now inside of my login screen join, I think join now container, we're gonna have a link. Again, this is gonna be the link, and again this link is again having some styles specific to the Starbucks website. So let me get those styles, let me paste it here, and yeah, let me save it. As soon as I save it, guys, it takes an effect. Now since we have the link, we're also gonna have the hover, right? So let me get the hover as well. For the hover, I'm just gonna copy this. It's gonna give me a background color of an RGBA value of 0.06, a subtle effect basically. As soon as I do that, it's a very subtle effect, guys. And now login screen, so a join now container, but inside now I'm gonna target my h4. For my h4 I want the font size to be 20 pixels. I want the font weight to be 600. I also want the color and RGBA value. So RGBA value of 000 and 0.87. Save that. It takes an effect. Now I also want to change my p tag, right? So for my p tag, and I'm just gonna say font size of 14 pixels. Reduce the font size give me a font weight of 600. Also give me a line height of 1.6, 1.6 like this. Save it, and we see the effects. Pretty clean. We are getting to the look which we want, guys. Let me actually make this bigger. You see, guys? So it has a beautiful scrolling effect as well. We're getting to the look which we want, guys, but not quite yet. We need to do Firebase and other authentication and everything, and we need to create that form submit button as well, right? But still, yeah, we're pretty close, guys. Now now I'm gonna target my media queries to make it mobile responsive and tablet responsive. I'm just gonna say give me a max width. Now again 1024 pixels. Let me just say login screen. So let me target my login screen info. For my login screen info, I'm gonna have a font size of 12 pixels. Reduce the font size, guys. Reduce the font. It always works. And now for my tablet, I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff, right? But actually, I'm actually gonna. So this is a bunch of stuff which I'm gonna be having for my tablet viewport. Again, pretty similar stuff. Pretty similar stuff. Now there's one big change that's happening, right? And what that big change is that my login screen left, instead of being fixed right now, it becomes relative, right? Instead of being fixed, so as soon as I do that, right? As soon as I do that, it becomes relative, guys, and it has a width of 100%. So before I had a width, if you go to my login screen left, right, I had a width of 40 view widths, right? Now it has a width of 100% and goes on top of this, right? This is a big change that's happening for tablet and mobile viewports, and getting a width of 100%, getting a height of 150 pixels, and giving it a gap. And for the login screen info, which is basically this thing here, sorry, not this thing, actually it's this thing here, login screen info. It's gonna have a display inline and a padding left of 40 pixels, right? We need the padding here. And for my login screen right, which is gonna be this one, I guess, I'm having a margin left of 0. So as soon as I do that, guys, because remember we had a margin left of 40 view widths, right, for my login screen right. Now because I want to do it like this, I just remove my margin left and it becomes clean. So this is a big change which was happening here. And now I'm just gonna target my so I'm gonna target my max width of 425 pixels, and this is for mobile large, and this is going to target my login screen info, and I'm just going to reduce the font size. That's it, guys. I'm just going to say 9 pixels. So yeah, that's it. That's all I actually wanted to do. Now again, you cannot see because it's not 425 pixels, more than that, so you cannot actually see that, but yeah, it's pretty clean, guys. Now we are actually complete with our login screen.css. What we need is the footer, and we need the form submit. So actually create that real quick. Let's see, go back to form submit. First of all, let me get those styling real quick from my GitHub. Again, since it's just a component, all the stylings are actually from the Starbucks. So I'm just gonna quickly copy it and I'm gonna explain you guys everything. So this is my form submit, guys. Let me go here, let me paste this. So we're accepting some props, right? So remember, guys, you're inside of a login screen, right, where we're sending a name and we're sending a type, since it's a component, right? So a name, a type, and an on click as well. You guys could send, since it's a button, so you guys could send an on click if you want. But you see, it's having a class name of form submit, it's having a type of is equal to type, and a name of the button, right? So these are the things that you're going to be having. And then I'm going to be opening my CSS, and this is huge, guys. Like, and all of these things, believe me, guys, I've not actually done all these things. These are the things I actually went on, checked the Starbucks website, inspected the elements, and I got this huge piece of code here. And because I want the identical look, maybe I changed some of the stuff, I don't know. Maybe I changed some I don't know, some alignment stuff, but I actually didn't change any of the styling stuff. So let me get to my form submit CSS. Let me paste this piece of code here. As soon as I do that, guys, as soon as I do that, save it, see what happens here. Beautiful big button here, right? Now this is the button we're gonna be having. So it's looking pretty identical, I would say. Obviously we are not having these things. As soon as I do that, it's looking pretty identical now. Yep, guys, it's looking pretty similar. Now I want to change this standard, and obviously I don't want to keep this standard and standard. I want to change this email address and password. So let's actually quickly go to our login screen and where my text fields are. So it's this label actually, okay, and oh, it's actually the label which we're gonna be changing. It doesn't. So actually, guys, I was wrong before. What I was saying is that we need the label to be standard. So label is actually the placeholder here. My bad, guys. I was wrong before. I was saying that label is something which we need for these things, but no, guys, we don't need the label. We just yeah, we don't actually need the label, right? I think so. If I go here, if I make this bigger, let me see this, guys. What I actually don't understand is we need the variant for that. It's not the label, so it's the variant, guys. So you see the difference, guys. So if you want to have this filled effect and this outline effect, you need the variants for that. You don't need the labels are actually the placeholders. So you could, if you change this to something email address, it's gonna display email address here. Similarly filled and outlined here. But you need variant, guys. So for the standard one, you don't need any variants, right? It's by default this standard, right? That's the difference, guys. Now I'm just gonna make this obviously what did I do actually? Let me make this bigger, let me make this smaller, and let me type in email address. Oh, it's actually the password, my bad. Password. And for the other one, let me type in the email address and let me save it. Here we go, guys. Beautiful. It's changed now. Now as soon as I click, it actually goes on top. Actually changes everything here. Pretty nice, clean effect. Has this as well. Now let's actually work on the form. So form submit, we have the button form submit as well. So which is there, and this is gonna be submit button, right? Now let's actually work on the footer. Now obviously the footer secondary, I want to do it myself and I don't want to copy, and I just want to show you guys how I actually did the footer secondary basically. So let me open the footer secondary real quick. Now let's actually do our BAM class name first thing, right? Let's just give it a class name of footer secondary. Let's go inside it, and we're gonna have a bunch of inline styling here. So because I'm actually destructuring, and I'm gonna be having accepting some props here, right? So I'm gonna be accepting an align items. Again, you see, guys, how I'm actually naming them exactly as the CSS property here, and padding left, and I want to have a flex direction as well in case I want to change it. Having these three props, now I'm going to be having an inline styling. I'm going to say style, go to my inline styles and just do align. It's pretty simple, guys. Just say align items, whatever the values you are sending, they're going to apply. Padding left, and now for the padding left, I cannot actually so there's a reason why I'm going to do like this. So I'm going to be using my template strings now, guys. And why I'm actually doing this is because I'm gonna explain you guys. Just give me a second. Let me actually do this first. Padding left, multiply it by 2. That's what I actually want. And give me pixels. So we need something of pixels, right? For my padding left, I cannot just say 10, 20 like that. I need the pixels there. So I wanted the pixels to be there. So inside of my login screen, right? So for my footer secondary, what I was doing is I was sending a number. I was not sending like 30 pixels or. And why I was actually sending a number, because I actually wanted to multiply this with 2. I cannot multiply my pixels, which is a string. I cannot multiply my string by numbers, right? I need to multiply my numbers basically by numbers, right? That's how I could do this. So what I did here is basically I retrieved the variable and I multiplied it with 2 here. And why I'm actually doing this is because I'm going to be using the same padding left, and half of this, right, if this is 60, is going to be 30, and I'm going to be using this inside of my footer secondary container. I'm going to be explaining you guys why I actually did this. Now I want to have footer secondary info. So I want to have footer secondary container first of all. Okay, which is going to contain all of my things. Now here I'm going to be having inline style again. Now here is the thing. Now here inside of this footer secondary container, right, I'm again having padding left. Now this time the padding left, right, so this time the padding left is going to be again open my template strings so I can use a variable, and now this time it's going to be simply the padding left. Now again I have to do it like this because I need the pixels there. Okay, I need the pixel. I need to say pixels, guys. I need to say pixels. So this was the reason I actually did it like this. So I actually wanted to multiply by 2 here, give the value in pixels. I wanted to keep it default here. And this is some pretty slick stuff, guys. I mean, yeah, you guys could easily calculate and do all these things. Now inside of my container, I'm actually having my info. So actually get inside my container, and let's say footer secondary info, footer secondary info, since it's gonna be a div. And inside of my info I'm gonna have a footer secondary of left, and also I'm gonna have a footer secondary of right. I'm gonna have a left and a right, say right here. And yeah, so that's it, guys. The left one is gonna contain some stuff. So it's gonna contain so remember that component, right? So now we're gonna use that component which we created, and it's called find a store, guys. Find a store. So if you go here, I have this find a store component, right, which I was exporting. I was actually exporting as a default. So I have to actually, so I cannot actually auto import it. So let's just do import find a store from / find a store. Now this is the component which I'm going to be using inside of my footer secondary left, and inside of my right I need more inline styling, and this inline styling is going to be for the flex direction. So if ever I want to change my flex direction, basically. Now I want to have a bunch of links here, guys. I want to have a bunch of links, and these links should actually go, let me just go into my footer secondary and let me just copy them out. So these links are basically these links, guys. These links. And it's pretty similar and pretty simple stuff here which I'm doing, guys. Again, just auto import it from Reusable DOM. Just save it. As soon as I save it, guys, we see these links. Now we need to do the CSS, but this component, guys, you see, I don't have to actually write the code again for this component. I can just reuse it right now. Pretty clean stuff. Now outside of this div, right, outside of this div, I'm gonna be actually outside of this div, footer secondary info, right, I'm gonna be having a span tag, and what the span tag is gonna be is the copyright, basically, right? So we have a copyright as well, and the class name is gonna be footer secondary, and it's gonna say copyright. Yeah, so copyright. And now here I'm just gonna paste this stuff here, this thing here, and yeah, let's just paste this here. 2021 Starbucks. Here we go, guys. Now let's actually open my CSS and quickly do that. Remember, guys, you're going to be using this component again, so we're going to be using this inside of our join now as well. So here's the footer secondary CSS. Let's actually start with this now. Let me quickly open it on my other screen. First things first is going to be the footer secondary, right? Footer secondary, which we're going to target, and now we're going to make it look really visually better. So first things first is going to be the border top. Now border top is going to be 1 pixel solid and an RGBA value of 000, and it's going to be having a 0.1 opacity. The width is going to be 100%. Okay, the padding all around is going to be 30 pixels, and now there's going to be a padding bottom which I want to be more, so I want it to be 60 pixels, guys. Padding bottom, I want it to be 60 pixels, right? Now what else I need is basically I need a display of flex. display of flex, and I also want a flex session of column, and I also want a gap between the children of 30 pixels, not 20. It's gonna be 30 pixels. Now I think I'm actually do I actually see these things in effect? Actually see these things in effect. Yeah, that's fine. Now let's actually work on my footer secondary container. Now container is gonna be display of flex, and it's gonna have a flex session of column, and also it's gonna have a gap of 30 pixels. 30 pixels, right? Yeah, as soon as I do that gap, right, you see there's a gap between these things. Pretty clean, guys. Now I don't think I need these properties here actually. Actually don't need these properties. Let me just remove them. I don't need them here. Okay, now for the footer secondary container, now for this footer secondary info, I'm gonna target it. I'm gonna say for my info, give me a display of flex again, and give me a flex wrap. You see how much I use display flex, guys. It's really good. I mean, you could do the same thing with grid, but like the way you can use flex, I don't think like many people like to use grid, but like I feel like flex is a lot better, guys. It gives us gap as well. Now we have targeted the info. Now we're gonna target my footer secondary and left. Actually, let me just give these properties as well. I don't know. Maybe there would be a reason I would have given this here. Let me give this for this one as well. Now inside of my left, I have links, and for the links, I'm just gonna say font size. Give me a font size of large actually. So give me a large. As soon as I save that, guys, you see what happens? Has a font size of large. Now this is a font size large. Now let's target the footer secondary right. For my footer secondary right, I want to display a flex again, and I want to say a gap of 15 pixels, not 30 this time. I want to be 15 pixels. As soon as I do that, guys, beautiful. It actually comes in flex session. This is column, right? So it comes in column direction, and yeah, it's looking really nice now. We need to change the colors and stuff. Now I'm gonna just target this, copy it, link inside of my footer secondary, target the color is gonna be RGBA, and it's gonna be 0. You guys might have guessed this out. It's gonna be 0.87. And now obviously format is not looking good, so let's actually make it a bit bolder. And now starting to take an effect, guys. Now let's actually target the footer secondary copyright. So links are done. Copyright is going to be font weight of 600, right? As soon as I do that, it takes an effect. Now I'm having a media query for only the mobile large viewport size here. So I'm just gonna go to my footer secondary CSS, and I'm gonna explain you guys what that media query is. Obviously, it's just to make it responsive, and just for mobile. I'm not actually targeting my tablet since it was fine for the tablet, but it was a bit different for the mobile large. Now again, I cannot see this here, so I have to open my inspect tools maybe. I have to go to mobile large. As soon as I go mobile, so you see tablet, it looks like this. Right? As soon as I go mobile large, guys, you see what happens? Actually, so what we are doing here is that just reducing the margin left, reducing the paddings, the gaps, and the font size. That's all we are basically doing, guys, and all these things like this. It's pretty similar, guys, and we're actually making it closer to the left side, because when you actually go to mobile screen size, you actually make it like that. Actually becomes closer to the left side. Yeah, you see, guys. So yeah, it's looking pretty nice right now. Pretty responsive. Click tablet. It's nice. As soon as I go mobile large, it's nice as well. Now this is gonna be responsive. So everything's so footer secondary is actually complete. So we have actually successfully created our footer component as a secondary component as well. Now we could easily use this when we create the join in screen, basically the sign up screen basically. So yeah, guys, pretty powerful stuff, pretty cool stuff here. Let me close this out, and now, so let me actually. So guys, what I want to do next, basically, is go to my. So let me close this. Let me actually go to login screen. So let's actually set up Firebase now. So Firebase is actually already set up. We just need the config from the Firebase. So let me quickly show you guys. This is the thing which we need, right? So guys, you want to go to your Firebase. Let me make this bigger. So we want to go. We already set up the project, right? In the starting of the video, we already set up our project. Now what we want to basically do is you guys want to go to these project settings here, and when you go to these project, you see this page, right? And you're gonna go to the bottom, and you see this config, right? Don't use this cdn, use this config. Copy this here, okay? Go to your code, and inside of the source directory, create a file called firebase.js, okay, and paste this out here. Now we need to install Firebase in order to be able to use our config as well, right? So right now we don't have any Firebase dependency, right? So we need to actually install Firebase. And how do we do that? Is just using npm, right? So pretty easily we can just use npm yarn. I'm going to be using yarn, so I'm going to saying yarn add a Firebase, and as soon as I'll do this, it's gonna actually install Firebase as a dependency. And what you guys want to do, basically, let me go to my firebase.js. Let me actually see where did I actually. Yeah, so let me open firebase.js. Firebase.js, and what you guys want to do after it actually downloads, you want to import Firebase from the Firebase, right? So since it's not downloaded, it's actually not going to show me the Firebase right now, but as soon as it downloads, you're going to see Firebase here, right? Yeah, now if I do this, okay, and it's going to give me Firebase suggestion. You guys might be able to see that now. Oh, why is it loading? Yeah, you guys see, here's the Firebase dependency now. Now we need this, and let me close the terminal. And now what I want to do is I want to create a Firebase app and initialize it. You always have to do these things, guys. Now I'm going to use my Firebase to initialize. So you have a function called initialize app, and you have to send this config, okay? So it accepts the config basically, and this is going to be the config for your project. More things we would need is we need the authentication, okay, and we're not going to be using the cloud Firestore for this project, but I'm going to be showing you guys how to do that as well. Actually, I can actually show you guys in my other videos how to actually do that, right? Create a separate clone or something else maybe, and then use a cloud Firestore and show you guys. So here we are going to be using not Firebase but Firebase app, right? Because we already initialized our app, so we're going to be using Firebase app dot auth authentication here basically. Now I just want to export the auth module here, and I'm exporting as a name code, but you could actually do it as a default as well. It's depends on you. It's up to you guys. If you want to do default, you can just say default auth like this, but I'm just going to do it as a named export, sorry. So this is complete. We are actually complete with Firebase. Now we could use the Firebase authentication module which we created right now, and pretty easily create our authentication system now, right? So let's actually so inside of our login screen, right, we have to do this inside of our login screen. So let me get back to login screen, and what I want to do, so remember we had this on submit here, right? So we're accepting an email and a password from the on submit, right? And this is equivalent to the data, but I'm just destructuring the data, right? And what I want to basically do right now, right? So I want to actually import my auth, right? And remember, this auth is again gonna be from the local Firebase, not the global Firebase, right? I'm gonna say import auth. Again, it's gonna be a named import, and from dot slash, remember, not just Firebase. We have to say, actually we have to go outside of the screens and then Firebase dot slash Firebase. Now we can use this auth, and what we could do, so Firebase something, if Firebase gives us these functions, right, and it gives us something called sign in with email and password. And what it actually does, right, it's actually so powerful. What it basically does, it accepts an email and a password, and what you could do then is accepts a promise, right? And this email and password is what we're actually getting back through the data, and that's from the React hook forms basically, and we don't need watch here, and accepts a promise. And what you could do inside a promise then, guys, you could accept an object, right? You could accept something called user auth basically, right? It's a user auth, and then what you could basically do, right, is you could dispatch, right? You could dispatch. So when we used to use React Context API, if you know React Context API, right, we used to dispatch an action into the reducer, right? And that's what we're gonna do actually here. But we're gonna use Redux. We're gonna use Redux and not Context API, since Redux is so powerful, guys. So I'm gonna create a variable called dispatch, and I'm gonna say use dispatch. And since it's from Redux, you need to actually import it as well. So use dispatch from Redux. Now here I can use this variable, okay, dispatch. And remember, we inside of the user slice we have these reducers called login, logout, and we have the user state and all these things. Now this is what I'll be doing, right? So I'm gonna say dispatch, and I'm gonna be saying dispatch the login function, right? And we need to actually import the login function as well, guys. We need to import the login. And how do you do that? Is basically just go here and just say import login from, and it's just gonna say dot slash. I'm gonna go to features, and inside of my features I have the user slice. So we need the login. Now login is going to accept something called payload, right? Remember we had something called payload. So if I go here, you see state.user is going to be equal to action.payload. And what this payload is the objects we can accept basically. So I could do something like this, and now I can just send in these objects basically. And what this can do is basically we are using user auth, and now user auth, so Firebase gives us something called user and gives us the email of the user. This is given from Firebase actually. Now we go to the bottom and we say UID, and gives us the UID for the user as well. Now we're going to use user auth again, and we're going to say user, and Firebase gives us the UID. It gives us it gives us something called photo URL as well, which I'm not going to be using in this for this tutorial, but you could basically just check it. I'm going to show you guys how you can do that. Say user auth.user. You have to go inside the user, remember, and that inside of the user you have this thing. So have all these things here. So if you put dot here, you see all these blue things, right? These blue rectangles here. These are all Firebase basically. What Firebase provides, it provides you photo URL, phone number, it provides you the provider data, it provides you all these things. But obviously you're gonna accept, so these things are gonna be mapped to the user, right? So since I'm actually getting email from the user, I'm gonna be getting the display name, and that's how actually I'm gonna be using it, right? So for the display name, I'm just gonna say display name like this. And it gives us a unique UID for every user, right? Because every user is gonna be unique. Now where this then basically ends, so basically check it like this. I actually ends it. Now I'm gonna catch for errors here, right? So I'm gonna say if there is any error, because I'm gonna make it really secure, right? And I'm gonna alert the user, and when it's give an error dot message. So for example, if the user's already I don't know, if the user is not registered, right? So he's not going to be able to log in if he's not registered, right? He needs to first sign up. So it's gonna give us an error. So it's gonna catch for errors. And yeah, that's it, guys. That's all we need to do for the sign-in authentication, guys. And this is how cool Firebase is. I mean, you just write a bunch of lines and you get your authentication complete. And now it's so powerful that it's actually gonna dispatch an action into the Redux as well. So it's gonna push this into the data layer, and then we could just retrieve this back like we were doing it with our use selector. So if I go to my app.js, I was retrieving the user, right? By saying use selector, and I was checking the state, right, if the user is there or no. This is how powerful it is, guys. Now let me just save this. Okay, let me save this. And I think, let me see if there's anything I'm missing. Actually, everything's done. This patch, I've used this patch, I've used these states and stuff. And yeah, guys, I mean, everything's pretty much complete, I guess, right? For the text fields, I have the email, I have the labels. So input refs are super important, guys. We needed the input refs, so I added the input refs as well. I think it's pretty good. We're good to go, right? So now let's get back to our website here. Now React Hook forms actually not working, right? I have to actually figure this out. Ah, let's go, guys. Let's go. I just had to refresh that. So you see, guys, it's actually working finally. So yeah, and this is what this catching error does, guys. So it's catching for errors, right? Because I'm actually submitting without actually entering anything. So it's actually catching my errors. Now, as soon as I start submitting, it actually becomes, it actually goes away, right? As soon as I go here, it actually goes away. Start typing, goes away. Now this is pretty cool, guys. This is, now as soon as I refresh the application, as soon as I press sign in without submitting my information, it comes here. So it happens on submit, guys. You need to press enter to be able to see these errors here. You see this position absolute, which I did. So it's actually making it positioned exactly as how I basically wanted them. So React Hook forms is actually working as well. Pretty cool, guys. Now, since I have completed this portion, now actually our login screen is complete. But what I want to do now is I want to go back to my app.js and have a use effect here. So I can actually toggle this, right? So I need something called persistent, right? So based on my refresh, I don't want the user to actually go back to the home page. I want to bring the user to the menu page, right? Because if he's already logged in, I want the user to go to the menu. I mean, I don't want to show the sign in if the user is logged in. You know what I mean? So inside of my app.js, I'm gonna have a use effect, and use effect, basically I'm just gonna import it. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna do like this. And use effect has something called a dependency, right? And what this dependency is basically, so it's actually it runs based on a specific condition, right? So if I have this empty array of dependency, it actually runs once on the page load. Basically, it actually runs once on the page load, right? I mean, actually, it runs every time on the page load. I mean, that's what I mean to say. Like every time you reload the page, actually runs once, only runs once, right? So that's based on a specific condition, basically. So if I have something like an external thing here, like let's say if I have dispatch, I mean, let me actually show you guys this. I would have dispatcher. So I need the auth here right now, okay? And the auth is gonna be from our local Firebase. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use a function called on auth state changed. And this is again given to us by Firebase. What this does is, right, it accepts a user auth, right? It takes in a user auth. Now we have this user auth from the login. Remember the login page, right? So it takes a user auth, that same user auth, and what we can basically do now, right? So we can check if our user is already logged in. We can use if, and we can say here if user auth is actually there. Okay, if user auth is actually there, the user is going to be sign in, right? The user is going to be sign in if the user auth is there. So if the user auth is there, what I want to basically do is I want to dispatch, okay? I want to use dispatch again, and I want to just say const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Again, I have to auto import it from React router DOM. And if the user is already signed in, I want to dispatch and I want to dispatch a login again, right? And again, now this thing I'm just gonna, so where is my login actually? This is the login, right? So I'm just gonna get it from here and just gonna say this. So again, I want to say dispatch login and email. I'm gonna do the same exact thing which I basically did it inside of my login screen, but this time it's gonna be a slight difference here. And what that slight difference is gonna be, instead of the user, we're not gonna get it from the user, but we're gonna get it from the user auth, because we already have it, right? So we are not actually logging in right now. We just want to check the state, right? We just want to check the state if the user is present or not. and if it's already there, I want to dispatch this login action, right? And I'm checking the user auth.email, user auth.uid, and user auth.displayname. And this is the condition if the user is actually signed in. What if the user is actually not signed in? So if the user is actually not signed in, what I want to do is user is obviously if he's not signed in, user is actually signed out, right? So user signed out. If the user signed out, I want to dispatch logout. See guys how simple it is? Dispatch log out. Now again, since it's a function, I have to say this, and I have to, guys, I have to do this. Remember, I have to actually import this from the user slice. It's pretty simple. Now you see guys, there's a squiggly error here, right? And why this is happening, right? Because we are actually using something called dispatch. If I quick fix this, so using this and dispatch, so whenever you use inside of your use effect, you use something which is outside of the use effect, like for example the user and dispatch, you have to add it as a dependency, because like whenever this dispatch will change, this is gonna run the use effect again. This is gonna run this piece of code again, right? So now it's not gonna only run on the page reload, it's gonna run on run every time when the dispatch changes, right? So when the dispatch is log out, it's gonna run. Dispatch is log in, it's gonna run, right? So it's basically dependent on this dispatch, right? And it's pretty powerful, guys, pretty powerful. It's actually it's gonna persist our application now. Since this is done, guys, now I actually want to work. So what else is remaining? So I have completed my app. Just now, what else is remaining is the sign up screen, right? We need to create the sign up screen, a featured screen, and a menu screen, right? Those are the things we want to create, guys, and then we are actually complete with our application basically. So they're saying you attempted to import dot features slash users. Welcome back. So I actually figured out this error, and what the error basically is that they're saying that what we are importing is this basically, right? The login and the logout dispatch actions, and they're saying that it falls outside of the project source, right? What this means is basically I've actually went on into outside of the source directory, and user slice is actually inside of the source, right? So I have to actually reduce one dot. So what I'm gonna actually do is I'm gonna remove these things, and I'm just gonna do an auto import if it's working. Yeah, it's working, as you can see. So I'm gonna say I'm just gonna auto import it. I'm gonna go to logout and click here. Now you see it's actually imported the same thing with my select user, since it's exactly in my user slice as well. I'm just gonna save it, and everything should be working as it is. Let me just go here, and now it should work, guys. Yeah, as you can see, it is working. Nice. Now guys, we have actually completed the sign in, right? Now what I'm gonna do is so it's actually not going back. So what I'm actually gonna go is I'm gonna go to my sign in screen, login screen basically. I'm actually, yeah, so this is my login screen, right? So inside of my login screen I have the left, right? Here it is, guys. So here I have to actually say take me back to the home page basically, right? So when I click here, it takes me back to the home page. Go sign in and click here. Yeah, this is nice. Now guys, I have already created this, right? So I have to do create a functionality. When I sign in, it takes me back to the menu page as in our finished product, right? So you have to do it like that. For now, let's just see. So we have created the home screen, we have created the login screen, and now let's actually work on our, I would say let's actually work on sign up screen. Yeah, let's actually work on sign up screen now. So let me create another screen called sign up screen.js, and again a corresponding sign up screen.css. Now for my sign up screen.js, I'm actually gonna say rfce and just do my typical BAM naming convention. I'm just gonna say sign up screen, so like this, and I'm just gonna save this for now, and also actually import my css file before I forget that. So sign up screen.css, save it. Now what I can actually do is I can go back to my app.js, and let me open app.js on my other screen. And now guys, since I have my sign up screen, I actually have to create another route, right? So this route was for my sign in, and I can create another route. Now what I can basically do here, I can just say create, since this is exactly what it shows in the Starbucks website. Basically it says create when you go to the sign up page, so it will go account/create, and then I could do some similar stuff here, and I could say redirect me to menu if only if my user is actually present, right? And if my user is actually not there, instead of taking me to the login screen, take me to the sign up screen. So that's what we want to do, guys. And now I can easily auto import this. Since I have this, I think it auto imported for me. Now let me just save this, and now so this is another route, guys. So this is a separate route, and this is a separate route for the login, and this is a separate route for the home page. So these three are different paths which we are rendering here. Now this is done, and now what we can do, guys, is if I click on join now, it actually takes me to the sign up page, right? Which is nice, since I don't have any user, so my user is not there actually right now. Now let's actually create the sign up screen, guys. Let me go to the screens, and let me open my signup screen.js, and let's actually create this. So first thing, inside of our signup screen, we're gonna have a signup screen. We're gonna have a header, signup screen header, and then inside of the header, I'm gonna have the link and the React router link. Basically, I should have actually auto imported it. Let me auto import it, and let me just say so inside of our link we're gonna have an image, and for the image I'm gonna have the logo, right? Actually, let me just open the finished product as well, so I can actually check this application is this one, Starbucks.web app clone.web.app, and let me bring it on the side here. Here I can actually see. So if I click on my join now, you guys can see, right? So this is the page we are building right now, right? And you see the header is not actually, I mean, it's there, but it's not actually sticking onto the top. But as soon as we go like this, it's actually exactly the same, but only it's responsive right now. So it's actually not sticking, right? This is what I actually wanted to check. So we are building this part right now, sign up header, right? So we need the logos. I'm just gonna go to my header.js. I'm just gonna grab this one, close this, paste it here. And now to visually see it, now it's huge obviously, because I'm just gonna make it on the side. And again, I wanna have this tool here. So when I click on it, it actually takes me back to the home page. And outside of this div, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be having an h1, and the h1 is gonna have a class name, and the class name is gonna say sign up screen heading, actually sign up screen heading. Now here I'm just gonna say create an account and just save it. Now we need to obviously fix the CSS first to be visually able to see all these things, but let's actually first complete our HTML. Now here I'm just gonna say sign up. Actually, let's just go to our CSS, and let's actually, I'm gonna bring the CSS down so you guys could see. And now let me open my CSS actually on my other screen. So let me go back to source, and let me go to Starbucks clone, guys. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna say sign up screen in the meantime here, sign up screen. Now let me go to my code, open screens, and open sign up screen.css. Yeah, now let me just say display of grid, and we're gonna do our place items. As I told you guys this trick before, right? So it actually brings everything. So now we're gonna not see anything. Now I'm gonna be using my gap property here, and what the gap property is actually gives spacing between the children itself, right? And now guys, I'm just gonna target my image basically, and where my image is basically inside of my sign up screen header, sign up screen header. and inside of the link I have the image. For the image, I'm just gonna say object fit of contain, and then say give me a height of 50 pixels and give me a padding left of 40 pixels, and also give me a padding right. I'm just gonna change this to right of 40 pixels and just save this, and boom guys, you can easily see everything now. Since I've already done this, let me just close this and let's actually continue building our HTML right now, complete our HTML. Now we have the create an account here, and then I'm just gonna create sign up screen rewards section. Since I think we also had this in the login screen as well. So this is the thing which you're gonna be building here. This thing here, this little div here, which is saying sign up sign up screen rewards. Now inside of sign up screen rewards, I'm gonna have an h4, which is just gonna say exactly this, Starbucks rewards, and I'm actually gonna paste it here. Oh, my bad. Gonna go down and then have a p tag. And inside of the p tag, you guys guessed it, I'm just gonna have this. Now I think you guys spotted that link here, right? So again, this link here, right? So we have and more. This is a kind of a link thing which we need here, right? So what I'm gonna be actually doing, so let me just first of all, is my prettier actually working? It's working, right? Okay. So what I'm gonna do guys here, so this more, right, I'm gonna actually wrap it inside of my React router link. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna say more, get the more, and get it inside of my link here. Now as soon as I do that guys, I think it should be a link. Now obviously we gotta style this, so to give this an underline effect right now, and since this div ends here, so outside of this div sign up screen rewards, I'm gonna have a button of sign up form which we are gonna create. We don't actually create this. So, and I'm gonna have a footer second. Now you see guys, it's gonna be super useful here, right? Because it's a component, right? So footer secondary, as soon as I do that, we don't have the sign up form there. So if I comment this out, you guys could see the footer secondary. Here we go guys. Now since we had some props for this footer secondary, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say align items, and the props are gonna be so align items, I'm gonna say center, and give me a flex direction of column as well. Remember we had, so if I go to my footer secondary guys, so you see what I actually did, so I actually change this, right? Change the look of this. So if I go to my footer secondary guys, you see I had these props, align items, padding left, and flex right. Since I'm not actually sending any padding left, so it's not actually applying these tiles here. And I actually explained you guys this before, right? When I was working with the footer secondary component. And this is how useful this is guys, just sending some props and reusing the component again to make it look the way you want guys. Pretty useful. I actually by mistake closed this, my bad guys. Let me actually, so this is so we had the local host there, right? Let me open it again. Let me go here. Okay guys, so we were on the, so you see guys, this is mobile view, right? So I'm just clicking join, now we are here. So now I think our HTML is complete. Now let's just actually design this quickly, so to make it look better. Since this is complete, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my signup screen.css, not here, signup screen.css, here it is, and bring this down again so you guys could see. Now let's just actually continue with this, right? We were on sign up screen. Now let's actually design the sign up screen header, right? So for my header, this is my header basically, the containing the link. So for my header, I'm just gonna say give me a background color. So for the background color, give me a background color of white. And I want a box shadow. So I want that box shadow is a huge box shadow, for which I actually need to go to my GitHub actually and open my signup screen.css, since it's a huge and I don't want to actually write it out. And this is again taken from the we have been using this box shadow actually, and this is taken from the Starbucks website. Let me actually grab these things as well here since I'm here right now, and let me actually Let me actually paste these things out. Okay, now as soon as I do that, guys, you see some changes in the header, sign up screen header, right? If I comment this out and if I paste this out, you see guys what's happening? This is the header, right? It's having a subtle box shadow here, right? So now as soon as I actually uncomment this out, you guys might see it right now. You see it's looking dull right now as soon as I uncomment it. Now what I'm actually doing is I'm saying give me a height of 101 pixels. This is again the height specified by the Starbucks website. And give me a display of flex, so it actually goes in the flex direction, and align of center. And I'm just having this box shadow as you guys can see, and a background color of white. That's it, guys. I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna target my sign up screen header. I'm gonna target my, so I've actually already done this, my bad, the image. Now after the image I have the sign up screen heading, and what the heading basically is this create an account thing. So I'm actually gonna style that. Let me actually make this smaller so you guys could possibly see the whole website here, guys. Okay, for the heading I'm just gonna say give me a color of RGBA value, and the RGBA value is gonna be 000, and last one is gonna be 0.87 opacity, guys. Now this, and then I'm gonna have a font weight of bold basically, and I'm gonna give a font size of 28 pixels, right? Now you see it actually changed the look of the heading. Now I'm gonna target my sign up screen rewards, which is a div basically, and I'm just gonna say give me a text align of center. That's all I actually wanted to do here for my Starbucks rewards. Now I'm gonna go down, and inside of my sign up screen rewards, right, I'm actually gonna target my h4, and for my h4 I'm gonna say give me a color. Actually let me just copy this color since it's exactly the same color. Give me the same color. But it's actually 5.6, it's not 8.7. Yeah, so there's a slight difference in the opacity, guys. So it's 5.6, and the letter spacing is gonna be 1.4. 1.4. Give me a font weight of 800. Give me a font size of 14 pixels, and also give me a margin bottom of 20 pixels. And this is this thing here, guys. You guys could see. Now it's looking much more better, but still the paragraph you need to actually design that. Now sign up screen rewards, I'm gonna go into my p tag. I'm gonna target my p. Now this is exactly the same color, guys. Oops, let me get this color and let me actually paste this here. Now we have the exact same color. I'm gonna give a line height, and for the line height I'm just gonna say 1.5. I'm gonna give a max width here since it's a paragraph. Give me a max width of 500 and font weight of 600 to make it a bit more, give it a bolder effect, and give me give me a font size of 14 pixels. As soon as I do that, guys, you see it's coming in 2 lines, looking really neat, really clean right now. And now I'm gonna target my link inside of the paragraph, right? So remember I had a React router link, right? So I'm gonna target that. Now I'm just gonna target the link, and what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm just gonna say give me a color of RGBA. Again, it's the same color basically. So because it's a link, by default it has a different color, but it's gonna be the same exact color. And then I'm just gonna say give me a text decoration of underline. Yeah, that's it, guys. As soon as I do that, you see, but now when we hovered over it, you see, guys, actually disappears the text decoration. So I want to target that, right? I'm just copy it. I'm gonna say on hover I don't want any text decoration, so make it back to none again. So now if I hover over it, actually goes away. So our sign up screen rewards is actually complete. Now I have one huge media query, which actually I'm just gonna copy it and explain you guys what I'm actually doing here. It's a huge media query, guys. So yeah, let me paste it. Now this is this I'm actually, you cannot actually see here because it's not actually, so this viewport X is actually greater than 425, and this only applies to mobile large and under 425 pixels, like 425 or under 425 basically. So what I'm actually doing is some basic stuff, guys. I'm just reducing the gap between the children, and for my heading, this one, I'm just reducing the padding, top and bottom, and the font size and margin right. I'm just saying auto because I want to bring this to the left. So actually, let me show you guys. If I go to my inspect tools, and if I click here, I think it's for my mobile large, right? If I click, so under mobile large, everything is gonna work. So you see, guys, actually bringing into the left because I said margin right auto, right? And then for my H4, I'm saying I don't want you to display, right? I'm just saying display none, so it doesn't display this because on the Starbucks website, it actually doesn't display that H4. And the rewards, text line of left padding, reduce the padding, and reduce the font size. That's pretty basic stuff, guys. Now, since footer secondary is already a component, so we don't have to add media query. We already have media queries inside of the component itself. Pretty neat stuff. Also on mobile small, it's actually looking pretty neat. Yeah. So we're actually come done with the sign up screen, guys. So we have actually completed the only thing I think we have here on the sign up, I think it's complete. Yeah, as far as for our sign up screen, it's actually complete. One thing's actually missing, and that's the sign up form, right? So I actually commented this out. I'm gonna uncomment it. I'm actually gonna create not inside of my screens, but inside of my source. I'm just gonna create a new component. It's gonna say sign up form .js, and I'm also going to create another sign up form.css, right? And just going to do my typical RFCE, and just going to go here. I'm just going to say sign up form.css and give me a class name. I think I should actually copy this stuff because it's going to be relatively simple, right? It's actually similar to the, I guess, the form submit button which we actually made right before. It's gonna be similar to that. So if we go here, you guys could see this sign up form.js, right? I'm just gonna go inside of this. We have a bunch. It's actually so it's not actually the button. Oh, I'm my bad, guys. It's actually these things. It's actually the form here. Oh, it's not just the bunch. So we didn't actually create the form, guys. My bad. What am I doing here? Yeah, so it's actually the form, guys. Yeah, so we have to create this form. So I actually have this form as a component, and the reason for that is because um, why I actually had it as a component is because of these things, guys. So you see these box shadows and all these, so it looks like a different separate component, right? And yeah, this is the thing. I think this is the reusable component. Yeah, I was thinking about this. It's but we don't have the form, right? Yeah, definitely we need the form first. So yeah, we have to create this, guys. Let's go and let's actually create this beautiful form here. So for this, I can't copy, and I actually have to do it. Uh, so let me open the signup form.js. Where's my signup form? Let me open it, and yeah, let's actually start working on this. So first things first, let's have a container. So I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say signup form container, and for my container, inside of my container, I'm just gonna have a form, HTML form. I'm not gonna have an action, I guess, and obviously now I'm going to be using React hook forms, so I'm going to be copying some stuff from my login screen. I guess is it called login screen? So I had it inside of my login screen, right? Yeah, so login screen. So here I'm going to be having an on submit, and the on submit I'm going to be writing these things out so you guys could understand this better again, because I want you guys to understand the React hook forms, right? So it's a good way to actually redo it and kind of understand these things again. So remember, guys, React hook forms had something called. So I opened the React hook form. They had something called on submit on their forms, right? So we need this thing here. So I'm just gonna copy it. And I'm just gonna paste it out here. So handle submit, and where are we getting these things from? The handle submit and on submit is we are actually getting this from a hook called use form, right? It's giving this function called handle submit, and I can just easily copy this here, right? And I could just go back here and just do it here like this. Now use form is actually we are getting it from React hook form. I'm just gonna auto import this, and yeah, so now we're gonna have an on submit now. Yeah, right now we don't have it. I'm just gonna give this form a class name, and the class name is gonna be sign up. So it's gonna be sign up form actually. Yeah, nice. Sign up form. Now inside of the form, right? So I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff, right? So I'm gonna have an h4 first of all, and the h4 is gonna have a class name. The class name is gonna say sign up form section. I'm actually gonna explain you guys why I'm actually naming it like this. Sign up form section, and inside of the section I'm just gonna say personal information. Okay, I'm just gonna save this up. Now we won't be able to actually see this because I think we are not actually, so we're not actually importing this, right? So auto imported, let's just see the import. Yeah, it's there. Now obviously on submit is actually not defined, so because of that we cannot see it, but we'll see this eventually, so do not worry about this right now. Actually, let me just remove this now for now. Let me remove the on submit for now. Oh, my bad. What did I actually do here? Yeah, remove the whole thing here, and let me save it now. So you can actually, yeah, this is the personal information here. So now outside of the h4 I'm gonna have a div, and the div is gonna be sign up form container. Actually input container, not container. It's gonna be the input container which we had in the login screen as well, remember? And now here I'm gonna be using the material UI's text field. Now I can actually go to my login screen and actually copy this stuff, or I can actually write it out again. So let me actually go to login screen and save some time, because we know this, right? I actually explained to you guys these things before. So let me just copy this, and I'm just gonna be changing this email address to first name, right? Because it's not gonna be, so there's actually a label is the text, the placeholder kind of thing. And I'm just gonna auto import first of all. Just gonna press control space and auto import, and it's gonna be the first name. The name is going to be f name. The type is going to be text, and input label props is gonna be 0. Is gonna be exactly the same thing. And instead of the login screen, right, it's gonna say sign up form, actually sign up form input, and this is gonna say the exact same thing. Input ref, right? It's gonna be the exact same thing here. Now we can see actually this coming into place. So this has a text field. Now we have errors as well, right? So remember guys, we had, and so if I go back to my login screen, we had these errors, remember? So I'm just gonna copy these errors here, actually copy the whole thing here. I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna paste this out here. Now obviously I gotta import these things, so what I'm gonna do is again go back to my login screen, and this is like two icons, close icon and report problem icon. So here are the two icons. I'm just gonna copy it and come back to my sign up form, copy paste here. Now I have this, and now instead of entering email, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type enter your first name, since it's not the email, it's the first name now, and everything else actually stays the same, but instead of the login screen we just name it like sign up form. That's it guys, everything else actually stays the same, the exact same thing. Now we have this. Now obviously you're not gonna actually see these things because we don't we have to submit to actually see these things, but you see the text field, right? The first name actually goes on top. This is nice. We just have to style this guys. So now so inside of this div actually, right, so this is a div containing the sign up form input container, right? So now I'm going to be having more input containers, right? Because I have this input container, and now I'm going to be having some more input containers, right? Another thing I actually noticed, guys, is this errors. Instead of saying errors.email, I'm going to say errors.firstname, right? And this thing is there, this thing is there. Yeah, let's just save this for now, and then I'm actually rechecking to make sure if anything is wrong or anything is missing here. So nothing is actually missing, and then we can just copy this input container, actually go down and paste this again. Now the second one is gonna be for the last name, right? So I'm just gonna rename this to last name, and it's gonna say L name here, and it's gonna say this. Everything else stays the same. Here I'm just gonna say enter your last name, and here also remember we need to. This is super important, guys. We need to actually change this, and this should be the exact same name as the name here, right? For the text field, should be the exactly same thing. Now we're gonna actually so now guys, now we have this done, right? So you see guys, so here we have some personal information, and personal information actually shows you these things, right? The first name and the last name. And then we have a section called account security. That's why I actually named it section, guys. Remember, I named this h4 as a section. This was the actual reason why I actually named it like that. Now for the account security, I'm gonna have the email address and the password text fields, and then I'm gonna have this and some, I think some span here maybe, and this button here. Yeah, again this is the footer secondary, the reusable component which we're going to be using it. I actually did this, yeah, I actually completed this, yeah, so I just need this here. Yeah, so now let's just go here, and what I'm gonna actually do, so now in the outside of the sign up form input this container here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be having an h4, and this h4 again is gonna have the same, so it's gonna have the same class name since it's the same exact thing. I could have created this as a component, but again, like, I mean, we don't want to overcomplicate the build and keep it simple. And I'm just gonna say account security inside of this security, and just save this. We should see this, yeah. So now outside of this h4, I'm gonna have another sign up form input container, right? Now I can actually just copy paste this here, and I could just, since it's, I think it's already, so I can just get the email one, or I can actually just rename this. It's fine, I can just rename this. I could just say for the label I could just say email, and I could say address. For the name I could say email, and type is super important, guys. It needs to be email this time, so for some verification and stuff. Now here, guys, this needs to be email, and enter your, instead of enter your first name, I'm gonna say enter an email, right? I'm gonna say enter an email. Now this is clean, this is clean, everything's clean, and I think it's yeah, I think it's good, it's looking, it should appear here, yeah, nice. Now we would have one more sign up form input container outside of this input container. I'm just gonna go down here, and now the last one is gonna be for the password, guys. Pretty similar stuff again, just say password, and this name is gonna be password, and type is gonna be password. And now for the type, actually I'm gonna use state, right? So remember what I did in the login screen? I'm gonna do the exact same thing. I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna copy paste this here, and we need to import useState, remember. So we need to actually import useState, and let me actually go down, let me see if it actually works the way we want. So what I'm gonna actually do, guys, I'm just gonna actually get the exact same thing, since it's gonna be a bit different for the password, right? So where this is actually there, I'm actually gonna get this thing for the password. So I'm actually gonna get this exact thing for my password. I'm gonna go down here, and here we are. So let me actually paste this instead of that. Now we can just change the login screen to sign up form. Select everything by pressing Command and D, and rename everything together. So this is sign up form, and now we need these icons, right? So this and this, visibility out and visibility off. So I'm just gonna go back here to my login screen. I'm gonna go on top and just gonna get these icons as well. And now I can just go on top, can just paste it here, and boom, you have the icons, right? Now guys, we have to change some stuff, right? So actually, yeah, we don't actually have to change anything, right? So the label is going to be password, name is going to be, type is there, so it's going to, obviously we are using the state to trigger the type basically. And I think yeah, everything else is the same, only the login we have to change the sign up form, right? I can pretty much save this now, and we should be, yeah, so now it's not actually, let's type something and I see, yeah, it's actually triggering it. Now we are gonna design, we're gonna convert this into this, guys, beautiful form. And that's the magic of CSS, guys. Now let me just finish up the application first, finish up this page first. So outside of I think outside of my form now, no, actually outside of my form, outside of my input container, I guess here I'm gonna be having an h4, and the class name is gonna be, so it's actually pretty similar stuff, guys. And the class name is gonna be sign up form rewards. Oh, what am I actually doing? Wait, is it actually, I have to do this, right? um so let me just see. So I had sign up screen rewards, and now I'm gonna be having sign up form rewards. Okay, this is gonna be different. This is gonna be for the form, guys. So we have this one, right? So this is for the form rewards, and uh, this was for the sign up screen. Yeah, so don't actually confuse this like me, guys. Yeah, so sign up form rewards is gonna have so it's gonna have some text. I'm just gonna go and copy it. Is this one here? So it's these subtle changes which make the application look good, guys, and we have to actually do that. And now I can just go here and create a span tag, give a class name, and then what I can actually do is sign up form span, says span here, and now I can just copy this stuff, go back here, and yeah, space this out here, save it. It should come here. Now it's coming here. Nice. Now I have this everything's inside of my form, guys. Now the last thing here is now this is gonna be the button, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, form submit, right? Form submit, and this is the button we actually already created it. So it's a reusable component now, guys. I'm just gonna save it, and let's just see if it, yeah, nice. And we had some props here. Nice. I love this, guys. So we actually created this button before, and it's gonna be saying create account, and the type is gonna be submit. So now type is gonna be submit. As soon as I save that, guys, you see this beautiful reusable component. Now again, we have to design this, guys, in order to make it look the way we want to, right? So let me go to sign up from .css. Let me bring this down so you guys could visually see it. Maybe make this a bit smaller, I would say. A little bit smaller, that's fine. Maybe more. I think that's fine, yeah. So let's start from the beginning here. Actually, we're gonna have some similar stuff as well here, right? Because it resembles our login screen, right? So we're gonna have some similarity from our login screen as well here. But that's fine, guys. Let me just so first thing, actually, let me just copy this stuff. Some of the stuff which is reusable, actually, right? So let me go to sign up from.css, and yeah, this is the thing. I'm gonna explain you guys. Don't worry about this. I'm gonna explain you guys everything I'm doing inside of my CSS. Just first of all, save these things. So what actually I'm doing here, right? So you see this box shadow, right? So I'm just saying display of flex. Give me a flex direction of column for the sign up form, right? So the outer form here. Now what it's actually targeting is actually targeting the sign up form container, which contains everything basically, right, inside of the form. And why I actually did it is purposely I did this, had a container here because I actually wanted to give a box shadow here, right? So now when as soon as I say box shadow, it actually gives box shadow all around the container. Then it gives a nice border radius of 12 pixels, so it doesn't look sharp. So as soon as I do that, guys, you see there's a rounded effect, right? And then I just give it a max width of 500 pixels and a height and a margin border. Now if I make this bigger, you see it doesn't go out of its max width because I have a max width of 500 pixels, right? So it actually respects that max width, guys. Now I'm gonna continue with this, and now I'm just gonna target my container, sign up from container, and what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna say give me an all-round padding of 56 pixels, right? And save it. As soon as I do that, now see guys, this is a trick why I actually wanted to do it like this. So I had sign up form, then I had the container, right? So when I say the padding for the container, it actually brings it. Already it's looking, I mean the form, the container and this thing, right, actually looking better now. Only thing is the content which we have to design now. So actually giving a similar look, right? Now I'm gonna go down and I'm just gonna target my sign up form section. Remember we had these things, personal information, account security. I'm gonna give them a color of RGBA value, and I'm just gonna give so remove this bracket, and I'm just gonna say 0.87 for Starbucks application. Save it, and I'm just gonna say a font size. So font size of 19 pixels, and make this a bit bigger. Margin bottom of 8 pixels, and give some margin from the bottom. Now I'm gonna target my. So now I'm gonna do something weird, guys, and you might not know this. What I'm gonna do right now. So I'm gonna target sign up form section, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say ant of type. I'm gonna say 2 here. Now what I'm actually doing here, guys. So what I'm actually doing here is that. So remember for the sign up form section, right? We had two of these things. So we had this the one here, and then we had the sign up form section below here, right? Uh, so here for the email and password, yeah. So this is the next one, right? So I want to target the next one, right? But they both have the same class names. So if I only say the sign up form section, it's gonna target both of them, right? What if I only want to target the account security, right? And why I actually want to do that is because I want to give margin top, right? I don't want to give margin top here. So how I can actually do this, I can say ant of type, and because I know there's only two sign up from sections, so I cannot say three because there's no three. I know it's two, right? So I can just target the second one, and I could just say margin top, guys, and margin top is going to be 48 pixels. Now as soon as I save that, see what happens. It doesn't give margin top from here, only gives it from the second one, right? Which is what we actually want, guys. Now instead of me giving a second class name and doing it like that, this is much more smoother, guys. I feel like this is a really good way to do it like this. Now I'm gonna target my sign up form input container, uh, input container which contains my the text fields and everything basically. So I'm gonna give it a position of relative, and I'm just gonna give it a margin bottom of 8 pixels and save it. Now I'm gonna go down, and this time I'm gonna target my sign up form input, and make sure you guys actually rename this in from login to, if you actually copied it from the login, rename this to sign up form. That's super important. Sign up form input, and just give it a width. So for the input, I'm just gonna give it a width of 100% actually. As soon as I save that, guys, it gives the full width, right? And gives the full width for the forms. Actually looks much more better now. And now I'm just gonna go here and sign up form. So we have something called reset links, right? Reset links. So do I have actually reset links here? I think I don't have the reset links here, right? Do I? I don't have any reset links here. That's actually weird. I think we only had the reset links inside of our login thing. So we don't have any reset. So there's no reset links, right? We don't have any reset links here. I think because I actually copied the code from the logins, I actually had this. So I don't have these. Now what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna target my sign up form error, right? Remember the error div which we have, right? And let me show you guys what it is. So sign up form error is this div here for the errors, right? I'm gonna target that. I'm gonna say margin top. So give me a margin top of 5 pixels. Okay, and we wouldn't be able to see this because right now we're not actually submitting anything, and there's no errors actually here. But it's exactly the same when we did it for actually login. And I can actually in fact just copy this, because there's no way of actually writing this out again. So if I go to my sign up form error, I could just copy this stuff here. And actually, let me copy this stuff here as well, right? I mean, I think it's exactly the same thing. Let me copy these things, and let me go back, and let me actually paste it out here. So this is exactly the same things we did before for the login screen, guys. There's no difference in these things, right? This is the error color which shows to us. It's a orangish color basically, and yeah, that's all we are doing. And I think I should have explained this before, because I actually did this part, right? So yeah. So this is the visibility icon. This is the icon you can see here. It's actually in place, right? If I comment this out, yeah, and then as soon as I do this, it's actually on the right place. Pretty neat. Now let's continue with this, and let's actually work on the sign up form rewards. Let's go down, sign up form rewards, and again this rewards is this reward, remember. So for the rewards, I'm gonna give a color, and color is gonna have an RGBA value, and it's gonna be 00, and this time it's gonna be 56, and just save it. And now I'm gonna give it a font size of 14 pixels. I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna give a margin top bottom of 24 pixels and left and right of 0. Save this. It looks much more neat now. And now I'm gonna target my span. Remember, this is the span, right? So sign up form span. I couldn't name this, so I just named it as a span. You guys could name it much more like meaningful related to this. Now I'm just gonna say give me a color. Let me just copy this, and this time it's gonna be 0.87, and now it's gonna be giving a font weight of 600 and a line height of 1.5. Let me just save this. Now it's looking much more better, guys. Much more better. Now I'm gonna target my form class basically. So sign up form, right? And I'm gonna say give me a position of relative. Did I actually do this before? I don't think I actually did this before, right? Give me a position of relative, and give me a width of 100%. Actually, give me a width of 100%. I actually didn't do this before, right? Yeah. So I'm targeting the form, which is basically this guy. So if you guys are confused, it's actually the form, right? I'm targeting my form. And now I'm just gonna target the button inside of my form. And now what the button is basically is actually, so if you see, this is my form, right? And what the button is inside of my form is basically, if you go down, it's gonna be this one, right? This is the only button, and this component basically is rendered as a button. So if I go into my form submit, it's actually rendered as a button. So I'm actually targeting this, and you guys could do this like this. So because I don't want to change, because since it's a reusable component, I don't want to change it everywhere. I just want some specific styles for this one, so I'm actually targeting like this. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna say give me a margin top first of all, and give me a margin top of 50 pixels. As soon as I save that, oh, actually it's inside the form. My bad, guys. It's inside the form, right? Yeah. So give me a margin top of 50 pixels and give me a position of absolute, right? And give me a right of 0. Now as soon as I do that, guys, see where it comes. Beautiful, guys. This is the thing we actually want. This is how we want the form to look. And now it's time for a huge media query, guys. And don't worry, it's just very simple, guys. I'm just gonna explain you. Don't worry about that. It's not actually that huge, but yeah. I'm just gonna paste it, save it, and yeah. Again, you guys could not probably see this because of the viewports. Let's just go here, and yeah. So what I'm actually doing is for the sign up form, I'm actually removing the box shadow, yeah. So I don't want any more box shadow. So remember, guys, you had the box shadow, right? So increase the width. We have this box shadow right on the sides. If you guys could maybe see this, right? So we are just removing the box shadow when we go to mobile large, and we're actually I think we are reducing the height maybe, and yeah, the paddings. Obviously, we want to reduce the paddings as well for on the container. The font sizes, yeah, and the font sizes. That's it, guys. Just the font sizes. And look how responsive is it. It is, guys. It's pretty cool, pretty responsive, guys. Now, even if I make this bigger, it's actually looking really, really neat, guys. Now we just need to do the on submit thing, right? So when we submit, we need to see the errors, right? So yeah, we need to just do that. And see what happens here, right? It actually goes creates first name. So this is actually what the React Hook Forms is actually doing, right? And we need to actually do that. Everything else is looking good. It's pretty responsive as well, right? Now let's actually work on the. Let me just close this and let's actually work on the the good stuff here, guys. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be creating a function, right? So I'm gonna be creating a function called onSubmit, right? Since that's how we're gonna be doing this thing, right? So this function, now this function is given to us by React Hook Forms. I mean, not given to us basically, but uh, they tell to basically do it like this, right? So they give us something called data. So when we use the ref here, right? So what happens is actually they give us the data. It's similar to when we, if you guys have used something called value, right? So when we use our input fields, we do something like value and we map it to the state basically, right? And the ref is actually doing the similar stuff here, right? And what it basically gives us something called data, right? So we get something called data, and what happens is guys, then we can basically use that data, and we can use our authentication to actually create the user, right? And since we're actually accepting the data as emails and passwords, or I'm gonna do, I'm gonna destructure it right away. And how I'm actually gonna do it? By the names, right? So these names are so important, guys. Remember these names, right? First name, last name, all these things. So I'm gonna use these names. I'm gonna say first name, last name, email, and password. I'm right away destructuring this, right? And then I'm gonna use my local auth module, and I'm gonna first of all import this from Firebase, and then I can see it's actually imported from the local Firebase, right? I'm just gonna say create. So the Firebase actually gives us this function called create user with email and password. I'm gonna send in an email and password here, and then guys, it accepts a promise, right? So I'm just gonna say .then. So if you go and hover over this, you guys will see the full code here, right? So how you're gonna actually do this. So you see Firebase.auth is basically the same stuff as auth, because I have actually created a variable inside of my local Firebase. So it's similar to saying like auth dot create user, and it's accepting an email and password, and we can then cache for the errors, right? And it actually accepts a promise as well. So what I'm actually doing is it actually accepts a promise, and inside of the promise, right, what happens is the user auth, right? So accepts a user auth, and then what happens is we go down, and then we can just say user auth dot user dot update profile. And this thing, guys, this is again given to us by Firebase, update profile. And what this update, as soon as this is a function, right? So as soon as I do this, it shows me this. So what it actually does is actually updates the profile by whatever we want to actually update it with. Like we want the display name to be the first name, so whatever we are getting back from the user. So instead of these hard coding values, whatever we are getting back from the user, we're gonna actually update it to that. But it's objects, right? So you see, you have to do it like this. I have to put this curly braces, and then I'm just gonna say display name, because I'm gonna be using the display name, and map it to the first name of the user, whatever the first name of the user is, right? And then guys, then I'm gonna be so I'm gonna do another then here, guys. And inside of this then, guys, this is another promise, right? So now I'm gonna be doing dispatch, right? Inside of another promise, I'm going to be doing dispatch now. Now to use dispatch, I need the dispatch first, right? And dispatch is given to us by the React Redux, and it's a very powerful hook basically, right? So const dispatch is use dispatch to dispatch something into the Redux, right? We need this dispatch thing. I mean into the data layer basically. So React Redux, as you guys can see. So now we're gonna do dispatch, and what I'm gonna do dispatch is I'm gonna do the login thing, right? I'm gonna dispatch a login, and since it's a function, I actually have to import this from the user slice. You see, actually shows me the auto import thing. Actually imported it, and now I can dispatch a login action and accept something called a payload, right? So I can send the payload here as email, and I'm gonna say user auth dot user dot email, right? And this again is given to us by Firebase, right? The user is actually given to us by Firebase. So we don't have we are actually retrieving the user from Firebase, right? By using the user auth here. And here also we did the same thing. We just updated the profile with the and we just updated the display name with the first name of the user, right? And we could do pretty much so much stuff here. We could just update the photo URL and our phone number if you want, the phone number if you're getting any phone number from the user. We can update so much stuff here, right? And now I'm gonna say UID and user auth dot user. Again, Firebase gives us a beautiful UID. We can use that UID, and then the display name. Uh, display name is not gonna be user auth. No, display name is gonna be our first name, because we know that, right? Display name is gonna be the first name. Now we are sending this into our Redux, so we could basically pull this later on, and we could just basically use these things, right? So we are sending this into our data layer to store these things into dispatching into the data layer. And now, guys, like after this, right? So after our dispatch ends, what I'm gonna actually do here is I'm gonna use something called history and history.replace, right? Now I don't know if you use history in this clone before, but so what history is basically I'm gonna explain you guys again. So history, and it's another hook basically given to us by, I guess it's also given to us by basically React Router DOM. So it's given to us by React Router DOM, and what history can do is basically redirect. Basically, it's actually acts as similar to the redirect. Remember, I used something called a redirect, right? Redirect to slash menu, redirect to slash. It actually acts in a similar manner. So we could do something called history.replace, and why I'm actually not pushing and using replace, so we could use push here as well, but I don't want to push. I just want to replace my current URL, since I'm already on a URL right now, right? So I just want to replace that URL with slash menu, right? Because I want to get the user into the menu page now, the menu screen basically. Now I'm gonna actually do this, and the last thing, guys, the last thing we're gonna catch for errors, because I mean that's super important, right? Whenever you're building something, you want to catch and you want to make it really secure, guys. So I'm just gonna catch the error, and I'm just gonna say alert the user if there's any error with the error.message. Save it now. As soon as I save it, guys, now it should work beautifully. Now we need that the submit thing, remember? So we need that submit on our form. So inside of our form here, we could just say on submit is equal to handle submit. Now again, this is there on React forms, and you could just copy it from there. I'm just gonna type it out, and this handle submit is a function, is a really powerful hook given to us by this use form hook here, given to us by React hook forms, and we're using that handle submit, and we're calling this function on submit, right? This thing here. Now I'm just gonna save this stuff, and I think, yeah, we're pretty much done with this. Now it's gonna catch for errors and everything, right? And this was the most important part, guys. This was the most important part. We are using history, using dispatch, a lot of stuff here, right? A lot of powerful stuff. Now actually nothing's actually happening when I actually, So let me just refresh this maybe. Yeah, here we go, guys. Here we go. We see the errors, right? So I pressed enter. So let me just refresh and show you guys this thing again. So I pressed on enter, and it's similar to pressing create account, but I press enter. Now I'm gonna press on create account. So without submitting anything, you see, guys, you see that now as soon as I start submitting, the error actually goes away. And as soon as I start submitting this, it goes away. Submitting this actually goes away. Now I submit my password. Let's see if this works. This also works. Now as soon as I don't write my password, it actually goes away. You see, guys, the error handling is beautiful, guys. So now we need to actually obviously we need to actually create a user first to be able to actually log in to the application, right? And now we are actually done with our sign up form and sign up screen, I guess. So we have actually completed the sign up screen, and now I think it's time to move on to the menu screen, right, where everything happens, where the magic happens when we actually log in and we see the menu screen, right? And we're gonna see all of our users. So if I go inside of my Firebase, guys, inside of my authentication, right, I'm gonna see all of my users here, right? So so for my authentication, and let me actually see. So let me actually see one thing, guys. Let me see if I'm actually using the same config here, because I'm actually kind of so I don't actually have the so I have the application. Let me see if I'm actually using the same config file, because I'm actually confused if it's the account which I'm actually using. Oh yeah, config file actually matches, right? So yeah, that's fine. So this is this one actually. So yeah, for the authentication, right, guys, for the authentication, right, I'm gonna be seeing my users here, right? I'm gonna be seeing my users here. Let me just do one thing, guys. Let me actually go here. Yeah, that's fine, guys, that's fine. So I'm gonna be seeing, so I'm gonna be authenticating. Let me enable this, so you guys could enable this email and password authentication. Just press on enable and just press on save here. Now your authentication is enabled, and anytime the user is gonna sign up, you're gonna see some users here. And that's pretty much it, guys. That's pretty much. We have actually changed the font as well, right? So let me go to indexation and let me check if we have. So we actually changed the font. That's pretty good. So now let's actually work on the menu screen, guys. So we could actually log in and actually go into the menu screen, right? So the menu, let me actually create another screen. Let me go back to my screens, and let me create a menu screen.js, right? Menu screen.js, and let me also create a menu screen.css, right? Now let me close everything. Actually, let me close everything which is saved. Let me open the menu screen again. There's so much stuff which is actually open, and yeah. So from a menu screen, rfce, and let's just do this. Import our css, and let's give a class name of menu screen, which we always do. Menu screen. Here we go, guys. Now I'm just gonna render out something like I am the menu basically, or maybe just say menu screen, and let's see if we can actually log into this, right? So it's gonna have now obviously after doing this you have to actually go back to our app.js, and we have to create a route. Remember, we have to create a route. So I'm just gonna go here and actually copy it. I'm just gonna go down a bit. Now here, guys, now here's we're gonna say not account, we're just gonna go to the /menu path, and here what I'm gonna do is, instead of this, I'm just gonna remove. I'm gonna do something different here. I'm gonna say if there is no user, right, instead of saying there is a user, I'm just gonna say there is no user. If there is no user, what I want to do, first of all, I'm just gonna have my fragment here, inside of my fragment, I'm going to say give me a header, right? And this header, remember I told you guys there's going to be two types of headers. One header is going to be with the menu page, with the menu page prop, a bit different, and another one is going to be the normal header, which is basically this header here, right, for the home page. Now after the header, I'm going to render my menu screen. I'm gonna import this as well, actually auto import it. And since it's a ternary operator, I have to specify the other condition, right? So if there's I'm sorry guys, so if there's actually no user, right? So this I want to render if there is a user, right? So if there is a user, I want to do this. Let me copy this, let me remove this, let me paste this out here. And why is she adding also? So if there is no user, I want to use redirect, right? So what's actually happening, guys? I'm so confused right now. Let me actually comment it, maybe, I don't know. So redirect, what's actually going on here? Let me actually remove this. Let me remove this as well. And now, so
Okay.
if there is no user, my CD turns on for some reason. I'm gonna say redirect and redirect to /account. So if there's, so I only wanna, so you see guys, I'm gonna show you something. So this is the built application, right? So if I click on the menu, it takes me to the login page, right? Why? Because I'm actually not signed in. Now as soon as I actually sign in, it takes me back, it takes me to the menu, right? Now it persists, and if I refresh, it's actually gonna take me back to the menu, not to the login. So it's gonna persist. Yeah, you see guys. Now what I want to do the same thing, right? So I want to say if there's no user, take me to the account sign in. Okay, and since this is a redirect, right? It's just same as a history thing, right? And now since it's a ternary operator, I'm gonna give my another condition here, and here I'm just gonna save this condition. Now if there is a user, I want to render my header, the menu page header and the menu screen basically. And if there is no user, redirect me to this page. So this is our application, right? So if I actually create a user, let's actually create a user and let's see what happens, right? Let's actually see what happens. I'm actually using Redux as well, so I'm going to show you guys that as well. So let me I have this default name and email address. You guys could name whatever you want. I'm going to say Steve1234, and yeah, let's just create an account and let's see what happens. Here we go, guys. /menu. So actually it takes us to the /menu, to the menu page, right? And now if I refresh, it should persist. It persists, guys. And why it persists is because of the auth state change there, right? Because I'm actually telling here that if I refresh on render of the component, I want to check the state. I want to check if my user is actually logged in or logged out. So if my user is logged in, dispatch a login action, right? And it's gonna sign me in, which is pretty neat, guys. Pretty clean, right? So again, it actually goes in. So now let's actually work on our menu screen, and we can actually see that I'm the menu screen as well. I don't know why we can actually not see here. We can see here, right? I'm the menu screen. So now let's actually work on the menu screen, guys. Now what I could actually do is go to my menu screen.js, and let's get started with this now. Let me open my menu screen .js. So first thing, I'm gonna have a menu header here, right? A menu header, and menu header is gonna be the reusable component, right? I guess. Actually, I have to create this menu header basically. No, it's not the reusable. You actually have to create the menu header. Yeah, and then outside of this menu header, I'm gonna have a menu screen container. So let me just comment this out for now. A menu screen container, right? Container, menu screen container, and menu screen container is gonna contain a menu screen left and a menu screen right, right? So menu screen left, and what I'm actually working on right now is basically this thing, right? So this is the menu. Sorry, this is not the menu screen. Let me actually go to my menu. So this is my menu screen, right? So let me actually make this bigger, guys. So this is the menu screen, right? So menu screen is having a menu screen container, and then there's like a menu screen left, which is this, and this is I call this a component called menu list, right? And there's a menu screen right. A menu screen right is containing the menu category and all these things. And guys, so basically this thing, right, the menu header, this is the menu header, right? And this is the normal header, the app header, right? And this is called the menu header from this part here, basically. Another thing I actually forgot to show you guys was the Redux, right? How could I forget that? Yeah, let me just show you. So if you press Alt Command and I, you can, on Mac, you can open your basically the tools here, command line tools. Now let me go to Redux, right? You see the first thing, as soon as I click on Redux, it shows me that the state, the changing of state. So what happens, the state before was null, right? And now it actually changed it to this email, right? And now if I go to action, it actually um, dispatch the login action. Remember, we were dispatching a login action. So what happened is, like, we have the payload as email. We can actually check the payload, as you guys can see, the UID and the display name. And I mapped the display name basically to the first name. So it's actually not showing me the second name, only the first name here, guys. And yeah, this Redux DevTools is pretty good, right? It's just an extension you can find on Google and download it. And it's pretty cool, guys. Like, you can just skip it and just check it. You can jump over it and you can see all this stuff. So this was before, right? So as soon as I logged in, this happened, right? Which is pretty cool, guys. You can keep track of these things. Obviously, I'm gonna be having a logout here. Then we could just see the state again, the different state basically. I actually logged me in because I'm actually logged in right now. Now, menu screen left, and so menu screen left is gonna contain a component called menu list, right? Menu list, and remember not to actually import it from the material UI. We are gonna create this component. Let me comment this, and let's go down, and here we're gonna have a menu screen right. So inside of our menu screen right, we're gonna have an h1, and it's gonna say menu, and now we're gonna have a div called menu screen category, right? Menu screen category. Now menu screen category is gonna contain an h2 saying drinks, and then it's gonna have another div, and this is gonna say menu screen items. Now for menu screen items, right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna map through my menu list basically, right? And my menu list is the JSON file, right, which I actually showed you guys before, right? So menu list is actually, so I don't actually have the menu list, which is weird here. I don't have the menu list .json, but I'm gonna be having a menu list .json, and I'm gonna be mapping through that data file, that JSON. Let me just go here and actually show you guys what I mean by that. So menu list.json should be somewhere here. Yeah, here it is, menu list.json. So I'm gonna be creating, so guys, like, I actually went ahead and actually created this file before, and to save some time, what you guys could do is just go here and just click on raw, right? So if you click, yeah, here's the raw. So if you click on raw, just press Command A, copy everything, just go back and just create a file here. Okay, just create a file, just go here, Command B, and so inside of the source, let's just create a file called menu and menu list.json basically. And now inside of this file, let's just paste this everything. So it's gonna save us a bunch of time. So what these things? So these are just the drinks, the food, and all those categories, right? All those menu items basically. which obviously if you are building any application for a cafe or a restaurant or anything, you're gonna have these things inside of a JSON file, right? I mean, the menu. You're not gonna be having the menu and every just gonna repeating stuff here, because remember, we don't want to repeat ourselves here, right? So now we can actually, what we can actually do here inside of this is I can open my curly braces and just try menu list and get my menu list. So actually let me just since it's actually menu list, what I'm actually gonna do is actually gonna import my menu list from dot slash menu list dot json, right? And now I can use this menu list and can map through it. Okay, and when you use map, I'm gonna accept one menu list category, right? And what that category is, I'm gonna explain you guys. So category, I'm gonna accept one menu list category, and I'm gonna do this, and then what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be saying menu list category dot, and I'm going to be selecting the, so how I actually created, so I actually created this, so I have an array first of all, right? So inside of my array I have these objects, so these objects are different objects, right? So I have like a drinks category, have different categories, and now drinks category is another array. Now inside this array I have more nested objects, so it's kind of pretty like deep, like I have nested stuff here. So inside of my array I have objects of categories, and inside of my categories I have arrays, and then inside of these arrays I have furthermore objects here, and all these things are objects. So what I'm actually doing here, right, so I'm actually getting my menu list category, and then if I put a dot here, you guys could see these 4 categories here, right? Now I'm gonna select the first category. The first category is gonna be the food one, right? So I'm gonna select the food category. Now since it's an array again, I'm gonna map through this array. And now what I could actually do here, I could destructure. Now I could destructure the stuff in the objects here, right? So I can just say type path and image, and then I could basically go here and I could just do this, and then I could render out. Now here I could just render out my component called menu item, which we are gonna be creating, right? And now menu item, I'm just gonna be sending these props. So type is gonna be type, and the image is gonna be the image. Now I know it's a bit complicated, guys, but believe me, it's gonna be worth it when we actually complete this menu screen, as this is the thing which we want, right? I mean, we need to complete and we need to be able to log in and see our beautiful menu page, right? So we have to create a bunch of components. Let me just uncomment all these components here. Let me create. So now it's gonna break our application, yeah, obviously. And but remember, guys, I'm just destructuring. So what I'm actually doing here, I'm destructuring this path, type, and image here, right? I actually don't need the, I don't think I would need the path basically, but I need the type and image. And type is basically the type of the menu item, and the image of that. Now, so I have this complete. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be having several of these categories, right? So this is just the food category. I'm gonna be having several of these categories. Now my next of my categories is gonna be, so I'm just gonna go here and select this my category and paste it here. Actually paste it here, and just gonna go down and paste it again. And the next one, this one is gonna be for the home coffee, right? So again, how I could actually do this, guys, is I could just go here and it's gonna actually show me this thing, right? So I'm gonna do it for the home coffee, and now here also I have to actually change this to at home coffee, right? And then I'm gonna go down here, and now this one guys is gonna be for, so I'm actually, so first one is gonna be for the drinks, guys. I'm actually, it's my bad, I actually did it like this. So this is gonna be for the food, right? And what actually I was writing for the food. So first is for the drinks, right? First is not for the food, it's for the drinks. It's for drinks. Second one is gonna be for the food. I'm gonna type food here and the food here, and this one is gonna be for the home coffee. Uh, and here I'm just gonna say at home coffee, and this one is gonna be for the merchandise. It's gonna just contain one item, but since it was there, I just actually copied it to make it look give exactly the look which we want, right? I'm just gonna say merchandise here, and that's it, guys. That's all we have to do now. We just have to create these components, right? And then we're actually done with our menu screen. So let me create these components real quick. Let me go and create the menu header first of all. Now since these are components, gonna be here menu header .js, and we also have to create menu header .css, and let me close that menu header.js rfce. Let me do this. Let me say import menu header.css. Let me create all of the components first so it doesn't break our application. Let me save this, and now I'm just gonna actually go to menu screen.js. Let me just auto import this, and let me create menu list and menu item as well. So not here, not inside of this, inside of my source menu list.js. Also I'm going to be having menu list.css, and I'm going to be creating menu item.js. It's actually already there, it's saying. So if it's already there, and I actually maybe created it before, that's fine. So for a menu list, I'm just going to say rfce, and let's just import our menu list, and let me give it a class name of menu list, right? Let me save this. Now we can go back to our menu screen, auto import this as well, and here it is, this one, guys. Remember not to do it from material UI, right? And now we just have one menu item, right? So we have already done this menu item, so just do rfce, and let's just import menu item. If we created the CSS, so we didn't actually create the CSS for this. Let me actually quickly create the menu item.css. Okay, now let's just go back and let's just import our CSS menu item.css, and let's give it a class name as well so we can be up to speed, guys. Now we'll just pick up our speed and just complete this real quick. Let's actually first import this, auto import this, and let me save this, and now we should say, here we go, guys. You see, for drinks, food, home. Now obviously we are not actually rendering anything inside of these things, we're just rendering these different h2s here. Now what we should do now, I think we should just first of all we should just go to menu screen.css and see if there are any styles, so we could just quickly design it basically. So for my menu screen.css, actually gonna go to screens and menu screen.css. Yeah, we're gonna have some bunch of styles. So first of all, the menu screen itself, I'm gonna display it as flex, save it, and then I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say flex direction of column, and here I'm gonna say give me a margin top of 101 pixels, right? And why I'm actually doing this, guys, is because we're gonna have a menu header component here, guys, right? And I'm gonna be creating that, and I think it's gonna have a height of maybe something like this, so that's why we're actually doing this like that. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna target my menu screen container, And for my container, I'm just gonna say give me a padding left of 131 pixels. Now again guys, I actually experimented with this stuff. I actually calculated this and did this. And give me a margin top of 101 pixels and display of flex. Also give me a gap. So give me a gap. The gap again guys is the gap between the children inside the container, right? So it's actually that gap. And now we cannot actually see this clearly because we don't have any of menu lists. We're gonna have a menu list on the left hand side here. That's why we have this padding left, right? And now I'm gonna target my menu screen right. So for my menu screen right, I'm just gonna say flex of 1. And why I'm actually doing that is because I want my right side to occupy as much space as possible, right? And menu screen right, menu screen right. Inside of my menu screen right, I'm gonna target my H1. All these H1s basically, and I'm just gonna give them a color of RGBA and 000, and last is gonna be 0.87. Save it. And now for I'm gonna have a font weight of 800, so a bold font weight and a font size of 28 pixels, and also a margin bottom of 40 pixels. Let's just save it. As soon as I save that, guys, look, it already looks a bit better now. So I'm just targeting this the menu, right? So now I'm just gonna go down and select my menu screen and select the menu screen category, right? So menu screen category is gonna have a margin bottom of 60 pixels basically. And then inside of my menu screen category I'm having the titles, right? H2s. I'm gonna target those. Give me a font size of 24 pixels, and give me a color. So color is gonna be the exact same color as this. So I'm just gonna copy it here and just paste it here. And font weight of 800. So font weight is gonna be 800 and the margin bottom of 20 pixels. Save it. I don't think it's actually applying to this, right? Is it actually? Oh, it did apply. It took some time. It's looking nearly identical to the menu. Now what I want to do more is I want to target my menu screen items, right? So I have something called items, right? So items. So I go here. This is the div, right? So menu screen items is going to contain all the different items for each of my category basically, right? And what I want to do here is I want to do a bunch of stuff. So I'm just going to copy this stuff and explain you guys what it actually means, right? So let me go to menu screen real quick and show you guys. It's gonna be this items here. Let me paste and explain you guys. Let me paste it there. So it's gonna have a border top of 1 pixel solids, and the color is gonna be a subtle 0.1 shady color. A display of flex, and now obviously we cannot actually see anything because we have actually not yet implemented the menu items and stuff here. But once we actually do that, we're gonna understand. The column gap is basically just obviously the horizontal gap, not the vertical one. So it's just and then the row gap I wanted, so the vertical gap, the row gap, I wanted it to be 40 pixels. Now I wanted it to be wrapped since there's gonna be a bunch of stuff here. So if I go to my finished application, actually, you see guys. So if I actually increase the, so as soon as I actually increase the page size, right? You see what happens? So it actually wraps, right? As soon as I reduce the page size, which is pretty neat, guys. Like, I want this responsive layout design, right? And it's gonna be there, guys. You just have to wait for it. Now I'm gonna be having two of my media queries. Let me copy them and explain you guys real quick what they do. It's pretty simple stuff again, just some paddings and font sizes. We usually do it. So this time we're actually targeting the tablet viewport as well, and we're just changing some of the stuff. So we're just saying give me a margin top of 0 on the tablet. Give me a so if I go to my tablet viewport right now, right, so you see it's like this. As soon as I increase this, so we don't have the menu list, guys, you see. So menu list is not there on the tablet viewport, right? So obviously on the tablet viewport, um, so we cannot see menu list because it's a component, so we have to do it in the component itself. But there's some basic stuff. This is reducing some margins. Yeah, actually we can see. So menu screen left, I'm saying display now, and menu screen left is gonna contain my menu list, right? So I'm saying display of none. So I don't see any menu list on my tablet viewport. And then this is the mobile large, and you might not be able to see these styles in effect because viewport again is greater than that. But yeah, again some reduce in paddings and font size. Pretty simple stuff, guys. Now we're actually done with our menu screen. Now let's actually build up those components and let's actually work on those things. So first thing, let's actually work on the menu header, menu header.js. And let me quickly open this on my component screen. Menu header.js, let's go. So menu header.js, the first thing is gonna contain some links, right? It's gonna have some links, and the links are obviously gonna be the React router DOM links. Now let me quickly first of all actually import them. And here guys, I'm gonna be having a class name for these links, right? So I'm gonna be having a class name, and the class name, we're gonna do some template strings here. So for the link, guys, so this is I'm gonna explain you guys what this is. So this is the thing I actually want to. So when I click here on the feature, I want to make this active, right? And similarly, when I click on previous orders and favorite products, I want to actually make all those things active, right? And this is actually cutting out. We could actually remove. We don't actually need these many links. But what I'm actually saying is when I click here, I want to, so this underline, I want it to be appearing here and just disappearing from it. I'm actually going to show you guys how to do that. So we have some template string logic here, and what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be having a variable. Okay, so let's actually create a variable, and let's say, and it's going to be I'm going to be using useState. Okay, and let's use state and just say index here, and let's just say set index, and this is by default the value is going to be 0 here. And guys, what I'm going to be actually doing here, right? So let me actually import this first of all. So I'm actually going to be doing here is I'm going to be using this variable, and I'm going to say if my index is equal to 0, right? If my index is equal to 0, then only I want to render menu header, okay, link active. So this is a sort of a BAM naming convention basically, and this dash dash here, and what it does is basically so whenever you want to say some C tier buttons and stuff active, we actually do it like this, right? We just say dash dash active, right? It actually makes a lot of sense, guys. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna be having an on click, right? Since it's obviously, so when we click, we have an inline function. Now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be setting my index, right? I'm setting my index to 0. And I know this might be confusing at first, but you will understand this, guys. You will understand this. And now, guys, now inside of the link, right, I'm going to be having all products, right? All products. Now I'm going to be having another link here, and now this link, okay, this link is going to actually take me to it's gonna have a 2 attributes, and it's gonna take me to menu slash featured. Again, guys, I want to do the same thing, but this time I'm gonna be checking the index if the index is actually equal to 1, right? And why I'm actually doing that is because, guys, it's because by default the index is gonna be 0, right? So what happens is I just want to check my index, right? So if my index, okay, if my index is actually it's actually 1 here, okay, and since I actually click on the link, actually it's gonna become 1, right? So it's gonna add that menu header link active. Now right now we don't have the menu header link active, but I'm gonna create that class and I'm gonna explain you guys. So when I click on the all products, right, When I click on the all, it actually takes me to menu slash featured, which we featured screen basically, which we don't have it created yet, but we're gonna create it. And this is gonna be the all products, right? So now this doesn't need to be the all product. This is featured. Okay, this is featured. I'm gonna change it to featured. And yeah, this is all products, this is featured. So what's gonna happen, guys, so what's gonna actually happen is when I click on the feature, it's gonna change the index to 1, and now I can just check the index if it is 1, right? If it is 1, and if it is actually 1, what I could actually do is I could apply this class here, and since it's not gonna be 0, so it's gonna apply the class to only this one, right? And I'm actually doing this by just giving numbers here, but if we have like a mapping functionality, we could just use the index value for that. And it's pretty simple, guys. It's not that complex. Now we're gonna be having 2 more links, and you guys might omit this, but I'm gonna be just having this to resemble the original clone. But you guys might leave this if you want. It's fine, since these are not actually taking you anywhere. These are just for display purposes, you know. So that's it. Now let's actually move on to the styling part, right? Menu header. I have menu header.css. I'm gonna bring this down as I do this, and let me open this as well on the screen. So first thing, guys, I'm gonna target my menu header itself. For a menu header, actually, so there's a bunch of styling here again, guys. Why I'm actually copying it, because it's pretty simple styling, and I don't want to waste time to, you know, just redo the styles and explain you some similar stuff again and again, guys. So it's better for me to like copy it and then explain you guys, you know. It's pretty similar and simple styles here. So I just save it, and what happens, guys, so you see the transformation, we have a background and the z index as well, right? So if I uncomment this actually, so I'm gonna explain you why z index is. So first of all, we have like a smoky background color here, F7, and a border of 1 pixel. So if I uncomment this, we don't have any border, right? So we need the border, right? So we have a border of 1 pixel solid, and this is like a skin color, and a position of fixed, guys. We need a position of fixed. Right now, see what's actually happening. We don't want this to happen, guys. So we go here. You see what happens? You see what happens, guys? You see what is actually happening here? So it's not actually position fixed right now. And why is it happening is because if we actually increase the, you see what's going on, guys. So when I actually go to tablet screen and below the tablet, it actually scrolls, right? So it's not position fixed now. But as soon as I go laptop screen, actually position fixed, which is pretty cool, pretty nice effect, guys. Now I'm gonna be doing that, but since here I did not actually add media query, so this is happening, right? So I'm gonna be having media. So I'm just giving a width of 100%. I'm just having a padding left of 131 pixels. See what happens. So because I had the same padding left for these menu and drinks, everything, so I just give it a consistent padding, right? And a padding bottom and a border bottom as well. Now, guys, what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to be targeting my .menu header links, right? Menu header links. So menu header links, both of my links, all of my links basically. And now I'm just going to be saying display as flex, and I'm going to give a gap between each of the links as 25 pixels. As soon as I do that, there's a consistent gap between the links. Now I'm going to be targeting my menu header links, and obviously inside of my menu header links I have the anchor tags, the link tags, right? This is similar to the anchor tags. Now I'm going to be targeting those. I'm going to say color of RGBA and 000 and again 0.87, that's subtle color. And now a font weight of 600, a font size of 13 pixels, and also a padding button of 5 pixels. Save it. As soon as I do that, guys, see, beautiful. It actually looks really clean now. And now I'm going to target that menu header active and show you guys something, that logic behind that use state and everything. I'm gonna target this class. I'm saying border bottom of 1 pixel solid black. That's it, guys. That's all I had to actually do for this. Now you see, there's by default there is actually, and why is this happening is because, guys, what I set my state to actually by default 0, right? So if I set this to 1, right? See, watch what happens, right? It's gonna by default go to featured, but I set it to 0, so it's actually on all products. Now watch what happens when I click on featured, guys. So actually nothing happens right now, and why nothing happens is because I think nothing happens. I think it should actually switch. So if it's actually not switch, let me see if it's actually switching in our final product here. It should actually take us to featured, right? It's not actually taking us to featured. I think it's because of the screen size. It might be because of the screen size. Yeah. So let me show you guys by the. Let me actually comment this out first, so it doesn't take me to this page. You see, guys, actually switching it, right? I think it's because of the responsiveness here, maybe. I don't know why it's actually happening like that. It's a weird bug. We're gonna figure this out, guys. But you guys could see, right? So now I could go crazy with this, and I didn't actually do this for these two. And now what I could do, I could just maybe if I'm using a mapping functionality, I could just use the index with the map function, or I could just say for these links, I could just do the similar stuff. I could say index is equal to 2 and equal to 3. Now you see it's really clean effect, guys. As soon as I click here, it actually comes here. The active class actually switches from here. So this is pretty cool, guys. Now obviously we're not gonna be needing this for for our clone, because these links are not gonna be functional. Only the feature is actually gonna take us to this link here. Now let's actually continue with this, and now we're gonna just have two media queries, small media queries. Again, pretty simple stuff here. Let me copy it and let me paste it out here. And this one is for the tablet, and as I told you guys, it's not gonna be position fixed anymore. So now you see, it has a scrollable effect now. And this is just gonna say the menu header display none. So we don't want to display the menu header on the mobile viewport. So if I go to my mobile responsiveness, go to mobile large, actually goes away. So we don't actually have the menu header, right? So we don't have the menu header. We have it for the tablet, but we don't have it for the mobile large and the lesser screens, obviously. The smaller screens, I mean. So yeah, pretty cool stuff, guys. Pretty clean stuff. Now we are actually completed with our menu header.css, and now we have to actually work on menu list. Let's actually work on our menu list and menu list.js. Yeah. Now let's actually make this bigger so we could actually see the menu list. And let me go to menu list as well. Menu list.js. It's gonna have a bunch of stuff, guys. Now again, I'm gonna be copy pasting some of the stuff, and it's gonna be reusable, right? So first thing, I'm gonna be having a menu list container, okay, containing everything. Now let me actually visually show you guys first what I'm actually building. I'm actually building so we cannot see the menu, yeah, so we can see it about here. Yeah, so this is the thing which we're actually building, guys. This is the menu list, and this has the categories and all these things. Now these are obviously not actually taking us anywhere, but this is how Starbucks has, right? So if you click, it can actually take us to this specific page here, right? And this is what I'm actually gonna build, right? This is a component for me, the menu list component. Now let's just get started with this. Let me actually maybe make this a bit smaller. Oh no, actually let me keep it like that. Now inside of a menu list container, I'm gonna have an h4. I'm gonna say drinks, right? A category name. And now menu list items basically. So the menu list items, obviously now here I'm gonna be having a menu list. So I have a menu list, right? So I have a menu list and the data file, right? And I'm just gonna get that menu list .json Again guys, I'm gonna be just mapping through here, right? Just mapping through my menu list. So menu list dot map, and now I'm accepting a menu list category, right? I'm gonna be accepting a menu list category. This is a pretty similar stuff that we did before, but I want you guys, if any of you guys are beginners, I just want you guys to get some pattern recognition with this stuff, with this map function. And I was talking something about index, right? So if you put a comma here guys, you get something called index by default with the map function. And what this index is basically the index for each of the item you get here, right? So for each of your menu list category, you get an index basically, which you could do to do that logic stuff which I did before, right? So you could use that index. And here I'm just gonna say so obviously menu list category. Now if I put a dot here, I see all these categories, right? So I'm gonna select my drinks for the first one, and then map through the drinks, right? And get one menu list item, right? Menu list item. And for this menu list item, what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna be rendering out a link, a React router link, auto importing the link, and inside of the link I'm just gonna say, now you guys could simply destructure this, but I'm just gonna say menu list item dot type. So I have the type and the path. I'm gonna select the type here. Now if you just don't want to write this out, you can just easily so you see guys, as soon as I do that, we see the drinks right away. Obviously we gotta style this to make it look better, but we actually see the all our drinks here. So hot coffees or teas or drinks, every single of our drinks. Now what I was saying is you guys could just destructure it by just doing something like type and path here. But for this, and I just want to show you guys every possible way of doing this. Now so I have this menu list, so I'm gonna be repeating the menu list container, right? So this thing here, the menu list container, so I'm gonna be repeating that. I'm gonna be having this again, and the second one is gonna be for the food. Again, pretty similar stuff, just gonna say food here, and that's it. Again, I'm gonna be repeating this menu list container and one more. So for the next one, I'm just gonna have a at home coffee. It's pretty similar stuff as we did in our menu menu page basically. Um, yeah, so at home coffee, and here instead of drinks, I'm just gonna say dot at home coffee here, and here I'm just gonna say merchandise. Okay, dot merchandise. Now let's just save this. As soon as I saved it, we should see these things here. Everything is rendering out perfectly here, guys. Yeah, so that's it guys. I mean, yeah, that's all we had to do for this menu list, and we just have to move on to the CSS now to make it look like a lot better now. So menu list, where's the CSS? Oh god, okay, here it is. I'm gonna go down here, and now let's just style this guys. Let me go here, let me go to my menu list.css, and let's just start styling this. First thing, I'm just gonna select the menu list, and for the menu list I'm gonna say this, give me a display of flex, flex direction of column, give me a gap between the children of 30 pixels, and save it. So this is going to be a vertical gap, since the flex direction is column actually, right? But this is the menu list, right? So menu list is containing all of these containers, which I'm actually displaying flex. And then the menu list container, inside of the container I want to target my h4, and for the h4 I just want to say similar stuff again, RGBA value 000 and 0.87 here, and margin bottom of 20 pixels, and give me a font size of 18 pixels. Save it. Now on the bottom here I just want to say, so this is the thing which we are targeting, and you see it just it just displays it to none, right, as soon as we go. So our menu screen left, we don't see at the tablet viewport. I actually have to make the screen this size. Then I'm just gonna target my menu list items. So menu list items is this here. So it's gonna contain, again, it's pretty similar to the previous thing which we did. Gonna contain all my categories and um, all of these items basically. So I'm just gonna say display them as flex. Give them a flex direction of column. I want everything in column there, and give a gap between them of 12 pixels. Save it now. As soon as I save that, guys, you see flex direction of column, a vertical gap of 12 pixels. Now if I don't give this gap, it's gonna be very close together. So I want the gap between the children of 12 pixels. Looking pretty neat now. The only thing I have to change is the color for the links inside them. So I want to target my menu list items, and inside of my menu list items I want to target the link, and I just want to target the color and RGBA again, not 0.87 but 0.56, and give me a font size of 15 pixels. Also give me a font weight of 600, and give me a max width of 150 pixels, and a line height of 1.5, guys. Save it. Now we still don't see. Now as soon as I go here, guys, beautiful, the look which we actually wanted. Now even if I make this bigger, guys, see, exactly like how we want. Now obviously we need the menu here for the finishing touch, and also I think we need the footer, right? So we're gonna need the footer as well. Oh, actually there's no footer, this is the menu. Okay, we're just gonna be needing the menu now. It's pretty cool, and you see, guys, it's actually going inside of this. So it's actually not coming on top of this because of the Z index and the background color for our menu header, right? Which is pretty clean. If it's actually going underneath this, right? And as soon as I do this, guys, it actually everything's actually gonna go down now. Obviously, since I'm not having any items here, you might not properly see this, but yeah, so you can see it, right? It's actually going down. It's not fixed anymore. Pretty clean, guys. Now this is actually complete. We don't need to add any media queries here. This is looking pretty nice. So we just close this, and now it's time for our menu item, guys. So the menu item.js, guys, the finishing touch for our menu screen. Now obviously my menu item is gonna accept two props, and those two props are gonna be type in, and we don't care about the path. Although if you guys wanna build it for like, you guys can go ahead and give a path and maybe show and display some of the stuff when you click on the specific menu items. But for this tutorial, it's already becoming really huge. I don't want to actually do that. And guys, so what I'm actually gonna do here, okay? So first of all, I'm gonna be changing this div to be a React router link. Since it's gonna be a link, right? It's gonna be a link, and I'm gonna be importing my fade as well, guys. So I want to fade each of my menu items, right? So I'm going to be importing my fade from React Awesome Reveal, right? You have a beautiful package called React Awesome Reveal. I'm going to be having my fade, and what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be saying fade, okay? And now inside of my fade, right? Inside of my fade, I'm going to be having this link, and save it, right? Now here inside of my link, I'm gonna be having an image. Source is gonna be the image which we are getting it from as a prop. Alt can be the type, right? And this is just for SEO purposes. I mean, you can omit this, like it's not really important right now. Class name is just gonna be the menu item large, not large, sorry, menu item image, since it's the image, right? And as soon as I save that, guys, you see some huge images, right? You see some huge images here, and there's like literally so huge images. We don't want these images to be there, but you see the fade is actually taking an effect, right? So as soon as I go up and down, the fade is actually there, right? There's something called fade, which is pretty neat, guys. We want that effect here. So I'm just gonna make this small again, and we have the images now, and we're gonna have an h4, okay, and the h4 is also gonna have a class name. The class name is gonna be menu item, and it's gonna say type, okay. And now inside of this, I'm just gonna say type here. I'm just gonna save this. Now as soon as I say that, you guys could see the names of the items as well, right? Now guys, what I want to do is I want to actually style this out, right? I want to immediately get into my menu item.css, since it's not the look what we want, and style it right away. So for the menu item, what I'm gonna actually do is I'm gonna say display of flex, save it, and display of flex align items center, okay, give a gap of 10 pixels between the children, and give me a width of 260 pixels as well, okay. Give me a width of 260. As soon as I do that, I mean obviously the images, let me just target the image so you guys could actually see what's actually going on here. Menu item image, width of 120 pixels, okay. As soon as I do that, guys, you see everything's kind of getting into effect. But we need the round, I mean, you see the images here, they're actually rounded, right? So we need this beautiful effect here. We don't want it to be sharp like this. We want a rounded border radius for the images, right? So how I'm actually gonna do that is very simple, guys. I'm just gonna target my border radius, um, and I'm gonna say 50%, guys. That's it. 50. As soon as I save that, it has this rounded effect, right? And I want object fit to contain, right? Like it's not stretching right now, but I actually want this. Why? Because it's a really good property and always maintains the aspect ratio. So like always we should do object fit contain. Now actually I want to target my menu item, so I want to target my h4 inside of my menu item, give it a color of RGBA, and the color is going to be 000, and it's going to be 0.87 again, and a font weight of 600, and a font size of 18 pixels, and line height of 1.5 actually. Yeah, let's save that, and yeah, this is the effect which we want, guys. Beautiful effect. Now obviously we don't want this effect for our tablet and less than tablet viewports, right? So for that, I'm just going to be writing a one simple media query. I'm just going to say media max width, and max width 768 pixels, and here I'm just going to target my menu item and width. So reduce my width first of all to 240 pixels, okay, 240 pixels, and then for my menu item image, reduce the width to 80 pixels, right? 80 pixels. As soon as I do that, as soon as I save that, guys, you see, now obviously I want to reduce my font size for this, since it's actually not looking good right now. So inside of my menu item I have an h4. It actually has a class. I could have technically targeted the class as well, but that's fine. So for the h4, I'm just gonna say reduce the font size to 16 pixels. Save it. Beautiful, guys. And I don't actually need to target this for my mobile viewports, because it's actually working really well with that as well. So beautiful effect, guys. Now as soon as I increase the screen size, you see, guys, actually comes in line, right? So it actually comes together like this and wraps beautifully as soon as I go to the mobile screen size. And the menu list, we can see the menu list as soon as we go more than the tablet viewport. For the laptops and desktops, we see the menu list on the left hand side, and the fade is working. Beautiful, guys. Now we can just make this smaller as well and still responsive. So yeah, and that's pretty much it. Like, that's complete for the menu item as well. I think we are complete with our menu screen as well, guys. We're actually complete with our menu screen, guys, and we I think all we actually have to do is now have the logout functionality, right? So we don't actually have a logout button here, um, which which you're gonna eventually have a logout here, right? So let me actually go back to my menu screen and let me check some things here for the menu screen. Um, okay, so yeah, I mean that it's looking pretty. Only difference you're gonna have is we're gonna have a logout button here, and we just don't have a logout button right now. I think we have to obviously create this logout. So if I go and inspect this out, and we can just maybe increase this, I don't know. So yeah, this is the logout button. As you guys can see, header, it's called header logout basically. And yeah, guys, this is going to be inside of my header, right? It's going to be inside my header. So what I can actually do right now is I can make this bigger and get into my header, and let's see here. So we should have a logout button, right? So this is the logout button, right? But we didn't actually so we have to actually create this. Okay, so let's actually make the logout button, and let's see the logout. It's gonna be really easy, guys, to actually log out with Firebase. It's gonna be pretty easy, guys. Just one line of code, that's it, guys. So here I'm just gonna change this first of all to a button, since it's gonna be a button, and I'm just gonna give it a class name as well. Okay, and the class name is gonna be the logout button, right? Like this. And now I'm gonna be having an on click, right? So on click logout of app, as this is gonna be a function which I'm gonna be reading, and here I'm just gonna be saying logout, and let's just copy this, and this is gonna be a function. So const logout of app, it's gonna be an arrow function. And this function, guys, is it's gonna be very simple to log out. So I'm just gonna import my auth on my local Firebase, and I'm just gonna say sign out, guys, sign out. And I think that's it. That's all we actually have to do, guys. Auth.sign out, guys. Auth.sign out. Now we could do some additional stuff here, guys. We could just dispatch logout, and we could say history.replace. But let's actually first see how it actually works. So let's actually click. So we see the logout button right now. It's beautiful, guys. And so if I go to my logout button, I think I already have the CSS in place. Actually, I have to I need the CSS, right? I mean, it's actually looking pretty clean right now. So let me go to logout button.css and let me actually check, guys. So I am actually having a logout button, but this is actually I don't actually, so it's actually looking the way we, oh my god, guys, I was actually viewing the deployed application, guys. I was actually viewing this one. It looks crap, guys. You see, without the CSS, it actually looks crap. I was confused. How is it looking before I'm actually adding any CSS? Yeah, so it's looking crappy right now, guys. So let me actually go here and let me get my CSS. So for my logout button .css, let me get the hover, and this again, guys, this is literally pretty similar stuff we are doing, and for every button, like, don't worry, I'm gonna explain you guys still. And now let me actually view the right one. Oh, now it's fine. Now it's fine. So what basically we are doing is just saying some border radius, the border width, and outline. But it's a pretty similar stuff which we have been doing with our buttons, guys. And however, we just want a slight change in the background color. So you see this subtle effect, right? As soon as I click log out, guys, it actually takes me to the login page. So I don't want to actually go to the login now. If I refresh this, it's actually not going to persist since there's no user. So let me go to my Redux, actually show you guys. If I click on Redux right now, guys, you see the state, right? The state is null. There is no user. Now action, there's an action called logout, right? So now see this, guys. So I have this user, right? So I'm just gonna log in again. It says T1234 sign in. Now as soon as I click sign in, guys, see this. So there is a diff here, right? And this null actually changes to email, and a state, we have a state now. We have like email and UID and a disclaimer. As soon as I click logout, actually goes away. User again null. User back to null again. Now why I don't want to actually redirect back to so I don't want to show the login page if I actually log out. So what I actually want to do, guys, so let me first log in again. Let me see the password is correct. It's correct. And so what I actually want to do is here, guys, here I want to do something like dot then. So actually we can accept a promise and then have an inline function here, and let's just say dispatch. Now to use dispatch, we need const dispatch is equal to use dispatch hook from Redux, and then we could just dispatch a logout action, and we need the logout from the user slice as well. Now guys, I mean, it's not necessary to do, but to protect yourself, I mean, you could just do it, and immediately after this you could just say history. And now again, to use history is we just need history, right? So history is equal to use history, and we need the use history hook as well from React Router. Now we could just say replace again, right? So we could just say history.replace, so replace the URL, the current URL, with the home page. So I want to take you back. I want you to take me back to the home page, not to the login page when I actually log out. And then guys, the last part, remember, we always catch for errors. Like we always want to catch for errors. So catch any error, okay, and alert the user with the error dot message if there is any error, and save this. If as soon as I save this, now guys, what I can actually do, so focus on this when I actually log out, right? So when I actually log out, it takes me to boom, the home page, guys. Now it doesn't take me to the login page, and that's what you want to do, right? So what you want to do is actually take the user back to the home page, not to the boring login page, right? Now the user can again go back to sign in. Now let's just go to sign up, and let's see if we could create the same user again. Obviously we could not be able to do this because yeah, the email is already in use by another account, so it's protecting ourselves, and it's showing. So all of these things, by the way, they're actually errors, guys. So what I said is alert error, right? So it's actually alerting me with those errors, guys. Our React hook forms is also working. Now let's just go and sign in with our password, and let's just click on sign in. Here we go, guys. Beautiful menu page. Now all is remaining is the featured screen, guys, and we are actually officially complete with our clone, with our Starbucks clone, guys. Yeah, so let's actually work on our last screen, and it's gonna be the featured screen, guys. The featured screen. I'm gonna go back to app right now and open my, since it's the basic like obviously it's the basic point of our application. So now inside of our application, I'm gonna be having another route, right, for the featured screen, right? So another, since it's another actually route, so what I can actually do, I can copy this route here, okay, I can go down, and here I could just say slash menu. Remember, the feature is actually inside the menu, and the menu slash feature, right? And then we're gonna be we're not gonna check for the user. So we want the feature to be visible even if the user is actually not logged in. So we want the feature to, because it's actually, so it's like the home page, right? I mean, I don't want it to be hidden from the user, so they can actually view the featured page, but I just want to add the functionality to actually go it from the so actually they can actually sign in and then actually click on featured and then go from the menu page as well. But even if they somehow manage to get here, I don't want to keep it hidden, since obviously but you guys could try and again do it with the user thing and keep it hidden as well. What I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna say header here, and so why I'm actually typing a header for every route is because, guys, I cannot actually have the header outside of my switch, because I'm actually not rendering out my header, as you guys could see inside of my so here you could see I'm actually doing some complex logic again, right? So here also in my sign in and my create, I'm not actually rendering out any header. So if I do it outside of my switch, it's gonna display header for every and each of my route, right? And I don't want to basically do that. Now here, guys, I'm gonna create a component screen basically. uh, some reason I cannot type. It's gonna be called featured screen, and here, guys, I'm gonna be having a fade. The fade is gonna be for the footer right now, and this is gonna be our beautiful footer developed using framer motion. And now let's just create the feature screen, guys. Let's go to screen, let's say featured screen. This is gonna be our last screen, guys. And now I just want to create featured, so featured screen .css, guys. Let me just let me actually close everything which is done. Let me open the featured screen, and let me open the featured screen .css. RFCE. Let's get the featured screen .css. Let me give it a class name, and let me say featured screen. Now let me just save this out. Here, let's just auto import our featured screen. Auto import it. It's actually imported it. Save it, and boom, we would have the featured screen if we go to this spot. Now let's actually start, and actually, so here we are going to be actually reusing a lot of our home screen components. So if I go back to my home screen, we had these info and we had these featured components. So these are all reusable components, right? And I'm going to be actually using a lot of these on my feature screen. So let me open my feature screen.js right now. So that's why I actually built the features, because I wanted to actually show you guys the reusability effect in React. So like how smoothly we could actually change the background colors using the props and stuff, and still we could be able to use the same components, guys. Now the first thing, I'm gonna have a fade, and the fade is actually not defined, so I'm just gonna import my fade from React awesome reveal. And inside of my fade, guys, so first thing inside of my fade, I'm gonna be having a heading. A heading again is another of my reusable component, right? So here heading is gonna be saying self care is cool. Now, again, this is all something I copied from the Starbucks website. Now outside of this fade, I'm gonna have another fade, and this fade is gonna contain my featured screen discover section basically. So discover is gonna contain, so this is our first reusable component, and this is gonna be the info one. Now obviously now it's gonna contain some props, right? So I'm actually gonna go to my GitHub, and actually yes, I'm gonna copy these things, but I'm gonna be showing you guys the importance of reusability in React, guys. So let me just go here and let me actually get both of these infos, right? So let me get the infos. Now what I'm actually doing here, guys, is I'm actually changing the props, and that's it, guys. So we had something called background as well, right? So we're actually changing the backgrounds and the props. And if you go back to our like home screen, info components, right? So we're in here's an so all the differences is our backgrounds were actually different, right? So here you can see there's a different hash background color, right? And if I go back to my feature, there's a different background, and also the color is different, right? Color, the class names, and all these things, right? So that's the only difference, guys, and it's super, so if I click on featured, you see the first component there. Beautiful, guys. The first two basically, and both of these are info. So we don't actually have to do anything, just change the props and that's it. It's gonna display, and we don't actually have to mess up with the responsiveness or anything else, guys. And you see this beautiful footer, which again it is reusable, so which we actually rendered inside of our app. We could actually render it inside here as well and just render all together this, but since footer is actually not a part of my featured screen, so I actually rendered it inside of my app. Now again, let's actually continue with this, okay? And after this fade ends, basically I'm gonna be having another fade, right? Again, another fade, and what I'm gonna actually do here is that so inside of this fade, right, I'm gonna be having another heading, okay? And this heading this time is gonna have a heading prop, and this time is gonna be saying I don't know, something like this. I don't know what it actually means, what dreamy coffee is actually, but is this what they're actually saying? And then outside of this fade, another fade for my section, and this time this is gonna be so this is again another discover section. I mean, it's pretty similar, guys. It's another discover section. So here, when you go here, now this, guys, is gonna have four info. So four info. You see how easy it is to actually do this. I mean, I'm just copying and pasting, but you guys, all you have to do is just change the props. That's it, guys. You don't have to mess up the CSS, and just write the HTML again, change all the just change the props. That's it, guys. That's all you have to do. And let me just paste it. So we have so we have four more info here, info components. Now as soon as I save that, should be able to actually see that we are actually able to see these things. Now again, guys, all these four components, right, I'm just changing the background colors and the colors of them. Obviously I have to do some basic styling, like display them as flex so they come side by side, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty clean, guys. Now let me see what else. Now, and I'm actually having another so I'm actually having another fade in this thing. Actually, let me see, actually I'm actually having another one. So after this section actually ends, I'm actually more info composite. Again, it's the similar. You guys could copy this stuff as well, but just please, you guys need to just understand that this reusability effect, but just copy it. I mean, just change the props, maybe experiment with the background colors, the info hover light and the colors, and just change some of the props. Just play around with that. So again, it's the same thing. Let me just copy it, and then let me see if there's any difference there. So now let me see. So it should be rendering on here. There we go, guys. Now there's no image here though. There should be an image, but that's fine. Now if I go down, so I'm having actually two info components here, and as soon as this fade ends, I'm gonna be having another fade, okay? And I think this time I'm just gonna be using a featured component, not an info one. So a fade, and I'm just gonna be saying featured screen, and this time it's gonna be a featured, not a discover. Feature screen featured, and this time is gonna be a featured comment. Now again, auto import, and again, guys, let me just actually copy this stuff, because again I'm just changing some of the props. Now feature obviously is gonna have some different props, not like the info one. It's just having some, so it's having an order prop. Remember I told you guys the flex order property, right? So an order prop and an info, a link, and yeah, again a pretty similar stuff. Again, the background and the color is gonna be changed. So now if I go back here, you guys could see this. This is the feature, the bigger one, the bigger component. Beautiful, guys. Now we are actually done with our features. Now let's actually go to our feature screen.css. Let me actually bring this down for you guys, and let me actually make this smaller as well, so we could actually see these things here. Yeah, and let me just style it now. Let me style the feature screen. And guys, this is the last part of the clone. This is the last. We are actually officially complete with the clone, guys. I don't know how long it is. I think it's maybe about 6 hours or something. I didn't actually count the total hours, but yeah, I mean, after this, I actually officially complete with this. So I'm gonna target my featured screen discover, okay, and display of flex, and let's justify content of center, okay. And as soon as I save that, you immediately see this stuff. But obviously I'm going to be adding a media query to actually target this. So I'm going to say flex wrap as well, right? So I'm going to say flex wrap of wrap. As soon as I save that, actually wraps it, right? And I want a gap, so I want a vertical gap here, obviously 25 pixels, because they're actually flex direction of columns, so it gives a gap between them. It's pretty clean, guys. Now obviously we gotta target our featured screen featured, right? So featured screen, not discovered this time. We're gonna target our featured, and we just wanna say a margin top. That's it, guys. We just wanna say a margin top of 40 pixels. Save it. Now this is gonna have a margin. This should actually have a margin top. If I actually say so. Let me see if the naming is correct here. Featured screen featured, and let me see. Yeah, I mean it's correct. It's actually correct here. This is not actually giving any margin top here. Okay, let me actually first of all add a media query, and let me then target it basically. So a max width, okay, and it's gonna be a tablet viewport 768 pixels, and here I'm gonna target my featured screen discover actually, okay. And what I want to actually do here is what I actually want to do here is featured screen, so flex direction, I'm sorry guys, flex direction. So I'm gonna target my flex direction to column, okay, as soon as I reach the 768 pixels. Now this is not the style what we want, guys. This is actually, there's no actually margin tops, right? So we don't, I mean, if I go to my actual application and click on featured, for some reason actually it doesn't take me to featured when it's on the smaller screen. I don't know why it actually, I think it's because the Z index is messing up with this, that's why. So if I make this smaller screen, and if I go here, you see there is margin so there is a gap between these things, right? But if I go here, there's no gap in my. So what are these things, right? So these are basically my I think these are my infos, right? So if I'm actually giving a gap, it should be there, right? I mean, it is my discover, right? Maybe I actually did something wrong, I guess. Oh yeah, actually I did something wrong, guys. I did something wrong. I did miss out something, guys. So what I actually missed out is here I'm having my featured screen discover, right? But here actually I'm not having my featured screen, so I want to have my featured screen discover everywhere after this div basically. So after this div, I want to have my featured screen discover, guys. I'm actually missing that. We need to have that. And inside of this now, inside of this featured screen discover, I'm gonna be having all of my info stuff here, right? So this was the mistake I made, guys. I mean, inside of my feature screen discover all of the things, okay? And by all I just mean everything inside of my this. So all of my infos, okay? I wanna keep it inside of my. Now as soon as I save that, guys, it gives margins out. But again, I think it's not gonna have margins. Oh, so it actually has margins. Nice. So I'm actually having feature screen discover here. Yeah, so it actually has margins. Okay. Now it's working nice, guys. See, there's margins and it's responsive. So actually displaying it as column because it's actually mobile viewport. And as soon as I increase the size, it should be. So it should be. I don't know why it's actually not taking the full width. Uh, I don't know why it's actually working. So if I just go to my inspect tools, I think I'm gonna be seeing it more clearly. So this is my mobile small, right? And this is gonna be my mobile medium, pretty nice. And this is gonna be my mobile large, pretty nice again. Everything's kind of responsive. This is gonna be my tablet, and again, pretty nice on tablet as well. Now, even the footer is kind of fitting in. Everything's kind of fading in, and pretty clean effect. Now, as soon as I click on laptop, this is the laptop normal, 1024 pixels. Again, a pretty sweet effect here as well, I would say. Um, then let me go to laptop large. Yeah, I mean it's pretty clean, guys. I mean it's pretty clean effect, right? I don't know why it's actually why it's actually not rendering out to why it's actually not taking the full width. But it's fine, guys. I mean it's not bad. It's fine. We want to have two of them, but the flag strap is messing up in between for some reason. But for the mobile viewports, it's actually fine, guys. Even on the normal laptop viewport. So we have a order now because we are actually signed in. So as soon as I click on order now, it actually takes me back to the menu page, and this is gonna be the menu now. If I click on featured, again takes me to the featured page. Again, obviously if I click here now, if I log out, actually takes me to the back to the home page. Again, pretty similar stuff.
I found this on the web for take me to the backpack to the home.
Pretty similar stuff, guys. Now I can click on join now. I can create an account and I could pretty much sign in. And yeah, I mean we are done with that. We're done with the clone, guys. We are actually officially complete. Last step to actually do this is just deploy this application and using Firebase. It's gonna be pretty easy, guys. And yeah, I mean then you can just add add this onto your portfolio, guys. And that was the prime purpose of creating this video for you guys, basically. And another thing I want to actually tell you guys, so in between I actually recorded these videos, so I didn't actually record this together like for I don't know how much time it is, 5 to 6 hours, whatever it is, but I actually took breaks in between, so between days and stuff, because I got sometimes I just had to stop the recording due to some distractions and I got busy, so I had to stop the recording and then recording. So maybe there's some some of the maybe there's some glitches and I mean some space in between of the videos. So don't think that I actually missed some of the stuff. So I actually covered everything from scratch, guys. So even when I actually came back the other day, I actually started from the point where I actually left and I covered everything. So for the last time, let's actually log in. And so another thing I wanted to actually show you guys is the users here, right? So if I refresh this, so you guys gonna see a user here, right? Because I actually logged in from an account, an email address for that, and you could just delete the user from here as well. Delete it, disable account, whatever you want, reset the password. Here's the user. You can add users as well. Like if you want to add an admin user, you can add a user. So from Firebase. Now, one thing which I actually missed, guys, is the fav icon here, right? And this is pretty simple, guys. I mean, let me first log in for the last time, and let me just log in with the wrong password. It's not gonna actually, yeah. So it gives me an alert. now that she logged in. So this thing right on the top, right? So this is pretty simple, guys. Wanted to show you that how I actually added the favicon on the top here. Basically, right now there should be so the server is not running. So due to a recording issue, I could not actually add this favicon. There was a, so I'm just gonna show you guys this thing again. First, let me just run my server. Yarn start. Let me just run it real quick. And there will be a favicon with a Redux logo inside. For me, I just deleted it because I just had a recording issue just right now, so it's actually not there. So there's no favicon currently for me, but for you guys it'll be a Redux favicon here, right? So how I actually added a favicon is you guys could just go to my GitHub, right? And what you guys could do is basically download this download this favicon.ico, right? So this is the one which I'm having actually. So if I click on the raw, so this is the favicon.ico, and you guys could simply download this, and what you guys could do is then just drag this basically from your downloads. What I'm gonna do is I already have this right now, so I'm just gonna open this on my other screen, and I'm just gonna drag this from my public directory inside of my public directory here. Yeah, and that's it. I'm just gonna close this one, and yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna go back, and as you can see, I have a favicon here right now, right? So I just, it's, you guys want to just delete the Redux one and then just want to drag this favicon icon basically, and that's it, guys. So I actually created this favicon is by just going to a website called favicon.io, favicon converter. And what you basically do is you just get an image of the favicon you want to create. So I just got a Starbucks image and I just dragged it here basically, and just download it, and just gives you a zip folder containing a bunch of files. And I could actually show you guys what actually gives you, if it's actually there for me here. So they actually give you a zip folder actually with the favicons. Yeah, here it is, guys. So you see this is like a zip folder. Inside of the zip folder you get these things. So you get a bunch of different sizes out here, and to adjust all those different sizes, what you guys could do is just basically um, go here into the public directory and replace these things, keep the naming as exactly like this. And you see right now I'm just having Redux ones, so you guys could just replace this thing. And this is for mobile, guys. This is for mobile responsiveness. So for to on mobile to render the favicon correctly, you need to replace this with the specific ones in your downloads basically. And that's it, guys. That's all you have to do to adjust it. Like, this is for the desktop, so you can see here, but to adjust this favicon on the mobile screen size, you have to actually do this, remember. And that's all you have to do for the favicons. And now let's just actually build and deploy our application. So I'm just gonna stop the server by pressing Control and C, and now I'm just gonna run. So because I actually ran this command before, I had a recording issue, so I already have a build folder, but you guys won't have a build folder, and you guys won't also have this Firebase SRC and this Firebase JSON file. So just assume if it's just not there for in my case. So I'm just gonna not yarn build, I'm sorry. So what I'm gonna do is, the first thing I'm gonna actually log in to my Firebase, right? So you can just type Firebase login here and check that if you're logged in. So I'm actually already logged in right now. You guys only want to log into your email address, remember here, in which you actually created the project basically. So if you are not actually logged in into that, just run the command called Firebase logon and actually log in again. Now I'm already logged in. I'm just gonna run Firebase init, and what Firebase init does, it actually gives you CLI into the command line. So it gives you this cool Firebase CLI tools here. And now you can just go down to hosting and can press space. You need to press space here, remember, and then you can press enter. Okay. So what happens is actually you already so I already had a default project here. Okay, so I don't actually have to do this, but what you guys have to do next here is you guys have to press build here. Okay, so this is a super important step, and there will be another step here, and it will basically show you your projects. And what you guys want to do basically is just go down and select an existing project, and inside of your existing project you want to select this project, basically whatever you named your project here, right? So I want to select this exact same project, and in my scenario here, and then you're gonna get this thing here. What do you want to use? And this is super important. You have to type build here. You can't just say public or anything, just default. You have to write build here. So for me, I already actually did this before, so definitely I'm not actually getting that step. So this step, you have to write build here. And in this tab again, now every React app is a single page application, so yes. And this one, I'm just gonna say no. So it's see guys what's happening for me. So this is not gonna come for you, but it's happening for, they're saying index.html already exists, so I'm just gonna override again. And yeah, that's it. I mean, Firebase initialization complete. And now if after your Firebase initialization is complete, you guys gonna run this command called yarn build. Now I'm already having this folder again, but what's gonna happen for you guys is you're not gonna have this folder. And after running this command, you're gonna build I mean, you're gonna have this folder, but what this is gonna do is create an optimized production build. So I'm actually gonna run this. So if you're using npm, you can just run like npm run build, and if you're using yarn, just yarn build. So it's gonna create and it's gonna minify all the css files here, right? So what's it's actually gonna do is gonna, let's say it's gonna go into the login screen.css, and you see this file is actually huge, right? It's having like 200 lines of code, right? So what it's gonna do is basically minify and remove all the unnecessary spaces in between, and for every file it's gonna actually do that, right? And it's gonna remove the files which you don't need, all the dev dependencies in our package.json if you're having any dev dependencies, and all that necessary stuff basically. You see it's done. So I've already done this before, so again I have already done this again. Now after we do yarn and npm run build, whatever it is, we have to just deploy. That's it guys, we have to run this command. I've already deployed this before. Now for you guys it might be the first time obviously, and you have to run. Now one more thing here guys is that whenever you update your website guys, you actually have to run these two commands again, like these two commands called yarn build, and what you could do is just say and then firebase deploy. So this is something called chaining the commands together. So this is gonna run this command first and then this command afterwards, so you don't have to run this separately. So whenever you edit your website, you have to run these two commands. Remember, you have to run the yarn build and then the firebase deploy. You don't just run the fire, you have to first of all optimize this. Otherwise your app is gonna be like, it's gonna just having some huge amounts of data, and it's gonna take huge amounts of time to render out. So I'm just deploying, and it's saying this service is currently unavailable. I think this is maybe, I don't know why is it actually saying that. um it's maybe, I don't know, maybe I actually already had something. So I think it's just for you guys it might not do this because it's for the first time. For me, maybe I think it's maybe crashing with the build folder or something. uh Let me just run this again, firebase deploy. This command should actually work. I think it's working now. I think so, it's working. It's finalizing the version, and you're gonna get a URL, right? Yeah, here we go guys. So this is the URL. Now obviously it's the same URL, right? So it's gonna, I'm just gonna press command and click on it and open this. This is the URL guys, remember. So this is the URL, so you guys could check this out. You guys can actually type this out on your phones or on your whatever devices you're using and check this out. basically as well. And yeah, that's it. And whenever you update the website, just run those two commands, so yarn build and firebase deploy again, guys. Now it would be so smooth, guys, again, but I just had a recording issue that it didn't actually record my screen when I was explaining the favicon and the build, so I had to actually redo this again. And I apologize for any anything which you might not understand, or maybe I just missed out anything. Just ask anything if you want to ask me in the comments, and I'm gonna just do my best to explain anything. And yeah, that's it, guys. And you can let's check if there are any bugs or something. Let's actually log in first of all. You guys will have the same user. The user is not gonna disappear, because obviously you guys, whatever users you had locally, is the same application, right? So I'm just gonna sign in. As I sign in, I see these images rendering out. Beautiful, this menu page. Let's click on the featured. This is my beautiful featured page, and everything's kind of rendering out here, which is nice. And this is the order now. So this is the order now. As soon as I click on the order, it actually by default takes me to the menu page, and I could actually, let me just refresh and see if my persistence is working. Actually logs me in, right? So I don't have to actually, it doesn't take me to the login page. Actually, I mean, it takes me and then actually it logs me back in, since the user is actually there. And yeah, pretty cool stuff, guys. If I refresh now, it's actually showing me order now. Nice. So I can easily log out. Let's check the mobile responsiveness as well. And here's our framer motion working. And you might feel it's a bit choppy right now due to the recording, but trust me, guys, it's gonna be really smoother for you guys on your screen. And yeah, everything's kind of kicking in, guys. And yeah, that's it. You guys could create an accounts and do whatever you want, basically. So yeah, I mean, that's it, guys. It was a pretty huge build. I mean, I don't know how much time maybe 6 hours. I think 7 hours or maybe 6 hours. I don't know what the time is. I don't actually keep track of time, but yeah, it's a huge build. And if you guys watch till the end, you guys might be tired as well. So take some rest and give me some suggestions on what I should actually build next, and what you didn't actually like about it, and whatever you guys think. Yeah, just drop it in the comments. And yeah, until then, guys, I'm just gonna see you in the next one. Take care, guys.